Woo. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let the screen settled in. Mic check. Everybody can hear me good. Welcome back, everyone. This is Nathan Daly. I'm your law enforcement translator, and I am here to provide insight. You guys, you see the thumbnail. I'm going to add this. I'm going to create this as my series, right? I think this title, Black Lives Matter, is going to be a series. It's going to be a continued series. This happens to be like the excuse me. This happens to be like the third version of this particular title that I'm using on the stream, and I'm doing it for a particular reason, you guys. I call it Black Lives Matter. Obviously, it's a play on the words of Black Lives Matter, and I'm talking about the lies that are used to manipulate, the lies that are used to create division, create hate. A lot which this organization has done. They've lied to America. They've lied to Black people, of course. And again, we're talking about the organization. We do know, and we have to recognize that there are people who claim to be affiliated with Black Lives Matter who are doing grassroots organizations. This is true within the community. But then we also have to acknowledge the business of Black Lives Matter, the organization that has robbed the people of over $90 million, and have used it fraudulently. And as you know, Candace Owens just released her documentary in reference to that. So, Black Lives Matter. This is going to be a continued episode. This is episode 3. I want to say this is the third one that I've done like this. And the purpose of it is to actually talk about the lies, right? A specific lie that's being told repetitively throughout this country, throughout the community, things that are shared and spread amongst other Black people. You guys, this is what we're going to cover, right? We're going to cover it. And this came up to me because this came to mind because of a video that I did in reference to Black Lives Matter. I think it was last week or week before last. And I had a cool gentleman, a guest came up here. We had a great conversation. And of course, you guys, Black Lives Matter, racism, white supremacy, all these things come together in conversations that I have on this channel all the time. The media, the police brutality, corruption within the policing. When you have white supremacist groups that have infiltrated in policing, all these things are real. And then you have just plain old great officers that come in all shades of color, white, Black, Asian, Hispanic, who are doing a great, great job. And unfortunately, you have a lot of wicked people that are sprinkled amongst them, right? Welcome to reality. So the whole purpose of this is to bring a magnifying glass on a particular lie or a particular thing that people like to repeat that's absolutely inaccurate. And I'm gonna explain more after I play this clip. And then you guys listen, this is going to be a very interesting stream. I have some videos to show you. Some of them are going to be graphic, right? They're going to be police shootings. You know, we break down police shootings and body cams on this channel. But I'm going to bring my evidence, right? I'm going to bring the evidence to support what I have to say tonight. I'm also going to bring up some clips of other people who are within the Black community who also are speaking out against or towards this particular issue. And I want you to hear what they have to say. Because unfortunately, sometimes within the media, a lot of things go unnoticed, right? A lot of times when things go against the agenda. So we're going to cover all that tonight. But before I get into all of that, let me add this. I love this little banner I created. So live show. Listen, we're late tonight. We're late tonight. You guys, there's so much information, and honestly, it's my fault, right? Because I've been extremely busy. I have overbooked myself. I'm not going to lie. And I'm trying to find ways to kind of bring it all back together with doing collabs, consultations, and a couple other things. As the year goes by, I will definitely share more additional stuff. But please, you guys, follow me on social media at Real Nathan Daly. It's the same across all platforms. Please It's a good way to reach out to me, especially on Instagram. I told myself I try to check at least once a week. So, nonetheless, you guys, thank you so much for being here tonight. Please, as you come in, like the video or thumbs down it. Either or lets me know how you feel. And of course, we're going to have a tough conversation tonight. This is an opportunity for those who disagree with what I have to say, disagree with the purpose and the mission of this platform. You are going to be allowed to come up here and then tell me how you feel and also provide some pushback. If you disagree, if you think of what I'm saying is a bunch of BS, I'm more than happy for you to come up here and tell me to my face. Unfortunately, lately we've had a lot of people within the chat. I call them keyboard warriors, right? They always have a lot to say, and I always drop the link. And they don't want to come up, right? They don't want to come up. You guys, the only way we're going to fix this problem is if we speak out against the problem. But you have to do it with facts. You have to do it with truth, right? People have to be willing to listen. Unfortunately, everybody is not good at presenting difficult conversations, especially those that are highly sensitive. And to be honest, this is a very, very sensitive conversation for a lot of people. A lot of people are emotionally invested and they don't even know why they're so emotionally invested. They're emotionally invested because someone else told them to be. Yet they themselves have never experienced anything that they're complaining about, right? Keyboard thugging. They haven't experienced anything that they're complaining about. What's happening is a lot of Black people are living vicariously through some things they saw on the news. They're living vicariously through something they watched on Netflix, right? They're vicariously living through something that they read in a book, that they heard one of these Black activists say out loud or politicians say out loud. They're living through those words that someone else said. They themselves know nothing about what they're talking about. You guys, I talk to people all the time. I've interviewed thousands of people throughout my career and spoke to people who would always claim that the police were racist to them or the police did something or the white cop was a racist cop or something to that effect. And then when I start asking questions and I just ask questions, you guys, come to find out it wasn't even a racist encounter at all. What I've noticed is that unfortunately, there's in our community, we have gotten too cavalier with labeling everything as racist. Racism this, racism that. I did a video on this, you guys, and we played the racist game, right? Right. We played a game. We said let's make it about race, and I told you guys to give me any object you can think of, and I would turn it and make it into something racist. Right. I gotta find out which video that was. It was we had a great time, right? But the whole idea was that it's like the boy who cried wolf, right? You hear it so much to the point to where people don't believe you, right? Where you can look at a situation and claim racist in every single thing that you see. When in fact, sometimes you're just wrong. Or sometimes the person just doesn't like you. And that's okay, right? It's okay for a white person not to like you. It doesn't make them a racist. So I think we've gotten so far away from what the actual original definition of the word is and then what it actually means. We get to a point now where now it's if I don't like the outcome presented to me by a white person, I'm calling them a racist. Yep. So, but at the same time, that's not to dismiss the fact that racist people do exist, and there are racist people in all ethnic groups, right? Let's just call it what it is. And sometimes we use racist or racism as an excuse to circumvent around the stuff that we need to do in order to fix our own issues. Oh yeah. We got our first one. What did Dwayne say? Dwayne says, I personally would love to debate some of your issues or commentary, but I don't have the time to be on your platform. You and I can exchange numbers and discuss it over the phone conversation. Well, Dwayne, this is what I'll say to you, my brother. My thing is, I think the people need to hear the conversation. The people need to hear the conversation. Shout out to you, Pretty Ugly Truths. I see you. I see you got the banner up. We're gonna have to talk about that. I like that. I like that. Your channel coming soon, right? But Dwayne, I think a debate like that needs to happen on a stage where everyone can hear. I have nothing to hide, and if I'm inaccurate about something, I'm open to grow. I'm open to change. Like, show me, explain to me why you think that what I'm saying is not correct or not accurate. I want to hear what you have to say. I want everybody to hear it. There's no shame in it. I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be accurate. And all I can provide is insight from my experiences, the things that I've seen as a 13-year law enforcement officer, working in the Black community. The majority of my career has been serving Black people. And I'm sharing what I've seen. I'm sharing the misconceptions. I'm sharing all the manipulation tactics that that the media has participated in and how we have fallen into it. I've seen it in real time. I was working when Black Lives Matter when they started, when all this started. I was working. So, I've experienced activists coming into the city, showing up, thinking that a Black man was shot by a white police officer. And then when they found out that they were shot by a Black police officer, they shut it down and left. Right? I witnessed that. So, I get to see things from behind the scenes. When people are saying, I think earlier someone in the comments said, hey, the cops shot a 14-year-old Black kid who's unarmed. Talk about that. That's these racist cops. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I can show you 14-year-old white boys who've been shot by white police officers who were unarmed too. So what are you going to say to that? You get what I'm saying? The purpose of this channel is explain to everybody that this is an American problem. It's not a Black problem. It's not a white problem. We have an American police problem in this country. And so until we start looking at it like that, you guys will never really tackle the majority of the issues. Black people like to stop at race. I'm here to tell you there's a lot more than race that plays a factor in why we have the issues that we have with the police. And at the same time, white people are getting shot the same exact way and more and more. And so, we have to have an honest dialogue about this problem. I can provide that, and I can provide the solutions. I know what the solutions are, right? I know what the solutions are. And the work that I'm doing behind the scenes is to help bring those solutions to the light. And so where we have to get past is that we have to stop looking at everything through the lens of color. You'll be surprised how many situations involving Black people and white officers where you can't even tell if race played a factor. Why? Because the Black person was doing something or reacting, their behavior put them in a situation where force was used, or force was allowed to be used, or deadly force was used, right? So it's hard to examine racism when you're in the wrong, when you're blatantly in the wrong. People don't even want to hear what you have to say. Oh, that cop was racist. Sir, you just robbed 3 people and got in a shootout with the cops. Right? So if we really want to examine racism, we need to examine it based on people who are doing what they're supposed to do, and they're being stopped, mistreated, excessive force was used, it wasn't justified. Then we can start looking at other things. But when you're already in the wrong, like I'm talking about people in the wrong, it's hard to use that. It's hard to use that. Case in point, it's equivalent to someone wanting to use self-defense as a claim. Hey, this was self-defense. But then you're like, but you started it, right? You started it. Once you start the fight, it's hard for you to claim self-defense. So that's what we're looking at when it comes to these situations and police encounters. A lot of Black people who are just seeing things based off of color Or like, oh, he got shot by a white officer. That shit's racist. Shut it down. Shut it down. Beezy said, StreamYard link. You ready to come up already? I hadn't even started the show yet. For real, for real. Beezy said he's ready. Beezy, you got some time? Give me about 30 minutes. Give me about 30 minutes, you guys, and I'm gonna drop the link for you to come up. Because I want you to hear what I have to say, and then I definitely want you to come up. Right? Definitely want you to come up. And I want to bring people up who disagree with what I have to say. So Dwayne makes a good point. A person being in the wrong, does it make that person exempt from racism? No, but the question is, how do you measure that? How are you going to measure racism? And that's the problem, right? That's the problem. How do you measure it? What is the measurement tool? Because you don't have a tool to measure the heart or the mind of somebody, right? Everything has to be evidence-based. You could have a racist cop who is only racist after he gets off of work, right? But when he's on the job, he's on the job, right? I mean, you never know. How do you examine a racist person? Especially if you're in the wrong and the person is doing everything by the book, by the policy. You cannot pull racism out of that. Even if you knew that person was a racist. If you were speeding, you got pulled over by a racist cop, he gave you a ticket, and you're like, I know this guy. He's a Klansman. I got a photo of him right here. He pulled me over because I was black. He'd be like, well, sir, were you speeding? Yeah, I was speeding. I was going 50 over. I was doing 50 over 50 in the 50-mile-per-hour zone. I was going 100. Okay, he pulled you over. Yeah, he pulled me over, but he's a racist. Okay. Well, what did he do? What did he say? He wrote me the ticket. He wrote me a ticket because I'm black. They do it all the time. Shout out to you, Michi. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. I'm gonna bring you guys up, but let me play. This is the Black Lives Matter. This is the crux of this stream, right? Because I did a stream and I had a discussion with a young man, and we had a conversation, and the question was, the thing that was stated was, black people are killed more by the police than white people. And I said, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. Now, a lot of people believe that, right? We're having this conversation because a lot of people actually believe that, you guys. There's probably people in the chat right now who believe that black people are killed more than white people by the police. It's not true. It's not true. And for a very long time, that has been the lie that has been pushed through over the last couple of years. So now what people say is, okay, well, black people are shot disproportionately, right? Disproportionately. Now that's the new argument. And a lot of people don't even understand what that really means, right? They know that it's adjusting for population size, but in actuality, it doesn't really mean anything. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? Disproportionately, it sounds good, you guys. It sounds good in talking points. It sounds good in a speech. Sounds good to get political attention, clout, and votes. But you guys, it really doesn't mean much of anything. People try to use certain type of data and statistics to explain everything, and it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, you can't use odd ratios as a way to explain racism in police encounters. You just can't. You just can't. And if someone thinks that you can, that's the people I want to hear from tonight. Tell me why the disproportionate argument matters. It's a lie, you guys. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna play a little clip from Viceland, and I think this is perfect, right? I think this is perfect. He breaks it down perfectly, you guys. I'm gonna pull this clip up. The data and the statistics, it does tell a story, but depending on what story you're trying to tell and how you're using that data and statistics also says a lot. What's happening is people have been very disingenuous with the numbers, right? No one, a lot of these black activists, a lot of them, not all of them, but some of them are using data and they're framing it in a way to invoke an emotional response out of you. And they know a lot of people aren't going to really look into it. Black people are 3 times, 2 times, 4 times, whatever times more likely than white people. They're talking about the ratios. They're talking about proportionality between whites and black if you're adjusting for population size. It means nothing, you guys. It means nothing. Let me play this clip. And I want to get your thoughts on this. Some of you might have seen this. I tried to add it as a trailer, but it was kind of giving me some trouble. But I feel like this is one of the biggest issues when it comes to having this conversation. What I like about this, though, is in this clip, the guy is honest, right? He starts off being very honest and he says, hey, we know, which a lot of people don't know, that black people are shot. Black people are not shot more than white people. White people are shot more than black people in reference to a police encounter. Shot and killed, right? People say, well, it's more white people than black people. Okay, explain to me why that's relevant, right? Why is that relevant? See, that doesn't, see, and I think what happens is people stop at their confirmation bias. If something looks like it confirms their bias, they stop asking any questions after that. I like this. Dwayne, you might as well come on up here, bro. You might as well come up here. Dwayne brings up a good point. Dwayne says, my thing is, how do you argue with people who actually done the research and has the data that proves you wrong, like the federal government? I'm glad you said that, because the federal government proves me right. I don't know what data you reach. Matter of fact, I have the federal data to show you tonight, and I'm going to pull it up tonight. Sir, Dwayne, listen, you have to understand, no disrespect, brother, but this is my craft right here. All right. If it was true, then it's true, but it's not. I'm not here to sell you a fantasy. This is the reason why I want you to come up here and have the conversation, because I want people to see how much you actually really know. I don't think you know as much as you actually think you do. See, a phone conversation away from what people have to see doesn't benefit me, it doesn't benefit you, it doesn't benefit anybody. The misinformation that is spread so easily because people think they know what they're talking about, and they don't. Right? So I use my data from a couple of different sources. I use data that's been collected from the grassroots organizations that are black, funded research by black grassroots organizations. That's the data that I go off of. I then compare those data and statistics with the federal data, the FBI data that they use, and I also cross-reference those data depending on what I'm talking about with the CDC, right? If we're talking about homicides and things of that nature. Listen, at the end of the day, you guys, at the end of the day, you're not personally out here collecting the data. You got to go off of something. You got to go off of something. No, not the NAACP. We know they're not for black folks like they claim they are. So let me play this video. And I thought this was just perfect for the conversation. And it kind of opens up the door. Shout out to the common sense expert. Yes, there's like, I want to say maybe 15 to 20% of the police departments that don't participate in the survey that the FBI does, which is a problem within itself. Let's play this.
A lot of misconceptions about Black lives.
All right. This brother here, goofy, but fair use. That's how it works. Fair use. He dives right into the fact that he says, listen, there's a lot of misconceptions about Black Lives Matter. All right, here we go. Here we go. Ooh, we're gonna hurt some feelings tonight. Bless your heart, you guys. Facts over feelings. Facts over feelings. This is fair use. This is fair use.
There's a lot of misconceptions about Black Lives Matter. That's because the media sucks. I'm not an expert, but I am a Black guy.
All right. What do you say? Because of the media, we agree, right? We agree because of the media. But what else did he say? He says, I'm not an expert, but I'm a Black guy. I'm not an expert, but I'm a Black guy. You guys, we're already going into dangerous territory. The man just told you he's not an expert. What is he? He's an expert in feelingology, right? Feelingology. That's what he's an expert in. His feelings are the truth. He's going to give you his point of view based on how he feels or what he thinks. I'm not an expert, but I am a Black guy. All right. Here we go.
Here at Viceland to clear all the noise. Peep this. Yeah, it is true. White people are killed more by cops than Black people in this country.
Oh, show's over. Look, he's telling you, right? He's already telling you. We got right to it. Cuckoo, you guys. He went straight to it. Yes, white people are killed more by the police than Black people. We got to start there, right? That's a foundational truth. Whether you like it or not, that's the facts. Now we're going to go into some shaky debating territory. So Dwayne, email me, brother, and pick a day when you're free. I'll make myself available for you to come and have the conversation. And even if we can't do it live, Dwayne, if you want to debate, do a pre-recorded video, and we can post it. But we definitely need to have the conversation where people can witness it. Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to learn a lot from the conversation with you and so forth and so on. So anyways, so here's the thing. What is he going to say now? Let's dive on what he says. We're all in agreement that white people are shot and killed more by the police than Black people. That is a fundamental truth. A lot of people still have a hard time digesting that. So here we go.
But if you adjust for population, Black people only make up 13% of the United States population, but twice as likely to be killed by cops than white people.
All right. Here we go. He brings up this part. He says, but when you adjust for population, this is the thing. He says, when you adjust for population, you guys, when you adjust for population, this is when things get tricky. What does that mean when you say adjust by population? How do you adjust by population? If Black people are 13%, white people are approximately 60%. Last I checked, which was like a couple years ago. I'm sure the numbers changed a little bit. But regardless, how do you adjust for 13% to 60%? You're adjusting for population, right? What is he saying? He's saying if we were to make both sides equal, right? Just bear with me on this. If we were to make both sides equal, then technically Black people are shot more. That's what this is. That's what this whole thing is. It's a what if. What if there were 10 Black people and 10 white people? Then Black people would be shot more, right? Based on adjusting for population size. You know, the argument sounds cute, you guys. It sounds very adorable. It really does. It really does. But the problem is it's not accurate, right? It's still not accurate. You know, all of this lacks so much context. There's so many variables. And the problem is that everybody's trying to judge these situations simply by skin color alone. And that's flawed. Absolutely flawed. So, I thought it was very interesting that he brought this up. But let's go back to what he's saying, because I think he's making an interesting point, a point that's echoed amongst the community in this country for a lot of different reasons, for making political statements. You guys, I call this social math. Is what, well, I won't say I call it. That's what this is called. This technique is called social math. When you frame data and you manipulate it in a way to where it has its most impactful meaning, to where it brings out such an emotional response out of someone, right? But at the same time, it could be extremely misleading, very misleading. Why? Because what people hear who have a confirmation bias problem, meaning they only stop with the research, they only stop their research as soon as they find something that somewhat reflects about how they feel or what they believe to be is true, right? And so a lot of people stop right there and they don't ask any questions. They don't dive any deeper. They're like, oh, that's it. That's it. Instead of just really being curious to find out what actually is going on here. Is there more to it? But they don't, you guys. And when they hear this, Black people are 2 times more likely to be shot and killed by the police than white people when you adjust for population size. When you adjust for population size, doesn't really matter.
People, even killed by cops, then white people, 13% of the United States population, but twice as likely to be killed by cops than white people. Even with my hands up, I'm 20% more likely to get my ass kicked than a white person by a cop. That's why we're scared of the police. So there you have it. I can't explain almost 500 years of Black oppression in such a short-ass video. And it's not...
I like how he put that. And I think, listen, you guys, when we have these conversations, what ends up happening is that people can't separate right now. They can't separate 20 years ago. They can't separate 100 years ago, 400 years ago. People always want to have the conversation with how, when slavery started, to this, which I agree. Those things always need to be acknowledged. But at the same time, if we're focusing on a specific problem, a specific issue, there is no need to rope back around into a conversation of 400 years ago, 300 years ago, 200, 100 years ago, because it's not always relevant depending on what we're talking about. So in this case here, we're talking about police shootings, right? We're talking about police shootings. Police shootings are based off of behavior. It's based off of crime. It's based off of a lot of different things. And so to bring in historical information has nothing to do with looking at the facts of an incident that's happening in this moment between these two people or these groups of people that are happening right here, right now. And I think it's very easy to get lost in having a conversation about the past. And you forget about, okay, well, what does that have to do with what this person did in this moment and what this person did in this moment? One of the biggest misconceptions, to be completely honest with you, is there an assumption that all Black people are shot by white officers. You guys, it's not true, right? I've had conversations with people and folks are like, yeah, all these brothers are getting killed by. I said, do you realize that almost half of Black men or Black people who've been shot by the police have been shot by Black officers, right? So again, when you start having these discussions with people and they don't know what they're talking about, they label everything. Unfortunately, I know plenty of incidences where a Black person was shot and killed by a Black officer, right? And again, I told you about the example earlier where we had a situation where we had some activists, high prominent, right? Very well renowned Black activists show up and wanting some answers, brought the news, brought everybody down and said, hey, listen, we need the body cam, we need the report. I need to know who this officer is. We need all of that. And you guys, when they found out he was black, you guys, it made me sick to my stomach. It made me sick to my stomach. You know, contrary to what some of you guys believe, there's folks out here who are just out here to make money off of the pain and the suffering of people. They don't care. The things that they talk about, they're not serious about it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And, you know, I'm learning these things as I'm growing in the profession. And it's sickening, man, to see that people will try to make money off of the backs of a dead black man. They don't rally behind it when there's a black officer that did it. Think about it. Do you think white officers are the only ones killing black men? Some of you guys don't even think. It's weird to me. Some of you guys don't even think past 1+1. It's like, this is what was given to me and I'm just going to run with it. You guys, there are black officers that have encounters with black people too. And again, you know, having this conversation is not to dismiss or diminish, right, the historical settings and how we got here, right? Not to dismiss any of the corruption. We're not talking about that. You know, we got to get to a point where we can have segmented conversations, right? We're talking about this specific thing right here. Some of y'all, as soon as we come and try to have a conversation about one thing, you guys want to bring up all conflated with all kind of other things. And it's like, we're not talking about that. Someone in the chat brought up January 6th. We're not talking about January 6th. See, that's what I'm talking. People like to scapegoat around, you know, the conversation. The conversation we're having right here, right? Some of y'all have this thing where you just can't focus on one particular issue. All right. I might do a show on it. On January 6th. Sure can talk about it. We can. That stuff doesn't bother me. I think sometimes people feel like when you have one conversation about one thing that you're afraid to talk about other stuff. Someone used to bring up a lot, oh, you don't ever talk about white supremacy and white. I was like, because that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. You know, it's just not. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird how people think that you're supposed to talk about the things they want you to talk about. I don't want to talk about that. Right? But we could talk about it. We're not going to talk about it tonight. Right? What are we talking about? We're talking about black lies, the lies that are being told that's causing a lot of issues within our community, right? That's what we're talking about. So what's the issue though? I'm going to play another clip for you guys. I think it's important that we actually do a deep dive into this. Let's talk about it. A deep dive. People make the argument about the shootings. Normally what ends up happening that a lot of people don't like is when people say, okay, well, you have officers that have shot X amount of people, but then you have the black community saying, okay, we're being brutalized by police. Then you have someone who comes in and they make a counter argument and they say, well, according to the data, right, the police issue is not a top issue in comparison to the homicide that's committed against black people. People hate that. And I get it. I get it 100%. And I think there's a time and a place for that conversation. I don't think it's a good way to actually try to have a discussion about one thing and then you throw something else into the mix in order to kind of deflect from having that conversation about police brutality. So again, when we're having a conversation about this, people tend to deflect with other things that we're not talking about. So, you know, it's one of those things where people can be a little hypocritical, right? A lot of misconceptions. Let me pull up this next clip because I'm curious to know what you guys think. I'm curious to know what you guys think. But proportionality. Does anybody want, before we move forward from this disproportionate conversation? Matter of fact, before I move forward, if anybody has anything they want to say about this, about what this brother just said that just came up here, I'm more than happy to hear what you have to say before I move forward. Because we're going to string forward into some other things, and then I'll actually bring up the FBI statistics if people want to really see what that has to say. Now, for those who feel like they want to argue on behalf of what this brother just said and how that the proportion, the size of population matters, explain to me why the population size matters and how you can determine racism or racist act based off of that. If that's the only thing that you're actually determining to be racist based off of population size, I'm telling you, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Population size has nothing to do with nothing. And the fact that we sit here and we say we're going to adjust for population size, you guys, that's a fool's errand. Explain to me how, after adjusting for population size, makes the police shootings on Black people racist. Right? So I just dropped the link for anybody. If you want to come up and tell me, I'm more than happy to entertain it. And while you guys are determining whether or not you're going to come up, let me move over to this. So in 2019, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. Homicides. Why is this important? Right? Why is this important? Why is this important? Because if we're going to talk about population size, you guys, you need to keep that consistency across the board. Population size. Okay, well, let's talk about homicide. Homicide. And unfortunately, if we say the police disproportionately kill Black people more than white people, okay. Well, then you can also argue and say Black people disproportionately commit more homicide than white people. You can also say Black people disproportionately commit more violent crime than white people, yet only 13%. You guys, if you're not having that conversation, you're lying to yourself and you're spreading propaganda. 13%. Half of the violent crimes in this country. You can't ignore that. You can't ignore that. And let me put this what if scenario in. This doesn't mean that they're not racist police officers. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, are you properly examining police encounters? And a lot of times people are not. They're not. 2019, there were a total of 13,927 homicides in 2019, right? White people, 5,787 homicides in the white community. They're 60%. In 2019, 7,484 Black homicides, right? 13%. 2020, the data, according to the FBI, suggested that 58% of the homicide victims were Black. And then we question police encounters. 37% of the homicides in 2020 were white. 58% of the homicides in 2020 were Black. Anybody? Thank you, Miss Eds. The link is up for anyone who has anything to say about that. I'm not here to be right, but I am here to be accurate. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Of the people killed in 2020 at least 9,913 were black. 7,029 were white. 497 were from other races. 315 were unknown race. So in 2020, black people, I mean, roughly approximately 10,000 homicides. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. He said his point is we represent a small percentage of the population, yet an overwhelming majority of the homicide victims. Yep. You guys, come on. Right? And this is not to shame, right? This is not to poke fun of. It's to get a better understanding. It's to have a more accurate view of why things are taking place. You can't talk about police shootings. You can't talk about these things without analyzing all the data properly. You can't. People act like we don't know how black folks are being shot by the police. We're acting like we don't know why we have bad outcomes with the police. We act and pretend like we're just sitting around eating a lollipop and then get shot by the police. We act like we're just minding our business doing a cartwheel, then we get shot by the police, right? This is the problem. We want to hold on to the 2, the 3, let's just say the 4%. The 4% who has a negative outcome with law enforcement they should have never had, right? I'm talking about completely, and it wasn't doing nothing wrong. The police are wrong. The police abuse the power, abuse authority. We want to use that and think that's the norm. You guys, that's not the norm. That's absolutely not the norm. Every time I have this conversation, you know what people bring up? They bring up Tamir Rice. They bring up Philando Castile, right? And that's not to dismiss or diminish, their life being taken, because it should not have been. But again, you guys, we're not having the conversation properly, because what we're doing is we're using those and others that are similar to where they should not have been shot. Sometimes people believe, based on their own personal feelings, why a person should not have been shot, or that this was excessive. And granted, a lot of times we may think that on the outside, not knowing how the procedure works, not knowing the level of authority that officers have in certain situations. So what ends up happening is people have their own interpretation as to what should or should not have happened, but your interpretation has nothing to do with the law. How you feel has nothing to do with the law and the power and the authority that officers have, and sometimes abuse. It doesn't matter. Because you feel like it shouldn't have happened doesn't change the fact that they're not allowed to make it happen. That's the difference. Are we having a moral argument, or are we having a legal argument? Morally, a lot of times you guys are right. Oh, that shouldn't have happened. Why they do it? Oh, yeah, I get it. You're right. But what the law says, what the law says, what the law says, what the law says. What does the law say? The other day here in Atlanta, we had a situation. Before I do that, though, let me show you guys something. Since listen, the link is dropped. You guys, if you wanna come up, those who have disagreements, except you, Michi, I'm not bringing you up. I'm not bringing you up, Micha. You gotta stay in the chat. I'll let you curse you. I'll let you curse me out later. Um, let's look at arrest. Let's look at arrest. Um, and we're looking at the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation Crime Data Explorer. You guys, and as you know, when we have these conversations, you guys know what I always do. I will put the link in the description after the stream is over, so you guys can follow up and do your own research on this. Let me make sure. Am I doing this right? Okay. Damn, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Let me see if this will work. Give me 1 second, you guys. I want to make sure y'all can see this properly. Persons of crime, race. This is this data is from 2021. Arrests from 2021. Arrest by race. White. I don't know. You probably can't see it. Let me do this. I'm sorry, guys. This might be the best I could do, but I want you guys to see the. Oh shit! I did that wrong. I want you guys to see the numbers. Is that good? Is that better? All right. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. All right. Here we go. Arrest by race. We have white. This is 2021. You have 281,000. 281,194 white people are arrested in 2021. This is according to the FBI. All right. 281,000. They're 60% of the population. All right. According to the FBI. How many black people were arrested in 2021? 112,496. All right. People say, of course, white people should be arrested more. Why? Because they're a bigger population. Yeah. But again, when we talk about proportion, Beasy says, how about we look at arrests by income class? Beasy, I hear what you're saying, brother, but again, that's another deflection onto the conversation. Because now you're trying to insinuate that this arrest has a lot to do with socioeconomic status. Right? Of course they're gonna say these stats don't count. Beasy, you can come up. Drop the link from Beasy, please. Beasy, you can come up. Let me hear what you got to say about socioeconomic status with Black Americans. And you're trying to associate crime and arrest with socioeconomic status. I hate for someone to put that label, that indictment on people based on their economic class. I'll have to tell you, just to be completely clear, that there's only about 18%, I think, last I checked, 18% of Black people live below the poverty line. So, and I'm gonna tell you, based on my experience, what I saw in this job is a lot of the crime that were committed, it was on all levels. But one of the the majority of people I arrested, they were able to work, they weren't poor, and they weren't living below the poverty line. All right. And so people I arrested, parents had good jobs, or they had a good job, right? What they're getting arrested for, because they're greed, right? Greed. Absolute greed. Had nothing to do. I've only maybe, and I didn't even arrest him. There was a guy I had a long time ago. He was shoplifting. Poverty stats below the poverty line. I want to say I think it's 17%. Someone has to fact double check. 17% of the black community in America, in the US, living below the poverty line. If someone could double check that for me. I want to make sure I'm accurate. 17 or 18%. I can't remember what the number was. living below poverty. You know, the overwhelming majority of African Americans in this country are actually doing well, you guys. You know, don't let the media, don't get caught up in what the media is telling you, thinking that black people don't have it together. We got it together. We got it together. You know, we have it together. So I think what happens a lot of time is um, poverty is a correlation. It's a correlation, and I think people always want to say it's the cause, right? Crime, poverty is the cause of crime. That's not accurate, right? There's a correlation, because if that was the case, then all poor people will be criminals, right? And that's not the case at all. So I always try to make that point. We have to be careful how we always put this indictment on people who okay, well, their economic status makes them, you know, cause them to do crime. That's not accurate, you guys. Believe it or not, it's not accurate. It's not. It's very misleading. It's very misleading. But I wanted to show you that arrest piece. You know, again, and here we go. We're talking about the numbers. The reality is 13%. We have 112,000 arrested, only 13%, and then 60%, 281,000. And there could be some other issues there too, right? That data doesn't really suggest a whole lot, doesn't give us a lot to go off of. So I could definitely admit that. One of the things that is important to look at as well is that one of the things to look at as well is that it highlights something that needs to be addressed, right? Needs to be addressed. Well, case in point, right? Well, this probably won't matter too much either, but for the sake of the conversation, let's look at arrest by age in 2021. Well, they kind of mixed them all together, so that'd be hard to say. But male arrest by age. What else is on here? Yeah, we won't worry about that. Create a mute point. Anybody have any questions on that? Does anybody want to challenge me on that? There's I saw a couple key hustles in the chat earlier. There we go. Shout out to Emmanuel. What do you say? Socioeconomic status doesn't cause you to commit crime. Thank you. Thank you. Nope. Doesn't cause you to commit crime. Let me tell you about a study that was done in New York City. New York City. Hold on. We got. Hold on. Millennial got a question. Millennial says, question: when you was a cop, Nate, did you ask your victims that you stopped and plan on assaulting how much money they made before doing so? No, I did not. No, I did not. But what's funny is many of the types of crime people were committing that I can remember that I had experience dealing with. Chris said you might the camo. Come on, Chris, come on. Many of the people that I had to deal with, there wasn't. They may have believed they needed to commit these crimes to get things. This is what I experienced. Let me speak from my experience, because I know this is not going to be true or hold true for every situation. But this is what I experienced, you guys, being completely transparent. I arrest a group. I was part of a burglary task force, so I was arresting a lot of juveniles, and a lot of young adults. And it was only because I was working in the black community that they were black, right? So there's no issues here, but just stating how this situation came out. What would happen? I'm arresting these kids. They're breaking into houses. They're stealing people's stuff, and then they're selling it for money. These are juveniles. Then I say, okay, or they're stealing the stuff and they're keeping it for themselves. What are they stealing? They're stealing name brand clothes. They're stealing things to sell so they get money to buy name brand clothes, right? Why? Because the shoes from Payless, right? Those Air Ponies, They can't wear that in school. You can't go to a black school and put on some air ponies and think you're going to be well respected. Absolutely not. They're clowning you. They're clowning you. So, what's the issue here? The issue is you have some kids who will commit crime to make money, to earn money. Yes. For what reason? To buy things that their parent or their parents don't want to buy or they don't see value in buying. And so they use illegitimate means to get the means or get the resources to the things that they actually want. Well, is that a socio-economic problem? I don't know. I think that's a good conversation to have. The reality is this a material need or is this a survival need? A lot of kids, every child, every young adult that I've arrested and sent on up out of here, you guys, were doing things for material reasons. Not once have I ever put anybody in jail for survival purposes. Or maybe perception's reality, right? So let me not say that. Right? Let me not say that. But that's my experience. And so I had one guy who was shoplifting inside of a grocery store. He was stealing meat and all kind of stuff. And they tackled him in the store. I showed up and I found out he was stealing food to feed his family. You guys, guess what I did? I paid for the food and wrote him a ticket and I sent him up out of here. Oh, you're not gonna take him to jail? I said, no. This man's stealing food because he's trying to put food on the table for his family. You guys, I paid for the food. You know what the grocery store was gonna do? They're gonna throw all that meat away. Obviously, he put the meat where his meat was at. He was stuffing meat by his meat. And guess what? They would have threw that away. They want him to go to jail. You guys, he wasn't in there shoplifting material stuff. He was like, we don't have no food. I said, sir, why don't you just come up here and see if you can put an application in? But I bought the food, you guys, wrote him a ticket, and I dropped him off at the house. My supervisor asked me, how much did he shoplift? I was like, I didn't count. I didn't count. Why take him to jail? The man was trying to feed his family. I told him, I said, you should have stopped by a couple churches before you came to the grocery store, brother. I tell people that all the time when they're stealing or committing crimes for survival. I say you should have stopped at the church or you should have stopped at the police station. If you can't go to the police station and ask for help, hey, I need clothes, I need shoes. If you can't stop by a church and ask for help, that's a problem. You shouldn't have to commit crimes to facilitate survival needs. You just shouldn't. You shouldn't. But that's my philosophy. That's how I operated, right? So anyways, so that's not the people I was arresting. I was arresting kids kicking in people's door, tying people up, stealing their things, right? Taking their car, joyriding, taking their car to a chop shop, getting paid cash money, then going to the mall and buying Jordan tennis shoes. These are the kids in our community that I'm locking up. See, what you guys see and you hear stuff on TV, you hear stuff in the media, you hear things from these activists. But then when you do the research and you check it all the way back, you find out these kids were out here terrorizing their community. Here in Atlanta the other day, you guys, we had today a 13-year-old arrested for bringing a gun to school. Out here in Atlanta, 13 years old, got caught with a gun. Come on. We got our first guest, possible challenger. Let's see what we got. Corn Pop, I'm about to bring you up, brother. Oh, he cut off. Corn Pop, you must have got disconnected, man. Come back up. Come back up. You guys got the link. Moderators, if you could drop the link again for those who are in a disagreement with what I have to say. 13-year-old brings a gun to school. You guys, you can't make this up. We had a 14-year-old shoot and kill a 13-year-old here in Georgia, right? here in Georgia. Shot him in the back of the head and killed him at the skating ring. Guys, he was black. He was black. So again, there's so much we can examine. And I don't mind having both conversations at the same time. Beezy, you got a cam up. I see you, Beezy. Beezy said he's showing up. Beezy got a cam up. My policy, you guys, on this channel, I don't know how people do it on on their channels, but to come up and have the conversation, please have your camera on due to YouTube policies and all that kind of stuff, right? So Beezy, camera on, I'll bring you up. And Beezy, while you're working on that, let me Corn Pops back up. I see you, Corn Pop, and bring you up. I'll wait for Beezy, and then we'll play this video. How you doing, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hold on. Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold up, man.
All right, take your time.
Can you hear me? You can hear me.
Yep.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Okay. Do sign language. I'm serious.
So
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Okay, well, hold on. Let's see.
I hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Your lips.
Oh.
What are you asking? I don't know. What are you fucking with me?
All right.
How you
need to
your lips.
Put your earpiece in.
Earbuds. I need earbuds. I get what you're saying. Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me look for them. I don't got them.
All right. You don't got them.
What the fuck, man? Hold on. Are you fucking with me?
No, I can't.
Are you guys fucking with me?
Mm.
With the volume? You're not fucking with me? Hold up, man. There's no volume. Like, I can't hear you.
I don't know why you can't.
I swear to God, I can't hear you.
All right,
you hear me, though?
I'm gonna drop you down. I'm a
lip reader now. What the fuck did you just say? I tried so hard. You did it too fast. This is fucked up.
All right, let me see. All right, I'm gonna drop you down for 1 second. I'm gonna bring you up, Beezy. Let me get your thoughts real quick while he does that. Let me see, and then I'll play the video after the conversation with Beezy. Beezy, what's going on?
What's up, brother? Can you hear me?
Man, shoot, loud and clear. That's good quality you got there.
Cool. Yeah, man, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Man, I'm doing blessed. Man, I'm blessed.
All right, cool. So let me give you my opinion. Number one, like, I'm gonna be honest and transparent. Like, listen to your stream, like you preaching to the choir with me, right? I'm an Army veteran. I did deployments. I'm a disabled veteran, so I am treated different in society when I engage with the police. I'm gonna just be honest. I got veteran tags on my car. When they pull me over, they don't want to give me a ticket. They asking me about what unit I was in. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so I was born in the ghettos of Philadelphia. Friends, family members, seen prison, sold drugs. I've done that, but now I live in Buckhead, work in the IT field, right? So I've seen both sides of the spectrum of what quality of life can do for you as a black man in America and how your engagement with the government can be based on where you are in class, right? But I do believe that based on your social economic status, that it can lead into racism in some ways. And I would say because of this, and I don't use the poverty line as the measuring stick, right? I use disposable and discretionary income. Because if you make 50,000, but your bills is 49,000, at the end of the day, you can't buy your kids that extra stuff they're going to steal. You get what I'm saying?
True.
So for me, I look at it like if it's classism in America now, that's a fact. Okay, it's classism.
Yes.
However, if majority of the people in the lower class is of a specific hue, it can kind of like turn into racism because now you just bucket in that skin color into that class and they start to gel together. And as in human nature, most people aren't going to just think about your class and your race and try to put it together. They're going to start to figure out how to think less when they make decisions. And okay, you're black or you're poor or whatever, and you're going to have those same attributes or characteristics as these other people that I've engaged with in the past.
Right.
And so it starts to become one, class and race, because most people in the lower class in America are people of color. When you, like you say,
adjust for population. but
right?
we got to be clear that there are more poor white people than there are poor black people.
No, I do agree, but I do believe that that's only because I do believe you should agree on the fact that only because there are more white people in America that inherently you will have more white people in the lower class. Because we're all cogs in the wheel. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, this is true. This is true. But when you say that we're all in this wheel, the problem is the media and the propaganda doesn't tell that story. The whole idea is that we want to get people to think that you're in this position because of race and not because of class, right? There are different class of black people who look down and be like, hey, we should pull yourself up by the bootstrap, right? And things of that nature. So I think one of the biggest issues is that we have to understand how the game is played. It's no one else's responsibility to fix black issues but black people, right? And I think when we start examining and we start pointing out the poverty and the low socioeconomic status of some parts of our community, we then think that we then look towards other people or white people to say, hey, we need you to fix this because you guys caused it, right? And the reality is, folks are like, well, I didn't cause it, but my generation, five generations down, may have had something to do with it. But me personally, and then you'd be like, well, but you benefited from what they did. And they're like, okay, so that's what I don't have nothing to do with that. That's like someone being mad at you for having a 2-parent household and that your dad and your mom saved money properly, made sure they sent you to a private school, right? Put you in these, and they made certain choices that led you in the right direction. And someone's mad at you for having a good outcome. We have a community where people insult you if you speak proper English and you're black, right? Or they'll call you Carlton, like that's supposed to be an insult. You see what I'm saying? So we start having to examine. Granted, I know and I understand how we got here. At the same time, that's not the reason for why we are still here. And I think some people have a hard time separating the two, right? What do you think about that?
Well, I do think how we got here does matter, right?
I agree.
I do think that it's ingrained in black people in America that for so long we've been used to, when is the government going to fix it? When is somebody else going to fix it? And I say that only because 400 years of 500 years of oppression, whatever, when you spend 400 years in slavery, right, and someone else is controlling everything about your life, you continue to have the expectation that they will control everything about your life. Hell, most people in America that vote because they want somebody else to change how things are happening in their life, right? So, so blaming somebody else, i.e., our government, who has the manifesto of giving us liberty, right, giving us these rights, right? This is what they built this country on, is giving citizens something, right? So there is an expectation from the black community to receive from the government. And the only problem is that when other communities don't get what they expect, they do something about it.
That's right.
So
go ahead.
Our problem is accountability is kryptonite.
Oh, well, I didn't say it. Beezy said it, y'all. I didn't say it. Beezy said it. Well, Beezy, I mean, you're right. And the thing is, here's the accountability is an issue. And I just honestly, in my personal opinion, I think very highly of black people, right? I think very highly of our community because I know what we're capable of. I know the quality that we bring to the table. But at the same time, there's a mentality shift that needs to happen to where we go away from complaining and going into a direction of competing. The problem is you have to compete together, right? As a unit in order to battle what people like to describe as systemic racism. And so my thing is the only way to fight that is to create your own system.
Well, I think it may not be disingenuous on your part, but I think it's disingenuous on the American government part to spew that out. And, certain people that spew that out, get your bootstraps on your own, figure it out and give you these anecdotal experiences. But that's how people do this. However, there was a flood of immigrants that came into this country when Black folks freed from slavery. And the government gave them land, opened up A&T universities for these uneducated people to go out there and build business and build the agriculture of this country and, get their foot in this country, right? But for us, it was like, well, you can't get that. You're not getting that land. You're not getting this free education. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we get free education now, but what they were giving them was a business, an education, land, finances, everything you need to build that.
So why keep asking something from someone who's already proven time after time they're not going to give it to you?
No, I don't think that we should be asking. I think we should be taking. And not in the sense of like violently, but like using your politics, using your money, using your platforms, right? To go out here building, together, group economics, doing the work, right? Because we can take it. We watch everybody else come in here and get it. You know what I'm saying? So I think the conversation needs to switch to solutions as to, okay, this is the next step for us. And then we need to ride that conversation rather than riding about who's right or wrong about who owes who what.
Yes, correct. You have to make the government give reparations. You can't ask them. There's no incentive because again, Black people are technically at the bottom. And so someone has to be at the bottom. That's just how the reality works. Right? If Black people start taking over power, getting all this, someone's gonna have to replace that, right? So that's just reality. So who's gonna volunteer to be at the bottom, right? Everybody can't be at the top. Everybody can't be a leader. There has to be followers. Everybody can't be an entrepreneur. Someone has to work. What's happening is people don't want to look at the reality of the situation. You can't get this power. You can't get ownership without sacrifice. What are you willing to sacrifice? Martin Luther King did something crazy, 365 days worth of a boycott before they got that power back. Right. And so again, I think you gotta fight. Like you said, if you're not in it to fight, then you're not going to get anything. Asking doesn't get anything. You have to fight with your dollars. You got to fight economically. You have to fight with your vote. And so there's a multitude you never have to throw a stone. Black people never have to march. Marching is unnecessary. It's good to get the attention, but at the end of the day, without the follow through, it means absolutely nothing.
Well, we're not selfish enough.
Yes.
In my opinion.
I agree.
Because I believe that when we go and act for change, we include so many people in that change. And what they do is they have the knowledge and the connections to their country and the political prowess. And, they have all these things. So they ride our backs into the change of laws and then they step right on over us, and go grab it,
But one could argue, though, that, it's good to take away the positive that you see from other ethnic groups that are doing certain things. Learn from what people are already doing. Look at how people are building and setting up their communities. Like we gotta take certain things and actually build on and grow, right? And so I feel like here's my problem. I'm a problem solver. That's what I was hired to do, right? And so I like to solve problems based off of things that I can control. What I can control and what I can't control are two totally different things. I can't control whether or not the government gives reparations. Should they give it? Absolutely. But if they don't give it, I need to be able to create a plan and a strategy based off of that alone. I have to be able to move off of that. So I think one of the things that I see often is that the conversation starts and stops with reparation. The reality is there's so much work to do even outside of reparations that needs to be done in order to see this thing take off like it needs to. And so let me ask you this though, just in closing, because I got some people filling up in the back. Let me ask you this. Tell me something that you do disagree with in reference to the conversation. And I know I haven't got into the whole length of the stream yet, but is there something that you do disagree with that you want
Yeah.
to? Yeah, let me hear
Yeah,
you.
I think you kind of like, pushes away from looking at what happened, like the past, and kind of like focus on other areas. But like I said, I work in IT, right? So I work with some machine learning stuff, and I know what these folks are doing, looking at data, right, and using data to their advantage. And I
Yeah.
think you got to use all of that, right? I think that's my disagreement, is that you try to like omit the past, right? That's my
Okay.
disagreement.
Okay.
But I feel like when you
Well,
look at,
let me stop you right there real quick. Let me say this. So I think what happens in conversations is that I can acknowledge the past, but then I'm also moving towards the conversation where the solution is. And I try to combat the misinformation. And so, for example, I've heard people say that a lot, right? And I
about
think,
you.
yeah, yeah, since I started the stream. So, but when we have a conversation and start diving into everything, people's like, okay, I understand now. I promise you, it's not that I'm trying to admit the past. What I'm trying to do is let us acknowledge it, and then let's move forward to the next stage of the conversation.
But you
What it
can't
what
move forward properly if you're not looking at the past and learning from the past, right? Because we're stuck in um a descriptive side of things, right? Just talking
Mhm,
about describing what happened, right? But
mhm.
then you have actually like predictive side, predicting based on what happened in the past, what's going to happen in the future, right?
So let me ask you this. So did 400 years ago have an impact on you being successful today?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in IT. You went into the military. Thank you for your service as well. I meant to say that. So, what's different from your experience than someone else's experience who was also successful or maybe not be successful? How has the past of 400 years ago impacted you from being successful?
Well, the biggest thing is affirmative action. I take advantage of black and diversity programs that these companies throw out there to make themselves feel good. I
Right?
go get my piece of the pie. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like I take
Absolutely.
it. So if it wasn't for that 400 years, they wouldn't have these programs today. That makes it easy for me to walk right in the door because I have the credentials, but I'm a black man. So they say, hey, we need to get him into IT. I
We
take
need
advantage
we,
of it.
we need to we need to get our black quota.
Right. But
But
I've figured out to understand the system that I'm in and find ways to take advantage of the system and not just cry about the things that can potentially hurt me or harm me in the system.
but what I'm saying is how is that 400 years ago kept you from being successful? Because some argue that because of 400 years ago, black people can't get ahead. I'm looking at you, and based on your story, you are ahead, right? Like you are successful. You've accomplished the things that you set yourself to. Um, who has held you back? Who has attempted to hold you back? And was it a white person? And I'm just asking, just for the sake of the conversation.
I mean, there have been times in my life, like when I moved, 'cause I live in Atlanta, right? When I
Hmm.
moved to Georgia from the Northeast, I was robbed by the police, and I was, treated a certain way by white people, at jobs. I was a manual labor at first. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So I was held back from opportunity, and I saw my white counterparts be mentored and given the toolage to get ahead. And I was just, hey, just make sure you're here on time and you stay until it's time to leave. Don't do
Right.
nothing wrong. And they were given opportunity. They were given grace when they didn't know something. I was looked at like you were dumb. You know what I'm saying? You a dumb black guy because you don't know how to do it. So the thing is that if I didn't have my own way of thinking and I
Right.
didn't have the competitive spirit and nature that I have, yeah, I would have failed today and just been a victim, right? I'd have been a victim. But at the end of the day, I'm just built and wired different. So I didn't let it hold me back.
All right. So I think that's a great response because I myself have experienced similar things, even working on the force, right? My thing is this, though. There's only one way to fix that problem, right? What would you say for all black people who experience something similar or minority who experience something similar? What is the only way to fix that problem? There's
Well,
only
this is my way, right? My way to fix the problem is to predict what's coming in the future whether it's technology, business, whether it's the culture shift in this country. Be aware of what's happening in the future and beat them to the punch.
What's happening with Kanye West right now?
What's happening with Kanye West right now is Kanye West wanted to get out of a deal because he felt like a slave, and he used the Jewish community to do it, because he know in America, if you say anything wrong about them, they're gonna cut your deal. They're not even gonna want to.
How can they do that? How are they able to do that though?
Because there is power, there is political power, there are backdoor conversations that happen in these offices.
What do they have? What do they have that black people don't have?
Well, they have numbers and they have loyalty, and they
don't got numbers.
Well, they have the dollars, those numbers. They got the banks, those numbers.
Well, what's happened is we're living in someone's house, right? And then we're asking them, we're trying to tell them how we want to live in their home and how we want to play in their home. And they're saying, nah, you can't play like that. If you want to do what you want to do, you got to build your own house. You guys, it's just that simple. And it doesn't make it right. I'm not saying it's fair, because it's not fair, but this is life, right? The reality is you are operating in someone else's home. They make the rules. They put the food on the table. They tell you what time to be home. They treat you how they want to treat you. The only answer is to build your own house. That's it. That's it. The only control people have is the control that you give them. Black people gave all their control away to everybody. So now we have to acquiesce to everybody. And so the reality is, the question is, why are we not building our own house? Because to your point, here's how I look at it, because I'm a solution-based person. If you build your own house and you dictate the terms of your own home, see, when you can't get a job in the house that's built for black people, you can't blame it on race anymore. You can't blame it on class. You can't blame it on anything. But if you are building your own institutions, support your own institutions, create wealth within those own institutions, then you'll start seeing the change. The problem is we don't own anything. If you don't own anything, we are a consumer-based community, meaning that our expenses is someone else's stream of income. Mm-hmm. Literally, right? Literally. Everything you expense on a day-to-day basis is someone else's stream of income. We don't own anything, right? 80% of us play in sports, all black players. I think it's 70% NBA, 80% NFL, I think something like that. It's crazy high. But we don't own any of the teams. How is that possible? Right? So again, when we start looking at this, the lack of ownership is why we have the problems that we have and why we have to acquiesce. That's why you have someone who owns these big corporate entities could say, I don't like what you said about my religion. I don't like what you said about my people. You know what? You're done. We're canceling you. Right? They can only do that because, okay, where are you going to go? They did that to Nick Cannon. And Diddy was like, hey, why don't you come over here? And Nick was like, nah, I like the money's better over here. So again, we got to be able to look at the real issue. At the end of the day, if you don't own nothing, you don't control nothing, you don't have a say so.
I want to say one more thing. I know you got other people waiting.
No, you go ahead.
I think there's an opportunity for black people that we're playing in someone else's house, right?
Right.
But there's a world out here, right? And by the time we graduate high school, we've learned skills and things that if we take in other parts of the world, we're somebody. We can get an online job, making minimum wage here, go to another country and be living in the middle class, right? It's called geographical arbitrage, right? I know a lot of people that do it, I do it, and
make your money too, save a lot.
Right, you save a lot of money, right? So you got to be able to get in and out the system when you want to. You know what I mean? So if you're not able to move around this world and build people all over this world, then you always look at America as that's it. That's all that life is about. But it's so much more out here that people just haven't been exposed to enough at a young age. And I do think that's a problem. More exposure will open your mind up a little bit more.
Agreed 100%. And I think we have to get into a mindset that the community needs to be responsible for doing these things for the community. No one else is responsible. No one else is going to care to do it. It falls on us to do it. I think that's the moral of the story. Is at the end of the day, you guys, this is going to fall on us. Regardless who caused the problem, guess what? They don't care. And at the end of the day, we are going to have to build this thing up for ourselves and then really hold ourselves to it.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for coming up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
All right.
Peace.
Peace. All right. Gizuri. I need to figure out how to pronounce your name, brother. I'm going to bring you up in 1 second, bro. I'm going to bring up Chris. Chris is up first. Chris, what's going on, man? What's going on?
Sure. What's up? Let me pull this down. What's good though, man?
Man, living the dream. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I was kind of listening in, but at the same time I was reading something. But if Giz was gonna speak on the same point, I don't mind sharing the screen time with him. But
the screen time?
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Giz, what's good?
Missouri, hello.
All right. Trifecta,
right? So the one thing that I wanted to touch on, right? And this is loosely based off of some data and loosely based off of what I think is just logic, right? As far as the economics of crime.
Okay.
Right. And I think that we were saying that, or some people in the chat were agreeing with the point that economics to some degree does play a part in criminal activity.
Yes.
80%.
What did he say?
He said
80%. It does.
So give me the stat. 80%. What are you saying?
What you said. Basically, when you create an environment for people and you suppress them, not only through economics, but also emotionally, mentally, you make things harder for them. You can basically make them subservient to violence or to robbery, to prostitution, to drugs in order to cope with everyday life. So social, when he said economics, social economics does play a big part in that because it is a design system that's created. Make no mistake, the Caucasian scientist Margaret Thatcher, which was a person who was part of Planned Parenthood, those people understood that they could create this particular structure that would keep people mentally impeded and they would produce more negative behavior and actions. That's just one person that was in on it. You have so many people that came together collectively to try to suppress the greatest people in the world, and we were the first original people here.
We can't be that great if we fell for it.
Well, we fell for it, but let me tell you why you fell for it. If you take a mice and show them cheese and put poison in it, and they eat the cheese because they think it's to help them and they die, how can you blame the mice?
Yeah, so so to your point though, and then Chris, I'll let you chime in. My thing is this: well, I call it psychological warfare.
That's what it is.
Is what it is, and so it's actually still taking place today. What you're omitting though is a choice that people have to.
We have a choice now.
So okay, so let's so I don't want to dive too much in. I'm gonna let Chris.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Chris.
So yeah, I think just, in a general sense, right, we all got to accept the fact that money plays a much bigger role in our lives than we all would like to believe. Right. And I think that when you have a society that is built on capitalism and where money and advertising, mean more to, the general flow of the economy than anything else, I think it's reasonable to come to the conclusion that people that don't have, as much as others are always going to result to crime. And not necessarily with the conscious idea that like, oh, I'm poor, let me do something. But we know that low-income neighborhoods don't tend to do as well as in school. We know low-income neighborhoods don't tend to have two parents in the same household, right? So when you combine all of the factors in one way or the another, money's going to be related to it. Now, you might be able to pull a study that disagrees with that, but they don't necessarily consider all of the factors and how money plays a part in every part of our life. You understand what I'm saying? So
yes, sir.
And I think that if you look at most countries around the world, we'll find that most blue collar crimes are done by people in low income neighborhoods. So there is, and in fact, I was just briefly looking it up, like the Brookings Institute found a direct correlation between economics and crime. So obviously, it's 2022, the internet, you can find 1,000 articles that agree with you, 1,000 that disagree with you.
True.
But I think we would all agree, if we could somehow magically give every person in America today $1 million, I think we would understand that tomorrow there will be a lot less crime. People would have a lot
Agreed.
more to do, and it wouldn't be robbing, stealing, killing. People would just magically have stuff to do now. I got $1 million. I ain't got time to kill nobody right now. So I just think that, like, not to gloss it over, and again, not to take away the accountability from the individual, because I'm big on the individual accountability. But if we're just looking at the why and the how we got here, we have to acknowledge the money part of it.
I agree with you, and I'll give my one pushback is that you
Put your
can't.
tattoo down, man. We ain't trying to see that. What you doing?
I'm sorry. I was holding my big head up. My head pretty big.
No, I'm just playing with you. Got my bad, Nate. Go ahead.
You good, bro? You good? I would say my only pushback would be the only variable that wasn't added to this conversation is culture, right? We look at culture,
Social economics.
and you got to factor in culture, American culture. You got to factor in Black culture into the conversation, because looking at socioeconomics alone is not going to give you a accurate enough picture. And this is why I say this. There was a study done back in your hometown, brother, New York, right? And they were looking at, now
One
I
city.
agree, there's a correlation. There's a correlation with economics and poverty. I agree. What I'm saying, it's not the cause, right? It's not the cause, but there is a correlation. So we do agree there. There was a study done in New York recently, and they were wanting to examine poverty and crime. What they looked at was the Asian community in New York. The Asian community had a higher they had a higher number of poverty-stricken Asians in New York. The poorest Asians were greater than the entire Black population in New York. All right, so let me run it back. Poor Asians accounted for more regular Black folks, the entire Black population in New York City. All right, this is the study that they did, and what they found out was the Asians that were poor, they committed less crime, way less crime than the Black community that actually lived in New York who were above poverty. And so when they broke down this study, what they found was that the only thing that they can attribute to this anomaly was that culture. Culture had a lot to do with it. So you could take the poorest group who outnumbered middle class and above within the Black community. They represented less of the poorest population of Asians. And the poor Asians didn't commit not even half as much crime as Black people who were living above the poverty line. So that's why this argument becomes so tricky, and you have to add in the context of culture. When you add in American culture, the greed, the selfishness, the desire to be important, materialism, we know that bleeds over into everything. We know what happens when someone from Africa or other countries, Asia, whatever, and they decide to come into the US and they become what? Americanized, right? Next you know, you got that Asian girl, she's like, I gotta get these BBLs, right? Where you get that from, right? You have Muslims who come over here, and next you know, they're like, I think I want to take this hijab off, right? So you have culture play such a big part on how you look at society, your value system, your views of morality, and just how you socialize and engage in the things that you value, right? And so I think what's important when we have that conversation is also we make sure we examine, hey, American culture is like this: greed, selfishness, entitlement, materialism. These things are rooted and embedded in American culture, which is extremely cancerous. And that's why people who come here from other countries tend to get tainted by it as well.
It's
What are your
propagated
thoughts?
by the music.
Well, I think to your point though, right? Most of those cultural groups that you named come from Eastern countries, right? So this is a Western issue because in Western cultures we tend to value material things.
That's
We
correct.
tend to value, social status,
Correct.
and these things of a much more importance here than in China. And I think that even in China today, there's more people in China that are living below the poverty line than the United States. So that's something that's a part of their culture. They don't want much. They don't need much. Therefore, it doesn't produce the same outcome. But what I'm simply talking about is Western culture,
Okay.
Western societies, and how we have, again, yeah, we're here, but we didn't cultivate the system, right?
Right.
We all know that in America, money is of the utmost importance. It's so important that corporations spend more money on advertising than they do the products that they're trying to sell us.
Yep.
So they understand that even the human mind, if we put it in your head enough, we're going to make you want this. You're going to desire this. So every materialistic person in America didn't come out the womb this way.
True.
This was just simply a person
Predictive
who,
programming.
exactly, they fell victim to the environment. So I agree with you. Culture does play a big role, but we're not going to change the American culture, the Black culture, anytime soon. That would take generations upon generations of changing. So if we're being fair to how life is here, the reason why most people that are, whether they're at the poverty line, below 40,000, 50,000, these people result to crime, I think more, is simply because, materialism, for one, is shoved down their throats. And again, we know that money affects the home, it affects your education, it affects, the two-parent households. Money is the number one reason why people get divorced, or at least it's in the top three.
That's
So it does play much more of a factor here in our American culture than it does in Eastern cultures. And that's the whole debate with the the manosphere and relationships. So we do have a culture problem, but if I'm being honest, are we gonna change anytime soon? You know what I mean? So what can we do?
And then let me get your response. But I'll say this real quick, Chris. I agree with you. I think the challenge that I find myself putting myself in these conversations is bringing insight, so we're not distracted on the wrong conversations, and we're focusing on the right conversations in order to start leading us in the right direction. And I think so often when we start talking about these things, we get lost in color, and we miss, not to say color doesn't matter.
Mm.
If color matters, I say 25%, but then there's that's a quarter of the problem.
75.
Great to always be.
Nah, it can't be. It can't be 75. It can't be 75%.
65.
Damn, hell no. It's I say a quarter. Be realistic, because if you think about it, we are this is why we can't play games, right? We're the number one consumers, right?
Number one.
Number one. What does that have to do with color? We have the color. We got green. We got green. I'm not talking about the green you smoke, right? I'm talking about the green you spend, right? $1.6 trillion last year. So again, so when we say race is an issue, like the brother who came on earlier, Beezy, what did
Popcorn.
he say? He said that
Corn pop.
not corn pop. Corn pop's still trying to get on. We're trying to get him up. 25%. King T here. Another New York brother. Y'all are wild. Shout out to you, King T. I say 25%. I say 25% because I think we don't give ourselves enough credit on our power, on our economic power. You get what I'm saying? When you say 75%, what you were telling me, what I take from that is that you're saying that Black people aren't good enough to make a change because our color itself is the biggest factor that's holding us back.
That's not what I was saying.
No, but that's how it could be interpreted.
From you.
From others. If you say 70% of the issues is color related, and when you have issues of no discipline in spending, a lack of financial education, right? Dysfunctional homes, broken communities. You get what I'm saying? And then when you think
Yes.
about what ends up, the government can't fix that. The government can't fix it, and they more likely won't fix it. And
Well, they
so,
help institute it.
but the point is, it doesn't, of course, because again, at the end of the day, someone has to be at the bottom. And we make more money for this country at the bottom than we will at the top. So if we spend $1.6 trillion last year, we spent more than the military, right?
We
So
did.
so the question is, if we are spending more than the military budget, they spent over $400 billion, we spent 1.6 trillion. So again, we got it. We got this. We're just putting the money in the wrong places. The
Agree.
the lack of delayed gratification, these things matter. No one is responsible for that but us. That's accountability. So when you
Now no one is responsible.
we'll see again, and this is what Beasley was talking about, because I want to move the conversation from 400 years ago until today, right? People have.
Wait, you can't omit the past.
I'm not omitting it. I'm saying we're moving forward.
We trying to.
Okay, so let's say this then. Let's say this. What are your thoughts? Do you believe that Black people cannot be successful because of what happened 400 years ago?
Absolutely, I do not believe that. I believe that you can be whatever you want to be within reason. You made a statement when the young man was on before us. You said that we were in someone else's house and they made the rules. Let me dispel that misnomer. We're not in anyone's house. They came into our house, Turtle Island. That's what it was called first. And they wrote their own rules and tore down our liberty and our freedom, reprogrammed us, wrote us off our land, wrote us out of our different jobs, covered some of our lands in water, destroyed our Black Wall Street because we had more than one Black Wall Street. Even with the Black Panther, everything they did was to try and crush us and mentally suppress us. So if you have 269 years of slavery on paper, because the 13th Amendment ended it December the 6th, I think like 1883 or something, like 1865. It's when
1864. Yeah.
1865, December the 6th, is when they wrote the 13th Amendment in order to abolish slavery. So if you have that, and we did had a small break, then you had the polices that were created to suppress us. You said that Black Lives Movement said that the police were not our problem. I completely disagree with that. Racist police is a problem in the Black community because they come from a different plight of life, so they won't have sympathy for us like you had for the young man where you paid for his food and gave him a ticket. So then you also said that someone has to be at the bottom. Technically, with all the money that we make and spend, $30 billion in beauty, $200+ million in clothing, designer labels, and stuff like that. This stuff and the money that we spend, we don't have to be at the bottom. We choose to be at the bottom from this point forward because, like you said earlier, the gentleman said, we lack accountability. But if you have this music, and if you don't have parents teaching their children that this is psychological warfare, they play this stuff continuously in music because they know on the frequency that they play it on, it goes into our subconscious and we act them out. We are no more than flesh computers. If you program some people a certain kind of way, and if they don't have the proper resistance and being taught certain things, which will be considered as a firewall to protect them from the negativity, to teach them that you don't have to go that way, to teach them that this is not the right way to go. The Jews, which they stole that. You should look up that. The Jews, they were not the original Jews.
All
They
right,
were no
hold on.
more than Caucasian people.
Right. So yeah. You want to take us down the yellow brick road? Go ahead.
Before we get down the yellow brick road, because he mentioned slavery. What we got to understand though is that white people didn't invent slavery.
No, we did.
Slavery existed in all parts of the world, and
It did.
there were a good number of Africans that gave Africans to the white man. Right?
Exactly.
So what we know about this planet is that it's about winners and losers, right? Nature teaches us that the best, right? When the gazelles
Speaking
run
of
through
fraud, survival of the fittest.
exactly. right? And you can't get mad necessarily at them for winning. They won, right? Was the conditions
For now,
wrong?
they
For
stole it.
now. Well, I mean, like, okay, they stole it, but the people that they stole it from, they won. They won the war. You know what I'm saying? Like, we
They
have
won
to
the
be able.
battle. The war should still be fighting. We're
Let
still
the
fighting the
man
war.
finish. All right.
However you want to phrase it, but you get my point, right? To some degree, we got to accept life is about winners and losers. Everybody can't have a mansion, right? Right? Like I made the statement earlier. If we gave everybody $1 million, that's never going to happen, right? So the people that get the $1 million are going to be people that work harder than others, or that figure out a way to do it. So we have to just be willing to accept that, put our feelings to the side. Were there some things done wrong? Absolutely. There was nothing good about all of the things that happened after slavery, but you know, we lost, right? In more ways than one. So we have to start thinking now about how do we win, you know what I mean? And want to win, because that's the only thing that's going to change our circumstances. These conversations are good, you know, to reflect on what happened, but we can't stick with that, man. At some point, we just have to say it happened. That's it. That's it. There's no reason to bring this back up, right? This is not like a criminal in court with an armed robbery charge and they bring up the fact that he had 3 more. The past is relevant in that sense. In this sense, it doesn't benefit us much to keep reflecting on what they did to us. You know, so I just think that we got to just start to change our mindset so we can win. You know, because everybody can't win. So it's like either you're going to change your mindset and decide, like, you know what? Let me get in the game to win versus let me get in the game to get a handout to say that I'm hurt or I'm a victim of this. And I feel like we argue more so about that, like what we're victims of instead of what we could win at, you know? So, but that's just my 2 cents. So
I think
we could go back down the yellow brick road if you want.
Yeah, well, no, we can't go back down the yellow brick road because it's going to take us too far off topic for another show. But I will say this: I think some people look at the problem differently, right? And the way you explained it, Chris, is the same way I look at it. I look at it. This is essentially it's competition. You can't, you said earlier you talked about the psychological warfare. Yeah, their whole objective is to be number one. You got to still, every group has their own killer instinct. They have their own drive. They have their own competitive edge. We have a competitive edge and we give it away, right? We are I want to say we're inventors, we're entertainers, we're athletes. We contribute so much financially to this country. We just don't own, right? We just don't own. We don't have that leverage, and so Kanye West said what he said, and then people start canceling him, right? He loses the deal here, lost a deal here, right? Okay, so on the outside, people are like, wow, look at all the power these people have. You know what black people should probably say? Oh, Adidas cut them to the curb. Okay, we're going to stop supporting Adidas too. That's how you do it, but are we going to do that? No, probably not, right? So, again, at the end of the day, there has to be one band, one sound. And that's not what's going on. Everybody wants to be an individual within this community. And so this is what we're starting to see, a lot of the biggest issues. But I I look at it like this: at the end of the day, if this was war, this is war. And everyone wants to play and ask for fairness and be treated fairly. And that's not how the game works. And I think the problem is some people understand that and other people don't understand that. This is about competition for money, for power. And we are asking people to treat us fairly. No one cares. No one wants to treat you fair. People want to make money. They want to take what you have by any means necessary. And if you're not moving with that mentality, you're going to fail, right? It's about competition. You have to get up and get on a grind. You got to punch the clock in. If you don't, you fail. As men, if we don't work hard and get on the grind, we're under somebody's bridge, period. No one's coming to save you. The community has to have the same exact mentality. Stop saying that someone needs to do this thing. No, you put yourself in position to get what you need, period. And people say, again, we keep talking about I think Chris said it perfectly. It's not that we are not acknowledging the history. No one is never doing that. You have to acknowledge it. What we're saying is now that we know it, we understand it, we know what happened, Yeah, we know about Black Wall Street and all the other 40 cities. Yes, we know that. We're not downplaying that. We're saying, okay, now what? How do we grow from that? How do we keep this from repeating? How do we maneuver ourselves strategically and like, how do we do the next step? And what happens is when you try to have that conversation, people want to shut it down because you're not saturating yourself in the emotional conversation of slavery and what's going on systemically. Yes, systemic issues. Okay, cool. Start your own system, right? Start your own system. You know, so again, let me I want to go through this video and I'm gonna drop you guys down. I want to play this video and then I want to get your thoughts on it. All right. And if you guys got to go, I understand. I don't want to keep you guys too long, but I want to play this video. And there's three clips I got to play tonight that I want to play for everybody, and I want to get everybody's thoughts on it. So don't go too far away if you guys still got time to hang tight. Right? You good?
All right.
All right. Let me drop you down. Dre, I should have brought you over with the whole crew on the Dre over here eating. Dre over here eating. I'm gonna bring you back up, Dre, when I bring Chris up. Let me play this video, you guys. 6 Burr. Bro, I've been waiting for you to come up, man. You was talking all that stuff in the back. You can come up, man. I want you to have a conversation. Michi left me. She's mad. She's mad at me. Michi's gonna cuss me out, y'all. Let me see. Michi's gonna cuss me out when there are real slave interviews on YouTube. Can't just let this go. Let me show this video. This happened in Atlanta, you guys. I want to show this real quick. This happened a couple days ago over by Lenox Mall. Crazy. Oh man, is it not gonna play? Damn. Oh man, I hate when it does that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up instead because this look like it don't want to play. Don't worry, I got. Give me 1 second, you guys. Let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. Is it on here? Yeah. All right, check this out. I wanna play this clip for us. Move from studio. Share screen. I swear this thing's like hit or miss sometimes. All right, this happened in Atlanta, you guys. I had the video, but I wanted to show this because this is one of the biggest issues I have when we have this conversation about policing, police encounters, why there are negative outcomes, why this isn't a race thing. But I want to show you what happens. And I'm curious to know people's excuse for this right here, for this behavior. But let's go ahead and play this real quick. Hold up. Damn, is there a way I can zoom in on this? Oh man. I had the video, y'all. Trust me, I'll be prepared, but sometimes stuff just happens. How do I play the whole video? All right.
Oh, he running. Oh, he running. One got out. Damn, he running. That nigga hit it.
Okay, this ain't the right video. Where's the video? For those who don't know, this is ATL Scoop. This is actually a really, really dope Instagram page. Yes, fair use. Damn, I hate the video. You guys, I had the video for y'all and everything. Let me see if the video play again. Give me 1 second. Let me try to pull this up. This is a high-speed chase. High-speed chase. And I hope it plays.
Black SUV for a
Oh, okay. You know what? I know what to do. We're gonna have to just get it from the internet. Damn. Mm-hmm. One second. I want to see the video. Damn, I wanted to show y'all this, but we might not be able to see it in Atlanta. Where is it at? You guys, I don't know why I won't play. Oh, you know what I could do? I think I figured it out. Let me do this. So you got to think on the fly, you guys. So one of the biggest issues with this conversation is that, I try to ask people, what are your thoughts? How do you really feel about, let me share the entire screen. Oops. Why does it keep going to that? Here we go. Here we go.
Brookhaven police have just pulled over this black SUV for a traffic violation.
All right. This is a high-speed chase, you guys. Fair use. There's no shooting, no violence in this. But I want to use this. Happened recently. This happened October 14th here in Atlanta, and I wanted to share this with you guys on the stream. But wanted to point out, because we're having a conversation about police interactions within our community and what ends up happening a lot of times. Listen, we have these conversations. I'm not to say that officers aren't abusing power. That's not what this is about. We're talking about situations where people put themselves in harm's way. They do things that create a negative interaction with the police. In this situation right here, we're going to play this video, you guys. Let me get your thoughts on it. Now, they're pulling this car over on a traffic stop, right? They're pulling this car over. There's a suspected wanted person in the vehicle on the passenger side. And this is what happens, right?
They have reason to believe a suspect with a felony warrant.
Sorry, I had the thing on mute, you guys. My bad. All right, where was I? Listen, so this situation here. Appreciate it, King. I love King T, you guys. King T, anytime King T in the chat, he always put the caps on. Can y'all hear me good? Dre, can you hear me? Thumbs up. Dre, can you hear me? Dre don't ever be paying attention. He's supposed to be my. Oh, okay, all right. Dre, I can see you on the backstage, Dre. All right, there you go. So here's the thing, right? The reason why I'm showing this is because if we're having a conversation about police encounters with the Black community, you have to have an honest conversation. You have to include the behaviors, you have to include the actions, you got to include the crime, you got to include the reasons, you got to include the evidence, you got to include whether or not there was a chase, a foot chase, car chase. You have to include all those details, you guys. This is why I say it's hard to just look at the proportions of police encounters versus white and say it's racist. If you're not factoring all these other things, you have to dissect it. What I'm saying is this is a surgical conversation. You have to look at each incident individually to understand what actually took place so that you can get a better picture, a very well-rounded picture of what's actually taking place in order to examine whether or not this is in fact a racist encounter or an outcome, or was this just a fatal outcome because of several choices that were made during said outcome with the police, right? If you're not examining case by case, you're having a flawed argument, okay? So in this video right here, this is in Atlanta, it just happened last week. The police pull a car over. The driver gets out the car with his hands up, right? The passenger climbs over to the driver's seat and he starts driving off. This is where we are.
He turns into oncoming traffic and then jumps the median. We've only ran him twice. He's still in pursuit. Still on Linux, speeds about 50. Check our number by GSP, NAPD. Hey, Schuler, take bells on foot. Don't get out of the car.
All right, so what do we see here, you guys? High-speed chase, residential neighborhood. They're going above 50 miles per hour. They're trying to stop the driver. What's the problem with this situation? Obviously, innocent people can obviously get hurt. The driver who's running away from the police can get hurt. You guys, I've seen situations like this where the driver wrecks, they fly out the windshield, they get killed, all from this encounter with the police, right? I've seen people get hurt from these high-speed chases. So again, let's continue. Let's see how this whole thing unfolds.
High speed 85. Coming up with East Texas Ferry. Stewart, you can get him one more time. They set up for another pit maneuver.
All right. What they do, you guys, they try to initiate what we call a pit maneuver, where they basically take out the back wheels of the car, cause you to spin out or fishtail or whatever, and ultimately try to stop the vehicle. They're trying to stop the driver. The driver is like, I'm not stopping. I'm not going to jail, right? This is what we see, right? What do we call this, you guys? We call this resisting. We call this resisting arrest, fleeing, attempting to elude arrest. The danger that this person is putting himself in and the people around them in, you guys, all this does is increase the risk of this person's safety, right? Or their health, their physical health and well-being from the hands of the police or from themselves. So let's continue.
And he gets away again. Looks like the fourth time's a charm. The suspect takes off on foot, and they release the canine.
All right. All right. So he just happened to be a brother. I didn't know he was black, right? I didn't know he was black. He just happened to be black. He came out the car. We didn't know. All right. So what do you see? The dog is on him. The officers are like, okay, listen, get on the ground. His hands are up. Okay. These officers are trained very well. This is another thing we have to talk about. If you're not factoring in how well trained the officers are, you have some officers that would have probably panicked if he would have moved the wrong way and shot him. And guess what, you guys? The law, 9 times out of 10, would have probably justified it. right? Would have justified it. But you have to understand why they would have justified it, right? You would think after all of that, okay, y'all got me, hand out the window. All right, y'all got me. You got me. No, he got out. He attempted to run. The dog got him. He gave up after all of that. After all of that, you guys, this is what I'm saying. You have to factor all these things in. You have to, or you're having a disingenuous conversation, right? So what happened with this brother right here? All right.
And now the canine releases the suspect, who's quickly handcuffed and placed under arrest.
All officers are code 10. Suspect is in custody. Start your response.
Great police work. Great police work, right? The brother's still alive, right? The officers are safe. The citizen is safe. Regardless of what he did, his actions does not mean he should have lost his life within this police encounter, right? But what happens, you guys? Sometimes people lose their life from doing things like this because there's so many variables that come into the mix of an altercation with a law enforcement officer. What we just witnessed was a guy who allegedly has a warrant for murder, right? For murder. And he did whatever he could to get away. I want to show you another video because this is why when we have these conversations, people are extremely disingenuous. Extremely disingenuous. Which one is it? Oh, you know what? It is on. It's on here. Warning, graphic video. All right. We're all clear. Graphic video. Warning, graphic video. There's shooting in this. There's shooting in this. Listen, you guys, I don't even care at this point anymore. Hardly any of my videos get monetized because I'm always showing crazy stuff. Warning, graphic video. All right. Let's play it from a different. Let's play it when you have someone who decides to assault an officer, and what happens? Let me give you some context. This is out here in Florida. The police pulled over this car. The officers were investigating a situation that they were getting some mixed information. Things looked a little suspicious. So the officers separated the occupants out of the vehicle. They put one guy on the trunk of the car while they talked to another passenger. We do this tactic all the time for a lot of different reasons, but in this particular situation, I used to do things like, hey, can you tell me who the driver is? What's your relation to the driver? And you start getting all these weird answers. Stuff doesn't add up. You could think, you could tell things are suspicious. But look how this encounter goes on this traffic stop with these two officers. So the officer is asking him to come out the car because the officer outside wants to talk to him. The guy inside the car is like, "Hey, I'll come out, but my kids are in here. I got a baby in here, and my dog's in here. I don't want to leave my child." The officer's like, "Yeah, I got kids too, man. Don't worry about it. I can watch them. It's not going to be a big deal, right?" There's a child in the car. All right, let's keep that in mind. There's a child in the car. All right. No, I didn't want the. There's a lot of screaming on that video. There's a lot of screaming and shooting, but I mean, I could play it. Let me see. Hold on one second, you guys.
What's that? In the car? All right, partner.
Can everybody hear? Can you hear now? I played it from the computer to keep it from. Dre, can you hear the
He
audio
was talking
video?
to you. Is that all you? Yeah. I'll watch it for you. He's all right. I got babies. Oh, you got a dog too? Hell. I'll make sure they're all right. I got babies too, man. Huh? Okay. Shit! Baby! Shit!
All right. Why did I show that one? I'm sorry, that was extremely graphic, you guys. But the reality is, the job is very graphic. Why do I show that? Because if you're not talking about that incident, if you're not talking about that incident as being a situation where that black man, he did die, right? That officer was shot several times. You know, the officer lived. You know, if I'm not mistaken, that guy had a warrant. You know, he had a warrant for his arrest. He decided he was going to try to kill those two officers. Right? That police officer dumped an entire magazine into him. He was trying to kill them. They were professional. They were respectful. Right? Hey, can you step out the car? We just want to have a conversation. Right? He turned his back. He gets out the car and he starts trying to kill the officers. That black man died that day. He represents a black man who died by the hands of a police officer. If you don't factor that into this conversation, your argument is flawed. Your argument's flawed. I'm going to show you another video. Show you another video. All right, show you another video. Before I get into this video, let me do the super chat. BZ, thank you so much. He said, I appreciate the work you're doing, bro. Our community needs it. BZ, I appreciate you. You was talking trash in the chat, but I appreciate you coming on. No, BZ, one, I appreciate you, man. I really appreciate you. And again, this isn't, sometimes it comes off as pointing the finger, but these conversations are needed for us to get the right mindset into addressing the issue so that we can move in the right direction. You know, I'm going to genuinely give you guys the truth. The truth hurts sometimes and it's hard to swallow, but no one else is going to be honest. Everybody else I've seen on YouTube doing it, you guys, they're making money. I'm not here to make money off of anybody. I'm here to give a genuine, honest perspective so that we can look at these situations differently and not get caught up in the media manipulation that's going on or the emotional manipulation that's taking place. You guys, I'm saying we have to look at these things case by case by case. in order to truly understand what the problem is. Everything is not a race issue with these encounters with the police. You know, BZ, thank you so much, brother. I really, really appreciate that. And again, thank you for your service as well. Love the military vets. Shout out to Corn Pop, man. I don't know what's wrong with your sound, brother. We gotta get you on the thing, man. So the headphones, so you can come up, man. I definitely want to hear what you had to say. Absolutely want to hear what you had to say. But thank you so much. You got to come back. Got to get you back up here. Shout out to Seattle Black Veteran. I saw it yesterday. Shout out to TLA. He had his 200K celebration, man. Jeez, man. That brother's channel is booming. Seattle Black Veteran says, salute and respect. Real Nathan Daly. Good show tonight. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Man, I really appreciate you guys. And these are tough conversations, man. Trust me. These are difficult conversations. This is one that I want to share with you guys because I have to be honest with you guys. I know black officers who've been killed by people. White and black people have killed officers, black officers and white officers. You guys, this problem is so bigger than race. There's so many other things wrapped into this, and we get caught up on color so much that we miss all the other issues that equally need the same amount. All I'm saying is we need to put the same amount of attention that we put into the race and to these other issues as well, in order to truly fix the problem, right? All I'm saying is let's not let that be the only thing we get caught up on. That's all I'm saying at the end of the day. Check this out. This happened 2016.
1380. Returns to 2006.
So police are called because a man was harassing people outside of the store. This is not an uncommon situation that officers are responding to, you guys. We respond to these type of things all the time. We have to investigate them. All right. So this is not uncommon at all. But let's go ahead and take a look at this.
Ordering Home Holding Company, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Status is valid. Expired. Transport for material. Temporary stated status is valid. Expired. 06. Correction. 07/15/2016.
All right, so the officer is getting information from dispatch, and dispatch is telling the officer some information, some background information. The officer now is driving around looking for the alleged suspect. Why? Because that's what we do. That's part of our job. Someone calls 911, we got to go and investigate. This is what he's doing, you guys, and this is what ends up happening.
29 clear.
He finds the guy based on the description that was given out.
Dispatch 71023.
Oh, damn.
You want customers from ads much?
No, we don't. Hold on, y'all. Let me get past this ad real quick. Okay. All right, put you back up.
Well, what is he doing again?
He tried to snatch that man bottle of liquor, but the man jumped in the car, was trying to find him back. He got a red
Okay, I see him.
All right, I forgot. I didn't hear what you said. Let's we meet up with the person who called 911. All right. So a black woman who's I guess in the store. I don't know if she's a clerk or she owns a store. She calls 911. This is what it looks like, you guys, when we are policing. This is our own community. This is how it looks. I promise you, this is how it looks.
Hello, how you doing, ma'am?
That tree over there.
Well, what is he doing again?
He tried to snatch that man bottle of liquor, but the man jumped in the car, was trying to find him back. He got a red
Okay, I see him. Dispatch, Echo 7. I'll be out with that subject. Come here, man. Come here for a second. Come here. If you don't, you better stop, or I would. Come here. Come here. Stop. I'm not. Stop. Stop. Take your hands out your pocket. Take your hands out your pocket. If you don't stop, so I'm gonna tase you. I'm not playing with you. Take your hands out your pocket. Take your hands out your pocket. Take your hands out your pocket. Shots fired! Shots fired!
We got to include situations like this in the conversation. These are things you don't hear about, you don't see. When an officer is trying to stop somebody, trying to detain somebody, and then the suspect turns around and open fire on the officer. If we're not having that conversation, you guys, that's a problem, right? There's so many things that take place within a police encounter outside of color. You just can't look at a bunch of numbers and think you understand the problem. You got to look at each situation. And what I often hear when we have these conversations, you guys, is that, oh, Philando Castile. Philando Castile shouldn't have never happened. But it did happen. Unfortunately, situations like that with Philando Castile represent maybe 2% of the problem that's facing, the black community as it relates to police violence or police brutality. And police brutality is not just excluding shootings; it's also excluding excessive use of force, and things of that nature. So not to diminish that or downplay that. What I am saying is, you can't simply say something is racist without knowing the circumstances of the incident. I'm challenging everyone to take time to do research. Find out for yourself. Stop looking at the number itself. Doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell you enough. It might acknowledge that a problem exists. I agree. But let's examine what that problem is. The issue that I have is that all too often people are trying to use the shootings and proportionalities to the whole idea that it has to be racist because it's happening more. Because black people are 2 times more likely to be shot by the police than white people, it must be racist. That's the wrong perception or perspective to have when analyzing this particular problem. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And when you're not accounting for all the other variables that make up a police shooting, you're being disingenuous. You're absolutely being disingenuous. I feel like I probably can't even show the rest of these videos because they haven't been acting right on here.
Well, your fans always want me to ask you, why don't you say anything about police brutality? You never speak out about police killing people.
When last time police done killed a nigga?
That shit happens a lot.
But
it may not be George Floyd media status, but that shit happens a lot.
Okay, so I often look at those statistics. The police shoot more mentally ill white men than anybody. The white boy mama who done called the police on him because he had to have. So if you look at the statistics, the police on the average shoot more white people than they do black people. I'm a guy that's big on statistics. Police shootings, and I want people to really hear me, homie. Police shootings killing the unarmed nigga is the least of our problems in America. It's the least of our problems. They ain't shot now nigga on his way to school. They ain't shot no nigga getting off work. They ain't shot no nigga in a high visibility construction vest. They ain't shot a nigga in no suit.
Well, that's not completely accurate, but we understand his point, right? We understand his point. It's not so much about what a person's wearing per se, but we understand his point. And what he's saying is the idea is that this is not rocket science, right? This isn't rocket science. We got to get to a place where we're being honest and transparent about these encounters that people are having with the police that turn out to be non-productive, unhealthy, dangerous, life-threatening encounters. Every encounter with the police is not somebody sitting down eating a lollipop, right?
They ain't shot now nigga with his pants pulled up and his shirt tail tucked in. They ain't shot it. No. When I watched the country not have no outrage for Tamir Rice, there was no need for me to speak. There was no need for me to speak on police brutality, because police brutality is small compared to black on black homicide rates. Police brutality is small to the 73% of households that are headed by single women.
Now, he's starting to dive into and granted, he's not the authority on these issues, right? So the reason why I pulled this clip, because I like that he's talking about issues that absolutely need to be addressed, that are constantly being overlooked within the community. They need to be addressed, but they're constantly being overlooked. In reference to, if we were to put the same type of energy that we put into what we believe to be the biggest issues, because someone else told us that they are, instead of addressing the real issues that could really shift this thing in the right direction. He talks about the homicide rate. You guys, oftentimes people bring that up, and again, it's not to dismiss police brutality. It's not to dismiss systemic racism within law enforcement, right, or the criminal justice system. It's not to dismiss any of those things. The purpose of bringing it up is to say, on average, we're talking about maybe approximately 200 Black people are killed by the police a year. 250 at best a year. That pales in comparison when you think of last year, 10,000 homicides within the community, and there are organizations that are trying to address that, right? But we're unfortunately, the media and politicians and the propaganda is trying to get us to believe that the police are a threat to the Black community. Are the police a threat to the Black community, you guys? No, they're not. That's the purpose of this stream. Black lies. These are lies, you guys. These are lies. There's a small percentage chance you'll get a really stupid, ignorant, childish, egotistical officer or racist cop. Yeah. Yep. That's a possibility. And there's a possibility that you're not going to get that. And your actions are going to dictate what happens next. We can't ignore that.
Police brutality is small compared to only 36% of Black children can read on or above their grade level. Police brutality is small when you got over 2 million children in the United States of America who suffer from hunger. Nah, homie, that's the least of our problem.
The least of our problems? What do you guys think? Is that the least of our problems? Shit, Dre, let me bring you up real quick because I know time. Let me get your thoughts. Dre, what's good, bro? What's good? Before I dive into it, I was looking at the time. I was like, shit, let me bring you up before it gets too late. My bad, bro. My bad. Hold on, I think you're muted. Chris, where you at? I think Chris still in the back. Let me see what he up to. I'll bring him up too.
Thanks for having me.
Always, bro. Always.
It's quite interesting. It's funny.
Yeah.
I was sitting there chatting. I was at work the other day, and I was sitting there chatting with Chris. So I'm not surprised that he came up on the channel today.
All right. Let me
be beating you up at the workplace.
Hold on, let me bring Chris. Yo, what's good? What's good?
What's up, Playboy?
What up?
Yo. So Dre, this is always a difficult conversation to have. What are your thoughts, just in general? I mean, the whole idea is to try to dispel a lot of inaccuracies that a lot of us end up holding on to, and it just creates a lot of confusion. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way to say, hey, listen, yeah, this is a problem, but it's not the type of problem that you've been led to believe.
See, here's the thing. You first have to understand why it's a problem, right? Mm-hmm. And why the community believes what it believes. It's a lot easier to answer the unanswerable questions when you can have a villain and say, hey, police are disproportionately killing all Black people in the neighborhoods. And that's not true. And unfortunately, that we don't take part in a lot of processes in the legal system and in the community where you can actually see firsthand what's actually going on.
Right.
And you will have the argument, whereas this character assassination of the person who was killed by the police, why do they have to bring up his criminal history? Why do they have to bring up all these past stuff? Because it's relevant. It's relevant. It's not character assassination if the person was walking down the street minding their business and the police encountered him. But that's what the community believes. He wasn't doing anything. He's walking down the street. He was doing this, minding his own business. There's, singing, we're singing in the rain, and the police just decided to bother him. No. Right. And I've said this on more than one occasion on your stream. Like, police officers are inherently lazy. If they can go an entire shift and not have to answer a call or any proactive activity, they will sign up for that. Whether you Black, whites, I don't care how racist they are. If they can sit down in their car and mind their business and play on their phone or make phone calls and eat, they would do that the entire shift.
Yep.
Telling you. So to think that a white person wakes up every morning and says, I'm going to kill me a nigga today, that's not accurate. But what the fact is, we never look at how the police got called in the first place.
Yes.
What happened? How did the police get there? Because before we do anything, we have to have a lawful reason for responding to a certain call. There are times where officers take it upon themselves to do a proactive stop, and there is definitely some, there a lot of biases in that. It might be, because the thing is, like, we think we own the rights in reference to, the biases. Right. If I see a Porsche and a white dude in a predominantly impoverished neighborhood, that car's getting pulled over. Bro, what you doing here?
Mm.
The only thing you can be, in this neighborhood doing is buying some ass or buying some drugs. And it's real.
But to be fair, though,
but they don't think we racially profile white folks, but we do.
Right. But I would like to call it behavioral profiling, and that's the best way to look at it. Unfortunately, officers do profile. I mean, that's a thing, and I think a lot of people don't like to admit it. The profiling is one thing. I think it's the follow up, which is the big issue. How do you, after you've made an assessment or an assumption, because a lot of things we do based on assumptions, within our investigation, looking at the articulable, reasonable suspicions, right? And
Right.
we're factoring that into our investigation. We're looking at the clues. We're looking at the circumstances and situations that are around to make I guess you would say, an educated guess of what could possibly be happening. That's the most simplistic way I can explain it to the audience, is that we are looking at behaviors, we're looking at situations and circumstances, and we are making a guess that something could be happening that's illegal. And then we proceed by investigating after that. I think, from my experience, and I'm curious to know what you think, and Chris, I want to get your thoughts on this. From my experience, I have seen within our community, Black people would look at or confuse the lack of professionalism from a white officer and equate that to the officer being racist. Does that make sense?
I understand. But we had the conversation before about racial insensitivity, not
Right.
racist.
Right.
We have folks that put on their uniform, put that badge on, and don't care about your feelings and what you think. I'm here to do a job.
Right.
I don't know you. You don't know me. You can't character assassinate me, just like I can't character assassinate you, although it's perceived that way by my actions. And it's like, I don't placate. I don't sit down there and co-sign to white officers treating Black people a certain way when I've actually seen Black officers treat Black people a certain way, worse than white people. So you have to understand that I have a larger sample size based on physical and visual experience,
Correct.
opposed to sitting down there and listening to war stories from folks that embellish to make themselves look good. And that's what it is, and we don't question it. And like, yo, that shit don't sound right. But because we want to believe it, because we need to have a villain, because we don't have answers to questions, and it's easier to say the police did it.
Yeah.
It's the police fault. These white racist officers are killing our entire race. They're assassinating us. They're doing that. No, that's not the case.
Right.
That's not the case. And I'm gonna tell you, and I think I told you, we had a private conversation before. Even me and C, Chris had this conversation. Look, it's amazing when folks that believe, like the gentleman who you had on before, with Chris was talking to, they are steadfast and steadfast on what they believe. Get subpoena to do grand jury. See these cases come up.
Yep.
And they're confused.
Yep.
They're like, I believed this can't be true. And then you start getting more cases that you got to listen to. And you're like, hold on.
We can't be doing that out here.
Right.
Yeah.
We as a community live in a bubble. And the only information we get is from the media, is from the news. We have absolutely no idea what is really going on in our communities. We don't. And I'm telling you, I'm not even talking about sitting on a jury to do, a week of trial. I'm talking about grand jury when you are sequestered for a month. And you get case after case, homicides, rapes, molestations, armed robbery, entering autos, domestics. You get inundated with so much stuff. You like, everything I thought, everything I believed just went out the window.
Well, let me pause you. Let me pause you there, because someone might argue that this is the causation of this is still white people's fault, right? Like this is systemic racism, right? And what happened 400 years ago, these things played a role in the, I guess you would say, the deviant behavior, the criminal behavior. I feel like when we have these conversations, there's always someone willing to scapegoat around accountability. And That's not to say, and again, this is not to take away from police misconduct. That's not what we're talking about. We're not making any excuses for anybody. What we're saying and what Dre's pointing out is that you got to look at everything individual. You can't judge, you can't make a sweeping judgment based on numbers alone when you are trying to determine, does race play a factor in the encounters that Black people have with the police. And in order to properly make that assessment, you have to look at each individual case as an individual case. Because when you actually get exposed to what's actually going on and you get the full story, there have been cases that I presented here online where I would start off by playing it backwards, where all you heard is the person got shot. And then people are up in arms on the channel about the Black person who got shot. They don't like it. And then I explain, like you said, how did it start? Who called the police? Where do we go from here? And then the tone and the energy on the channel shifts. It happens every time. We get too caught up in looking at the conclusion instead of looking at the actual beginning of the situation in order to get a full, well-rounded perspective of what, when, why, where, and who, and how this whole thing started. Instead of just hearing, and we get your thoughts, Chris. This is the last point I'll make. Perfect example was the white officer who shot the 16-year-old girl who had the butcher knife and was getting ready to stab another Black girl. The officer showed up on scene and shot her and ended up killing her. And all people saw was the white officer shooting a 16-year-old girl. And they're like, couldn't he have shot the knife out her hand and blah, blah, blah. But then when you get the rest of the story, you just kind of like, oh, wow, that's how it happened. There were grown adults that were letting them fight and she pulled the knife out. And so when you get the full story, everything looks different. But on the initial piece that the news clips out and shows you the last 5 seconds, that creates this emotional reaction and causes people to go blind and not really ask any questions or try to critically think. Chris, let me get your thoughts. I know we said a lot, but
yeah, you definitely said a lot. But is it in reference to you what you had said? You were saying that like why does Black people in particular assume that the encounter is racist?
Right.
I tend to think that racist and racism has become like a buzzword, right? It's very popular in media, it's very popular on social media, and people use that, right? Now, obviously, let me say, we all know that there's racist people, period, right? So obviously there are racist officers, right? But generally speaking, I think people would associate any sort of negative encounter with a white officer as it being racist, right? Very similarly to like, anytime like you might hear a man say something disparaging about a woman on the internet, what do? They say he's a misogynist, right? Automatically, regardless if what he's saying is true or false, he absolutely hates women because why else would he say it? So I think that a lot of things that are happening now, like this social conditioning that we're all going through, myself included, right, is that social media is having such a big effect on us that we use and we understand things now through the lens of Instagram and TikTok and not necessarily, thinking things through to understand that, hey, I was speeding, doing 65 in the 50, and he doesn't have to write me a ticket, but I was still wrong. So I'm not going to assume that, he's just racist for stopping me. So I think that plays a much more of a bigger role than people understand. Just the fact that it's popular to say racist, right? Like we have organizations, Black Lives Matter, like, and everything else, and people that profit off of it. And obviously we don't want to take nothing away from racist things when they happen. And I think that one thing that people can say about your channel is that you've pointed out when officers have been wrong. You haven't shied away from that, but it's not as dark and gloomy as the world would lead us to believe.
Right.
I think that Black people and white people have much more in common than we realize. And I think that, we have to give up this idea that somehow we're going to get some sort of retribution for the 400 years and the slavery and the Jim Crow. it's not ever happening. You know, it's not. We need to just accept it. Yes, it's wrong. We should never forget our history, but we just got to move on from this. There's no retribution coming. There will be no reparations. You know what I mean? The black population is way too diluted in the United States. You know, you can't say who was original, you know, African descendant of slavery anymore. So I think we just got to kind of move on in some ways and focus less on it, because while there is, like you said, like the racism going on, you know, if what we can do to change it. If we don't like it, become a police officer, police your own neighborhood, you know. And a lot of people don't want to do that. So I think that is just the cycle of confusion is going to continue to our detriment, and it's largely, you know, due to social media.
True, and I think that the fact that we are inundated, it's funny. It is almost so transparent when you see folks that make emotional arguments opposed to facts-based arguments.
Right.
And you know, Chris and I are privy to something that a lot of folks aren't. We see the argument takes place firsthand in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
We see the facts that are laid out. Jury of your peers have to listen to the facts of a case and make not an emotional argument, because one of the things that when after the defense rests and the case is turned over to the jury, the judge does what's called is a charge. They charge the jury and goes over the charge and goes over the charges and explains the charges based on the indictment, right? So whether the officer is racist or not is never even a question.
Right.
Does the facts of the case support the charges that the defendant has been charged with? Did he do it or did he not do it? The emotional argument is not even. You are sitting up in that room with the facts, all the evidence, and you make your decision. But unfortunately, we never act on the facts. We act on our feelings, our opinion, because it makes us feel better to believe one thing over and the other. At no time as a community, and the thing is, with all the money we spend, we shouldn't be stuck in the past talking about what happened 400 years ago. We shouldn't be talking about Black Wall Street and all this. We should have had 70 more Black Wall Streets with the money we spend. But the fact of the matter is, we're not unified. We're ignorant into certain things. And I would say this: if you FBA, if you FDOA, whatever organization you in, teach your folks financial security, financial literacy, and your little group. The fact that it's so important that for you to be identified as the foundational or the first Black slaves or whatever, the legitimate people of this country, teach them how to put that money back into your organization, whether you're Pan-African, instead of buying stuff that doesn't uplift your group, the Black race, the melanin race, whatever it is. Be financial powerhouses so you have a voice, so you can make changes in legislature, so you don't have to complain about we're disproportionate being done, discriminated against others. Our money dictates how we're treated, and how we spend our money determines our power. But we're so willing to give up our power and complain that we don't have a seat at the table when we consistently forfeit that word or that voice for minuscule stuff that doesn't uplift us as a people. Okay.
Hold on, Dre. So you said something. You said our money dictates how we're being treated. Give some context. Get some context to that.
And before you do that, let me because I got a few in the back. I'm gonna bring them up on the. We'll have our final free for all. I don't do it often, but I want to get everybody a chance to touch on this topic. King T, what's good, brother? I love that brother right there. King T, hey, I want to get Dre to respond to that.
Salute to y'all, man.
Salute to you, brother. Salute to you. Dre, I want you to respond to what Chris mentioned, and then I want to get this beautiful lady down here a chance to speak, and then I know
to answer that question,
before you go, I'm gonna let King T go before you. Gizru. How do you pronounce this? There's always like a type.
Jazuri.
Jazuri. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, I got it. Jazuri.
All right, make sure y'all put your juries information out on the chat because I'm
Hey,
on.
hey,
I'm
by the way,
on Facebook. He's a
Jazuri
good
got
dude.
the most wisdom in this panel right here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you like
And
this.
that includes you too, Dre.
Hey, I hear you. Here's the thing. We spent over $1 trillion, okay, which is more money than most countries can produce. But the fact of the matter is, we should be buying politicians. We should be making sure that we are creating laws that benefit us. Everybody's so big on being identified as a Democrat or as a Republican or independent, where in actuality, as a community, we should be voting our interests. We shouldn't be giving anybody our vote if it does not benefit our collective community. But you want to spend all this money on beauty, your hair, your sneakers, your clothes, whereas you could put that money and rebuild. You know what? You have so much. We live in Atlanta. You have all this vacant land out here that we can sit down and put our money together and buy and create our own community. And you know what? Instead of these Republicans or Democrats, changing the lines so they can get more votes, we and our dollars control that.
Yeah.
Fact of the matter is that we are quick. As soon as we get it, we spend it. Let me tell you something. When February 2nd come and folks start getting their tax refund money, instead of investing it in our community, what are they doing? They're going out to restaurants, they're buying rims, they're buying all this stuff where they could be reinvesting that into the community so they can build, so they have a voice, so they can stop complaining and start commanding, not demanding, commanding respect and movement in what we want. Because everything right now is conjecture, words, and all that other stuff. But our dollars has been shown to make sense. But the thing is, we're not making any dollars. We're spending dollars. And when that money is continually coming out of our community, we have no say. We are making everybody else rich.
Mm-hmm.
And so in reference to what Chris was saying, that's what I mean. We have the power to change the face of the United States. But because we are so big on separating ourselves, not unifying ourselves, and understanding that if we put our dollars together, we'll get a hell of a lot done. And folks will listen to us.
Yep.
You stop spending your money here and start spending your money there. Folks will recognize, what do we have to do to bring your dollars back into our pockets? It's not going to happen because I am putting my money into Black-owned businesses. We are buying back our patents that was stolen from us. We're reinventing stuff, and we are making sure that you have to pay us to even use the stuff that we've created. That's control. Taking back our image, getting off this social media or reality TV that make us look like buffoons. And just because we're on TV, we think we're famous. And not to diss anybody on YouTube, any content creators, but you're not famous. You're not. You are media. You have the ability to get the Black word out. So when we do these meetups, use that opportunity to uplift our community and not act like you're reality stars and be full of drama. Teach. And that's all I ask. Like, yo, raise our people up and stop continue the perpetuation of us looking like buffoons. Give us back our image. Make our dollars work for us instead of against us. That's all I ask. Then all your complaints and all your arguments, I'll listen to it. But until we do that, you ain't saying nothing. If you're spending your dollars on something other than uplifting your community.
Whew.
And
well, that ain't happening no time soon. But that was a great. I mean, I feel you. But that ain't happening no time soon. So
some people are. Some people trying.
Nah, yeah. I mean, as individuals, but we talking about the community at large. That because that's more so. The power really isn't in the dollar that we have. The power is in the knowledge in between our ears and our culture. You know what I mean? So that's really the issue. It's our culture drives us to do certain things, right? Why do I need to look a certain way to be able to attract a woman, right? If I saved all my money, right, and I wore jeans from Walmart, I wore sneakers from Target, I wouldn't even be able to talk to a girl. She wouldn't even look at me, right? So it's much more of a cultural thing, right, than anything else. So I think that while I agree with your premise, I don't see that happening at large for a long time. We have to figure out a solution to get the larger community to understand. And it's going to take a generation to sacrifice their desires and their wants for the next generation to move ahead. But I don't think too many people are willing to do that. You know what I'm saying? People are trying to look good, trying to, you know, get fly for the gram and for TikTok. So, you know, but I feel you. I do agree with you. I don't want to.
No, you good. You good. I think both of you guys nailed it. Miss what you go by? Saphir?
Saphir.
Saphir. Beautiful name. Beautiful name.
Thank you.
Miss Saphir, beautiful smile. Okay, look at
Thank
that.
you. Appreciate it.
Lovely lady, Miss Saphir. Can you what are your did Chris just get he just got one? Oh, he's trying to put some light. I need to add some more light. Do I'm looking extra dark in here, y'all? This is my original skin color, by the way. I know the high power. I'm usually I know sometime on the stream I look as light as Beezy down here, or probably King T. King T. Well, I be looking like your complexion. I got all the lights on. This is my original dark chocolate self. So go ahead, Miss Saphir. What do you have for us on this conversation? I know we covered a lot, but I'd love to get your input.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my blurb short and sweet, and I'll let y'all hash it out. So I've actually been studying.
So you're gonna start a fire and leave, basically. All right,
No.
we got you. That's what it
Do it
sounds
to
like.
him, sis. Do it to him.
Not at all, not at all. But you know, I hear like a lot of talk about statistics, and I think when we're looking at this data and when we're looking at the research, it's definitely important to kind of know a little bit of background as to you know, what these studies are talking about. So I saw somebody put in the chat earlier, they were talking about, you know, testing out a hypothesis. So there are several different ways you can test out a hypothesis, right? You can do like experimental testing, or you could simply do, you know, comparing two populations. There's different types of studies you can do. So when we're talking about, you know, the rate of Black people being shot by the police compared to white people, obviously this is just a simple correlation study because you can't go out here experimenting, obviously, with this type of stuff. So I think when we're talking about population sizes, you say, okay, like let's say the data is true, right? Okay, more Black people get shot by the police. And then you say, well, is this a true association happening, right? Is more white cops on the police force associated with more Black killings? And I think, you know, what I really like about Nathan's channel is it goes in depth as to, you know, looking at these situations on a case by case detail. So I think when you're talking about associations, there's something in statistics called confounders, right? And it's literally something that we describe it as like confusing the data. So I was taking notes this whole time. So I was like, wow, this is really intriguing. So when you talk about confounding, you say, all right, well, you look at these situations, what is the mental capacity, right? You talk about the mental capacity of, you know, the white police officer and the mental capacity of the Black person that may have been shot, right? Or is the person in their right mental state? Are they calm, cool, and collect when they're dealing with the police officer? Or are they taught to, you know, I'm a buck up at you. I don't like how you're dealing with me. What's the mental state of the police officer? Does he have an ego issue? Is he following policy the way that he's supposed to? You know, we can look at the neighborhoods, right? Is the neighborhood safe? Is that associated with more police presence? Is that associated with higher crime rates? And how does that play a part into the data? So I think when we're looking at, you know, the population study, it only goes so far. We could say this is true for, you know, these population studies, but I think we can't just leave it at that, right? We have to, you know, go in depth with these studies and actually look at the associations and look at, you know, what are the background issues that are contributing to the data. So you know, that's all I wanted to say.
I like that.
I
like that.
Thank you.
Oh, so is anybody in disagreement before
I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm gonna have to disagree because I don't think I quite understand. I don't think I quite understand her premise. So are you saying that? Are you just simply saying that the statistics at face value don't provide a clear indication of what and why something is happening?
Absolutely. I'm saying that there's
Absolutely, that's correct.
I'm saying that there's other factors that can contribute to it. So if you're saying, and again, this goes down to different types of studies, right? When you test out a hypothesis, there's different types of studies you can do, right? So if we're talking about a population study, there's something called a z-test, and that's just comparing two population sizes. You're saying, okay, here's a population of white people and here's a population of black people, and in the population of black people there seem to be more police shootings. And then you say, well, what is the association, right? What is the correlation? Is more black police shootings associated with a higher amount of white people on the police force? So when you do the association test, you have to look at the nuances, right? It can't just be so white and black, because I feel like in statistics there are a lot of gray areas, and we label that as something called confounders, right? It's literally something that's put into data to confuse it. And you have to, I think in a lot of these studies that we're reading, we don't even know if they've controlled for these factors, right? If they've accounted for these factors. You're just kind of reading it and you're like, yeah, this is true. But have you accounted for, have you done a test to maybe see what the mental capacity was of both parties or both variables involved? Have you looked at the neighborhood to see, maybe that could have contributed to something? I think it's important with us reading these articles and with data, you kind of have to account for that information.
Oh, okay. No, I agree with that. I think that was I think we kind of touched on that earlier. But yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. You know, so
that's all I wanted to say. I'll let y'all hash it out. I just wanted to drop a gem in here.
Well, first, thank you for this. Your first time coming up. I've seen you in the chat before, so I appreciate you coming up, blessing us with all of your wisdom. You must have passed statistics because you have a very stronger understanding. Like I'm gonna be honest, you guys. I almost failed first statistics. I had to drop out to keep from getting the F, and then I took it again and I passed with a B. But I hate statistics. It's high mental confusion, and I know just the basics, and I think you did a phenomenal job really breaking it down and explaining the importance of putting context to the data, and that it's not good practice to just look at the number itself and make an assumption without further digesting and diving into it.
You do make the assumption. That's important. You have to make the assumption to continue your research.
Yes,
with two variables.
Correct.
But I think people could take the statistics out of context. They're there to offer a general understanding. It's not there to specifically, point out anything other than saying generally this is the trend that we're seeing. Correct. Now the why is irrelevant to the point, but it's important to understand, why it's this way in this area and it's not this way in another area.
Yeah, I think what Nate is arguing is that we're not sure on what our our X and Y are. I guess the young lady can understand this. You got to understand what those variables are that you should be actually arguing about, what those actual things that are actually correlating, right? And I think where Black people do a disservice is we argue the outliers, right? And so other people able to stand up against that, like Nate do, and push back, right? So when we're arguing those outliers, it's like a straw man argument, and Black folks, we do that a lot. We find the most extreme thing and we use that, and it's just like now we got this big movement, right? So I think those are the two things that has been hurting us is using those outliers as our main points and making those straw man arguments that can easily be shut down.
Right.
I don't think it's just Black people that do that though. I think that if you look at any person who feels like they are the maybe the victim or they're the reason why
the target,
the statistic, like the target of the statistic, they'll do that. We see that with abortion, right? What do women first thing say? Well, what about rape? Well, it represents 1% of abortions, but that's very important to them because in their mind, like that 1% is 99%. So I don't want to put that just on. I think that's a human thing. When you're the target, you find a way to not be the reason. You know what I mean?
Well said. I agree. I agree with that. I want to get Gizru. G. I'm
That
gonna
was
call you G.
that's fine.
Go ahead, brother.
It's deserved. It's okay. I just want to go back to something that was said earlier when Mr. Dre said that I'm so gung ho about
He didn't
when
say
you were
no
speaking
names.
about.
He didn't say no names.
Oh,
King
he
T,
was talking about
you
me
up
though.
next, King
That's
T.
the second time he made a rep. He was talking about me. He said the guy that was on here first. He was talking about me. And I'm not upset about it because that's how he feels. And I understand that we're all entitled to opinions. However, that's not how I think. When you played the video of those black guys and what they did to the cop, if I be honest with you, and I'm gonna be harsh when I say this, they deserved whatever they got. Period, point blank. Because if a arresting officer, I don't care the color, anybody in authority you owe them respect. If an officer pulls you over, you should be nice, calm, present your information to them. Yes or no, sir, keep your hands on your steering wheel. That's what I was taught. However, you do have some officers, like as she stated, contingent upon the experiment, you have some officers that are very aggressive. They have a power ego. And typically, most officers that have a power ego, let's be honest, they are Caucasian.
That's
I'm just
false.
gonna be honest with you.
No. That's false.
Let me tell you
That's
something.
flawed on your behalf.
No.
I'm gonna tell you. I have seen black
You
officers.
have seen.
I have seen.
Because you got to understand where I'm coming from. I probably have more observation of what you're talking about than you do because of the nature of my profession. I have seen plenty of black officers come out there arrogant as shit, and I'm the police. You're supposed to do what
I
I
said
say.
typical.
Whatever I say, not even typical. Whatever. Now that what you're saying may work if you're in a predominantly white neighborhood where there's predominantly white residents, where yes, you'll have that arrogance, and then that would be able to apply. But when you having a mixed race where you have black officers, white officers, Hispanics, arrogance is arrogance. If you was a piece of shit before you put that badge on, you're gonna be a piece of shit once you get the badge.
Yep.
And that's what folks don't understand. A piece of shit is a piece of shit, or POS is a POS, regardless of your color.
Yep.
But the problem is, we will give somebody that look like us a pass, just like yes, we will. Just like we'll give. I mean, that's like the other side will give their folks a pass. I'm more inclined to give my people the benefit of the doubt than the other folks will give us the benefit of the doubt. And unfortunately, that's the biases that comes with how we were raised and what we know. Because I'm gonna tell you, me, if I didn't have my personal biases and I didn't understand our culture, I probably would have shot at least 30 black folks in my career.
Facts.
But because I understand the culture and I know how to talk my folks down and I know how to communicate with my folks, I never even had to get to that point. You know what I'm saying?
So what's the difference in you never having to get to that point and a Caucasian officer like Castile? What's the difference in that?
Because they're policing somebody else's community. They don't
understand the culture. He just said it. He understands us. He understands the culture.
Right.
A Caucasian person who never came from us doesn't know how to talk us down. He doesn't know that just because we're being aggressive, that doesn't mean we're being violent. Doesn't mean we're a threat. He doesn't know the difference. We do.
Correct.
But
I'm more inclined to let you
someone like Dre, he understands. He knows the difference. Like I could talk to Nathan Daly all day long, and we could be barking at each other.
Yep.
But there's absolutely no threat there.
And I don't feel threatened. Right. And I think and that's the thing. I've been in, and I want to get King T. I want to get you, and then Beezy, and then Mandra.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
You leaving?
Yeah.
No. Don't
go. Yeah.
Don't leave.
If you got time to come back. We'll bring you back up.
All right. Thank you.
Don't leave.
Appreciate you, sis.
Appreciate you. So let me say this, and then King T, I want you to respond. What Dre said is absolutely correct. Ego is not a race thing. Ego is a human condition problem, right? And so
absolutely.
A lot of the bad cops, I won't say bad cops, a lot of the cops I've seen with bad egos, some of them were more black than the white officers. you know, and just keeping it real, right? Like no one has anything to hide up here. We're all prior law enforcement. We're all law enforcement, right? So one thing I'll say, I had a situation where I was investigating a suspicious vehicle in a parking deck of a high-rise community, and there was no license plate. There was two brothers inside, and the reason why people were calling on them is because we were having so many car break-ins within this community. So anytime somebody sees something suspicious, they make a big deal about it, right? I go out there, I talk to them. You know, the passenger gave me a fake ID. I knew it was fake. They didn't have the proper paperwork for the car. Everything looked suspicious. Well, the driver calls his friends who live in the community. I said, well, if you're here to see somebody and they live here, bring them down and confirm. I want to make sure you're not here trying to break into people's cars because we had this issue. So his friends come down and it's like 12 of them, right? And they're all black. They pull out their cell phones. They're angry. Why are y'all always harassing us and blah, blah, blah. The police are always messing with us. And
you don't
so
have no tag.
Well, right. That I know that, but they don't know that. So I go over there and I explain to them. Now it's just me and my partner. My partner's white. Okay. He's nervous. Why? We're surrounded by like 15 black folks.
I would be too.
Well, to me, I didn't feel nervous at all. I knew why they were angry. They were angry, but they weren't doing anything that suggested that they would have harmed me, right? They were upset because they felt like we were harassing their friends and their friends came to visit them, right? This is what the circumstance was. So I'm talking and my partner's like, oh, we need backup. We need backup. I said, we good. They were loud. They were angry. They were voicing their opinion or their frustration because they felt like they were being harassed. I understood that. At no point in time did I feel threatened, right? So, but my partner felt threatened. He felt threatened for the both of us. Well, maybe I just wasn't in my right mind, right? But here's the thing. I went over there and spoke to them. And I said, hey, listen, here's the situation. You guys know we've been having a lot of break-ins in this in this parking garage. Yeah. Okay, well, I pulled up because someone called and I noticed they didn't have a license plate. That is usually a telltale sign of people trying to conceal the identity of the vehicle while they commit crime. I just pulled them over and asked them some questions. The guy gave me a fake driver's license. He gave me a driver's license out of Florida. This brother could barely speak English, and the name on it was like a white name on there. I kid you not, right? And so I knew right away what it was. I could tell it was fake ID. Anyways, long story short, the car was a fraudulent VIN, right? They shaved the VIN off the car. The car eventually turned out to be stolen or whatever. But anyways, this is how it all ended. My partner called for backup, right? 4 other police officers showed up because he was like, hey, there's 13 people out here. They're loud, they're whatever. They were just angry. They were just annoyed because they hear everything. And so they responded. But so my thing is, I'm the only black person at my department that night, right? Working on a shift with all white officers. They felt some kind of way. I didn't feel what they felt. And so this matters when we talk about context in relation to people policing communities that they don't reflect. This is a real issue. And so this is why I always tell people as officers and as citizens, you know, we have to be mindful of how we come across to one another because it can be misconstrued, right? We can misinterpret the encounter and things can go south really, really quickly. And just like Mandrell said, and just like, you guys were saying, is that just because a person we could be loud or angry doesn't mean that we're a threat. But someone else might look at it and might feel that way and respond to that. Something as simple as, hey, can you calm down? Hey, can you sit down? I don't feel like sitting down. I'm not sitting down. I'm not doing nothing. That doesn't bother me, right? But to another officer, that's a big deal. But would the officer be correct in addressing that dismissal or refusing to cooperate? Yes. And that's the confusion a lot of people have. The officer is justified in telling you and giving you commands, but at the same time, we look at it and we
are lawful commands. Lawful commands.
Look at it like it's lawful. We're talking about lawful commands, but sometimes we're just venting as a people and we want to be respected in that moment. And then sometimes you have an officer who's not going to respect that because he doesn't understand what he's seeing. And so that's a cultural difference, which matters a lot. So I just wanted to say that and just clarify that,
No,
Dre
you
was
make great points. Bro. You make
Go
great
ahead,
points, Nathan.
and go ahead,
Let me
King T.
tell
I
you
want
something.
you to dive in. I know you've been patient.
You know what I mean?
No,
Most of
stop singing his praises that much. Jesus, he ain't that damn good.
King T, be patient, man.
I haven't met you, bro. But me and you gonna get to know each other. You feel me?
Nathan ain't that damn good.
So,
All right.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. You know, but this let's be where you and Dre come from. You guys are in a police department that's majority black force. Okay. Where I reside in the West Coast, everything else, most of the police departments are heavily white Caucasian men. Okay. So even if the black police officer is trying to do right, and you have some bad apples, right? If that police officer doesn't conform to the bad ways of what that police department is doing, right? When there's how one officer told me, right? He said, "Hey, if there's a police call shooting everything else because I don't get along with them, whatever the case was, they're not going to back me up." Okay. This is the facts that we deal with in life. So when you're talking about how because they come from a different area.
Hold
on, Dre. Hold on, Dre.
I just want to add that one point. It may depend on that one particular officer. It may not be all like because when me and Nathan, Chris, we all came out the same academy and we worked the same department. But Nathan left our department and went to a predominantly white department, right? So he got to see the different perspective.
That experience is probably a lot different than what it is.
Right. It's different from mine, right?
Yeah.
So, but what I'm saying is,
I grew up with that in the NWA song where they say black police showing off for the white cops.
Right.
Oh, there's a lot of that.
See,
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Where I come from, you got the crash units, the Rampart, and everything else. You know, majority of these police departments that you guys discussing about, they crooked as fuck, bro.
Right.
You know what I mean? Let's cut it straight. You know what I mean? And I understand GS. You know what I mean? When he speak, Dre, I know where you come from. You know what I mean? Yeah, we reflect on our past, everything else, but if we don't know our past, we ain't never gonna know our future.
True.
You understand what I'm saying? So all this notion about we should leave that behind and focus on this, true. But what you've experienced in the past makes you who you are as a person.
This is true.
Correct.
True. But we're stuck in that rut.
So,
No,
we're not stuck in a rut.
It's knowledge to move forward.
We're still looking at it every day.
Here's the thing though. It's up to you to conform and teach the youth of who they are as a people, right?
Right. That's
so you could be a great influence to the cousins and nephews and sons and daughters you have and the kids in your community. Okay?
Right.
To teach them how, okay, let's credit wise. You know what I mean? How economics work, everything else. The reason why we had the Red Summer in the 1900s, after the Birth of a Nation that was played in Woodrow Wilson's White House.
Right.
Okay. There was more lynchings after that movie than anything else because it for some reason we've always been looked upon as
created fear,
humanized.
Yeah.
But here's the thing though, black people after Reconstruction accumulated a lot of wealth.
Yep.
Okay, first of all, you was working 20 hours. You was working 20 hours a day, 20-hour days for free. Okay?
But where were your dollars going?
In those traumatic situations, right?
Right.
All of a sudden, the enslaved people were free, and they said to themselves, "Oh, we gonna run, and we gonna sit there and get a farm and everything else." And they knew they were going to outwork that white man down the way. You know why? Because he was sitting around with his feet up, everything else, drinking lemonade, while the black folks are sitting up here picking that cotton. Let's keep it real.
But the one thing too though, King T, that money was circulating within black people because they couldn't operate in white institutions, and so
but they didn't want you though.
No, I know.
That's what I'm saying. We created our own utopia.
That's
right.
And we were only being paid about 20% of what we was really worth.
Yeah,
so there's a large gap of money we didn't even see.
And yes,
and that's why reparations are important. That's why reparations are important, bro.
No, they're definitely important.
That's a fact. Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing, right? I don't know if you guys are aware about this, right? See, I believe in with education, right, frees your mind. Okay.
Right.
First thing I learned recently was that after Abraham Lincoln and the emancipation, everything else, did you know that per slave they gave these slave owners $300 per slave? Okay.
Yes.
So not only did they revolt against the Union and go to war,
got paid for it.
but after that, they still was instead of looked upon and said, "Oh, you know, you guys went against us, and we're going to sit there." No, they sat there and gave them their resource, everything else for them to come back up again. But for some reason, when black folks talk reparation, everything else, we can't get that.
Can I add one thing to what you're saying real quick? I'm gonna make it real short. When we came out of slavery, black folks had all the knowledge on how to till the ground,
Correct.
how to do the jobs to keep this country booming.
Correct.
But what did they do? They said, no, we're gonna start unions and
Jim
teach our
Crow.
own people how to do these jobs and keep y'all out while we had these apprenticeships to teach these young white kids how to do it. We're gonna bring immigrants in and fund them to do it, and we could just push y'all to the wayside. So I mean, there's a lot there that, I mean, I feel like when we talk about, you know, stop having the conversation about reparations, it's like if your father built a business and he passed away, and they tell you, oh, don't go fight for the money left in the business. Don't go fight for what your father built. Start your own company. Don't worry about that money. Do your own thing. Start all over from the ground up. It's like, hell no. My father built this. The money in the treasury is there because our family helped put it there. So we can do more than one thing at a time.
Well,
and let's build our own and fight for what we owe.
I agree. Let me get Mandrill and Dre 1 second. I want to get Mandrill's thoughts on this. But let me say this before our transition. We're not saying don't fight for it. We're saying you're not fighting for it properly, right? We're not fighting for it properly. It's not that you're supposed to not fight for it or not at. See, we're asking for, listen, they just gave $1 billion to Ukraine, right? The money's there.
They just asked for it. What did they do special?
But the thing is, the disrespect that the government has, the overarching powers that be in this country for Black Americans is at an all-time high, right? They just gave $1 billion to Ukraine. Even during COVID, they're putting money under the books and sending it to different functions, you know, all kind of stuff.
True.
There's a lack of respect for Black people in this
country. They gave the farmers all that money, gave the Black people all that nothing.
Because we do nothing about it. That's why.
But the thing about it is
2.8, 2.8 billion.
2.8 billion, correction. $2.8 billion given to Ukraine. My thing is this: why am I going to give?
No. The numbers is more than that, Nathan. That's a drop in the bucket. They gave way more than that.
Yeah, they did.
Oh yeah, they have.
I'm
saying this most recent amount they gave.
Recent. Absolutely. Yeah, and we're talking about anywhere between
overall they gave a lot.
No, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. It's well, no, I'm seeing a lot of numbers, but 13.5 I'm seeing as of August 2022. So there's a lot of numbers, but
it's disrespectful.
We're talking about $1 billion here, $1 billion there, $1 billion here. You know.
Can I ask a quick question to make a point about this? So we can maybe put a button on this. And I'm genuinely asking. I don't have any personal knowledge about this, but how much money, if people could just throw out numbers, how much money would you think per person do you think that we're owed? And then I have a point, or I think I have a point. But I just
the thing is, per person, I'm not entirely sure, but I know the total number is, if you, as far as the value, the compound interest that is accumulated over time,
37 trillion.
It's at the numbers of 38 to 39 trillion.
I saw that. I read about that.
Okay.
So as far as what if you're doing it right and you're honestly like, okay, we're going to be honest about it, give them exactly what we owe them. America don't have that money.
Can we make it individualized a little bit and look at the average?
You're talking about every Black person, man, woman, and child, multimillionaires.
Right. It's the average.
So you can't individualize.
America doesn't have that kind of money though.
So let me.
They owe us more than they have.
Let me make a point, and that's America owe everybody more than they have. But let me make a point, right? Let's just say, right? Let's just do a reasonable number. Let's just say 2.5 million per Black person, right? Per every descendant of a slave in this country. One of the reasons why I believe that we'll probably never get it is because once you give that to a family of 4, family of 6, family of 10, right? to every black person, where do you think that they're going once they get 2.5 million? They're not staying in the hood.
To the mall.
So where? No. Forget. I'm not making that argument. I'm talking about where are they going to reside? Where are the homes going to come from for all of these black people now who are multi-millionaires to reside? Who's going to move out so they can move in?
Build your own.
And no, well, I mean, maybe, but where you going? It ain't gonna be in the community that you're living in. You're not.
But there's plenty of land, like he's saying.
Plenty of land.
And build your own Black Wall Street. But here's the thing. Let's check this out.
You could, but
But give me my money before you worry about where I'm gonna spend it at. Give me my money first.
Wait. And also, wait. I got you. Also, keep in mind with your question, you said 2.5 million to every black person, right? Adolph's black person, right? Like, keep in mind, 2.5 million. That ain't exactly a lot of money these days. Okay, that's for one.
No, it's not.
So yeah, so that's for one. Number two, they can't give us reparations because that will fuck the economy all the way up.
That's the point I was trying to get to.
But here's the thing, though. You can do a combination of education, right?
No, that's not reparations.
Tuition and everything else.
No, that's not reparations.
No.
Hold on, let him finish.
Education is reparation.
Yeah.
No,
let me just get to my small point, right? The number was really irrelevant, right? Obviously, we know it's going to be a lot, but the point is, once you give that to everyone, right, they are no longer staying in the communities that they reside in. Everybody moving out would cause an economic catastrophe in that city, that area. Now, where they're going, right? Y'all said, well, they're going to just build and go somewhere else. Well, yes and no, right? Because you got to have an infrastructure. You got to have stores. You got to have schools, churches, etc. You can't just all of a sudden build, you can.
Cities, that's how America got here.
No,
off the back of slaves.
I know you can, but what I'm saying is within a reasonable amount of time, that we got to go somewhere until the cities are built. Right? So what I'm saying is what we're expecting, I don't know how economically the country would survive with the shift, because that would be a major shift in things. And somebody
It'll
has
survive
to take our
if you
spot.
buying up land and buying houses, it's employing people.
All right.
You're missing his point.
I mean, I
Yes,
guess-
thing. You're missing the point he's
Yeah,
trying to make.
I think we moved the goalposts, not to why don't we get our money, but to y'all irresponsible with money, so y'all don't need it.
No,
That's not what I'm saying.
That's
What
what
I'm
he's
saying is, I'm pretty sure they have forecasted there are millions of African descendants of slaves. This isn't like what they did for the Japanese after World War II, right? There are millions and millions of us. How many black people in America? 30-something, 40-something million?
Yeah.
So where are all these people going to reside in the cities or neighborhoods that they leave? What's going to happen there, right? What's going to happen to all of the jobs that these people work? We ain't going to work. Come on, let's be honest. Ain't none of us going to work with that kind of money. We quit.
You better. I mean, here's the thing. You better. If
I'm going to work.
That 2.5 million. That ain't a lot of money, bro. You better go to work.
No.
You better and invest.
No, but when he's talking about the financial illiteracy of our people, we will quit our jobs.
I know what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about, Dre.
But even a basic income would be cool, in my opinion. A basic income.
Yeah, because think about it. If you buy a house, you buy a decent house and furnish it. Done. But at the same time, that's $250,000 already gone. Minimum. If you're buying a home. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't got a lot left.
Is there 40 million houses for us to reside in right now?
That's easy. You can have them built from the ground up.
Right.
That's not a problem. You think, here's the thing. You think these contractors are not gonna pick up on that business and let you niggas blow your money on them? They'll be more than happy for you to get. They'll be more than happy for us to give that money right back to them.
If we arguing about money, they create out of thin air.
Do.
So let's shift it in this direction. I want to get your thoughts on this. And first, let me say shout out to Dwayne. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really, really appreciate it. Welcome to the journey of the passionate, right? The passionate.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say,
do you charge money for memberships, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So yeah.
Everybody does.
That was a waste. I don't know why she did that.
Oh my God! Listen,
I don't know why he did that.
They charging $100 a month.
But you my boy, Nathan. I'm going to follow you. You know what I'm saying? I don't really have a choice.
Let me. I want to shift it.
I don't need a final thought. I gotta bounce. It's like 1:15. I gotta get up at 5. Hey, I would just tell you this. All this energy and all this knowledge we have, we can all take a section and educate our folks. It sounds so cliche, but each one teach one. You know, look, even Mandrell, when Mandrell does it, even on his channel, he educates. Every day is something different when he's teaching Black folks how to if eat right, how to invest,
How to invest. Yep.
Teach. We can't keep complaining and we're not being in the forefront teaching our folks, so we don't even need to depend on anybody else.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Complaints go out the window when you have the knowledge. We're doing all this complaining because a lot of us, you know, even when I was back in my young days when I was a 5%er, we always complained about the 85, the dead, deaf, and blind who didn't understand. And then we complained and we talked about the 1% who had all the knowledge that refused to teach. But the 5% was supposed to civilize the 85. Come on, when are we going to start civilizing the 85? And that we need to get to the point where the 85 are listening and understand that the situation that they're in ain't the best and they can do better. But it's the 85 that have the knowledge, that it's the 5% to teach them. We all have knowledge, but we have to figure out and come out with a plan to teach these folks. Go ahead, man, Gerald. I'm done.
You know what I discovered? Many years ago, and it still holds real firm today. Especially since I could see analytics. The broadcast that I do when I was teaching about 401ks, Roth 401ks, same thing with Roth IRAs and stuff like that, how to invest. Those numbers get the absolute bottom views. Nobody tunes in for it. Nobody wants to know. And I explain it like Dre, you watch my content. You see how simple Simon I explain it to people.
Yeah.
Because it's not hard. There's no point for me to inundate people with statistics and numbers that they're not going to follow anyway. You know what I'm saying? So step by step, here's what you do. Here's what it is. Here's what it does. Here's how you get it. You know what I'm saying?
We have to. I think we have to challenge ourselves and not allow that to discourage us. We have to be more creative.
And keep going.
Yeah, I still do it. Yeah, the thing is, I still do it though, because on the off chance, if one person watches it and goes and do it, I'm like, good. At least I got one.
Because there's finance YouTube channels with 5 million followers.
Fact.
It exists.
And it'd be them white
It
boys.
exists. But it's our community. We got to train our community.
Yeah, it'd be them white boys that get them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Our community.
We just have to be more creative. We got to be more creative in enticing our community into getting involved in things that that we weren't originally taught. I learned.
Yeah, but the Democrats tried that with that gay guy doing the rep and with Meg Thee Stallion. That wasn't tasteful at all.
Well, because here's the thing.
Actually insulting.
It is the creativity, like Daniel's saying, because Bandman Kevo.
I hated that video.
Hold on. Bandman Kevo was a young Black guy on Facebook. He got YouTube as well. He teaches finance, but he's very flashy. Diamond chains, Ferraris, Bentleys.
He's full of shit. Then I'm running away from that one.
Right, no, listen, but it's the creativity that Nate is talking about. Understanding your target market and what they need in order to bring them in.
I stopped watching him cut to those chains.
All that rented jewelry.
But see, hold on, you're missing the point. The point, though, is the same reason why you have Joe Biden, a president, will go and speak to right? Why you have Joe Biden and go on the Breakfast Club and have a conversation, right? So, you know, unfortunately, the people we're in competition with understand our psyche better than we understand it.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I understand why you say that. I do. But when you look at their execution, it is so insulting that if they were in front of your face, you slap the fuck out of them.
But it works though.
Every single one. Every single one of them. Every single one of them is so insulting. Like Joe Biden. If you don't vote for me, you're not black.
And he became president.
Hey, wait, the guy who single-handedly destroyed the black community, we went out and voted for him, and he destroyed us.
1994.
And the crack laws in the 80s, and he was an open segregationist in the 70s, and further back, he was an open segregationist.
But truth be told,
and we voted him into presidency.
Black people will tell other black people, if you don't vote Democrat, you ain't black.
All right, Dre.
You know what I'm saying? So Joe Biden was just speaking what we speak in our own community. If you don't vote Democrat, you ain't black.
King T, what you got on that? Because my thing is isn't it their method, right? You had what is her name? Hillary putting on, not Hillary, but the Democrats putting on kente cloth, right? They do these symbolic things because we fall for it.
But it was from a tribe that cannibalizes people.
We know that's
and
not
it
the
was
point.
from and that tribe back in the day sold other Africans into slavery with the transatlantic slavery. That's what the kente cloth was from, that tribe. And so, like I said, they don't know what they're doing. The twist is we don't either. That's the issue. We don't know. So it's easy to fool us. It's easy to fool us. We just see, oh, it's African. But like, yeah, you know what that's from though?
The numbers you spit out when you.
I mean, they do that to Hispanics too. It's not just,
you know, and the things that you speak on, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, people get stuck in 1994, but they don't look in the early to mid 80s.
Them crack laws in the 80s. Joe Biden wrote those two.
Let's go back before that.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I have these discussions with younger peers of mine. Okay. See, you heard that 1994 thing in so many times that you guys are regurgitating everything that you're hearing, right?
Okay.
So before that, Oliver North and Ronald Reagan and them were bringing the dope into the communities. Okay.
With Suge Knight and all those
this whole thing.
No, not Suge Knight. Before him. I know what you're talking about. It was to fund the Iran. It was to fund the Iran Contra. They brought the drugs here, and here's the thing: we still do it to this day. I know that. We still do it to this.
From that time to now, our communities are still being affected by that. You understand what I'm saying? See, we're so quick to sit there and say, okay, 1994, but what we fail to understand is the Black Caucus and everybody else, Republicans and Democrats, sign up to that bill.
I know that. I know that.
So
it was a bunch of Sambos.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear what you got to say.
Let me go ahead and kind of lay it down to you though. Okay, they literally brought dope into this country.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Thought that they could drop it into Black communities, everything else. Rick Ross says this, the real Rick Ross. Okay, not the cat that's in Florida that was a CO that now all of a sudden want to rap about that he's a drug dealer. You know what I'm telling you? I'm talking about the real one that really was doing it.
I know what you're talking about.
Glad TV got beat up for saying that.
Hey, he was making $1 million. You know what the CIA was telling him? We need more.
I know. No, here's the thing. Everything he's saying, Nate, I'm fully aware of. I know. And I can go into more detail with you about that operation.
We go from that. We go from that to the crime bill comes out. So not only do you bring the drugs into the community and it affects the community like you did, then all of a sudden people are chasing the money and everything else because we come from impoverished areas, so people are chasing the money. Okay,
it replaced industry.
Everything else. But see, once their suburban kids started coming to the Black neighborhoods to get that crack, then all of a sudden they were labeling little Black kids like me super predators.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah.
So you bring it to destroy the community, then you turn around and make laws to sit there and incarcerate people by the masses.
Right, and you make jail a business. So
bingo. So
one hand washes the other, and both hands wash the face.
But not for white opiate users, though. That's
of course not.
A health issue.
It's a health issue. They need treatment. No. BZ, they need treatment.
Yeah, they need treatment.
1971, they pushed the Black Panther.
He's just sick.
Because their pushers got degrees in medical practices. You know what I'm saying? You can't lock them up.
You want to know what for dope pushers back in those days?
You know. Let me tell you something. You see this little dot? Can you see the little dot in my hand right here? Right. A little $20 rock was a mandatory 10 years. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks to Joe Biden.
Take the baking soda out. It's not even 10 years.
Because the white people were pushing baking soda and Black were pushing rock.
But check this out though. An ounce of crack cocaine equated to 100 ounces of powder cocaine. See what I'm saying? So when we talk about the situation about how racism and this, that, and there's no such thing as this, whatever the case is, the laws was built on this. Because they knew 85-90% of the crack that's being moved was from brown and Black skinned people. You see what I'm saying? You so when you got the numbers don't even equate evenly everything else. Now they try to bring it back and say, oh my goodness, yeah, what we did was wrong, everything else. But what they did was they sat there and destroyed the Black community. Then destroying the Black community, everything else, destroyed the household.
Yep.
And to this day, we are still trying to recover from what happened in the 80s. So next time we speak on 1994, let's speak about when they were dropping tons of cocaine. To this day, they talk about it as a drug war.
Right.
That this war continues everything else because there's so much money into this economy, right? You couldn't even pull the drugs out of here if you wanted to right now.
I was going to get. I think I was going to get to that because George H. Bush, the first Bush president, he was head of the CIA at the time under the Reagan administration, and he was the head of that operation. It was to fund the Iran Contra in South America. They brought the dope up here, and they literally took it straight to black neighborhoods nationwide and dumped it there. They selected people, handpicked people to be the head pusher and distribute it out into the neighborhood, and he makes money. Now, they made it illegal. Joe Biden wrote these laws in the 80s, remember? Because prison became a business now. That's why you got the prison industrial complex that we have today. So you put it you bring it in this country, put it in those neighborhoods, and you lock them up for it.
So let me ask you, was this?
It's a cycle.
Let me get everybody's thoughts. I'm gonna start with Chris. Knowing this, right? Knowing this concerted effort. I always say this was a concerted effort to pin black people down at the bottom, right? Would you say it's because they don't like black people, or would you say it's because black people are easy target to make money off of? Do you think this is a money thing, or do you think this is about race?
Please let me answer, Nathan, because I actually know this.
Okay, Chris first, because Chris is waiting patiently.
Okay.
I think it's probably a little bit of both. I heard a famous black author, it was a female, she said that one of Europeans' biggest problem with race is that they found out very early after coming in contact with Africans that dark genes are dominant, right? Brown skin, brown eyes, these things are dominant, and light genes are recessive. So in her words, she said that if everyone got along, right, like how Dr. King wanted, and then we all, just loved each other, we didn't judge anybody by the color of their skin, she said at some point the white would fade out and brown skinned people would still be around. So that was a major point of contention for Europeans early on. So I think racism to some degree is always going to play a part, but even more largely now in America, where money and capitalism is the most important thing, I think that reigns supreme. And I think that people with money, I think billionaires, I don't think they concern themselves much with race. I think that race consumes our conversations more than anything else. And I think that keeps us divided, that keeps us arguing, and it allows people at the top to continue to keep the machine rolling. And we'll never question the machine at large, which is the financial system, which is ultimately the cause of all of this, and what we're always going to argue about. And people don't understand that. The biggest problem in our life isn't a white person, isn't an Asian person, it's the financial system and how that's used against us, right? And I'm gonna leave y'all with this quote, and I'll pass it on, right? Physical slavery requires a slave to be housed and fed by the slave master. Economic slavery requires the slave to house and feed themselves. The system that they created is genius, because now they've taken away the physical chains and they got the mental chains on us, and we have to pay for it. It doesn't even cost them anything anymore. They get the labor and they get it from us, in the economy. So I guess to wrap it back around, my answer it's a little bit of both, but I think this is a much bigger conversation, that has to be had at some point. We got to come to this understanding.
And for you, Chris, this is the only thing I want to tell you, bro. I understand it's sometimes we get to this rigmarole, like people speak about the past so much, whatever the case was, that it's just like it's like a ball of chain, like it's holding us down. Okay. But if we're not speaking on these type of topics, whatever the case was, and I'm not talking about just a topic, I'm talking about the variety of topics, right? This is the things that some of these youngsters, the reason why I brought you from 1994 a little bit further back is some of these guys that I was speaking to, everything else that was in their 20s, had no clue what that shit was.
Right.
You understand what I'm telling you? So see, sometimes when you fail to speak on the truth and what happened in the past, people either A, forget,
Or
don't even
repeat.
realize or don't even realize that something like that did occur. You know what I'm saying? So I guess what I'm trying to tell you is we have to speak on a variety of the past, the present, and the future.
Agreed.
You know,
Now,
we cannot be stuck in these situations like the little clip you showed earlier with Charleston White. You know, and I've seen your statistics too. What I seen your statistics too, Nathan. You know what I mean? Like when you say like 200,000 white Americans got arrested, 112 or whatever it is, African. The statistics when you got 13% of the population compared to 50, 55, 60% of the population, is no equating that. What people fail out to understand is with Candace Owens and these Charleston Whites and all these people, what I refer to as the black white supremacists. Okay, they're using
King, you're missing a point though. Hold on. You're missing a
Mm-hmm.
point, King. What those numbers reflect. Yeah, you're right. Black people are 13% of the population. But if we have 112,000 of that 13%, right, being incarcerated versus the 200,000 that represent 60%, we are a bigger percentage of people that's being incarcerated. I think I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Nate. Was that not the point that you were making when you brought?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
There are more
Let me
blacks
clarify something.
incarcerated.
Most people take them numbers, okay, and they say, okay, there's 1,400, and I'm just making a number up for you, okay? They'll say 1,400 white people got shot this year, but there's only 700 black people that got shot. See, the stats already show that only 700 black people got shot. So what are you guys talking about? Black people getting shot all over the place, but then I give you the percentage of the population. Okay, and let me give you another stat real quick.
Oh, wait,
okay?
before you move on from that.
No, we get that.
Yeah, we get that.
Yeah,
you know, we get that.
But what I'm telling you is, why is it that these people when they sit there and speak like this, right? They never break it down to the percentages with the population.
Because
they give you that one number, but they don't say, oh, okay, because we're 49% of the prison populations, bro.
Well, the problem is, go ahead. You want to go? You gonna tackle Chris, and then I want to get Brittany. I want to, we got to, anytime we get a lady to.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you don't have my opinion on the subject either.
Well, we haven't got to you yet, brother. You gotta. It's always the light skinned brothers. Hold on, we got 3, 4 light skinned brothers.
Watch yourself.
Exactly. Watch yourself. You're outnumbered here, cop.
You're outnumbered.
You're outnumbered here, cop. Okay.
3 chocolate, 4 caramel on the street. All right. So okay. Let me make this point real quick, and then Brittany, you have a little time. I want you got a little. Chris, do you want to? I want you to tackle this. The whole purpose of tonight's stream was to put emphasis on how irrelevant comparing population size to behavior is, right? And really putting context into how important it is that we have to focus on behavior. Hey, little King T. So,
so Chris, population size in reference to behavior.
So earlier, we're talking about the correlation between police shootings with the black community.
Okay.
And people make the argument that because of the adjusting for population size, technically black people are disproportionately shot more than white people. When you use disproportionately, you actually change the entire premise of the conversation. Because when you start adding for population size, it's almost as if what if black population was the same size as white population? What if? It's a what if scenario when we
can't make up numbers though.
No, we're not making up numbers. We're not making up numbers because if we're looking at the per capita number, the per capita per head, no, white people are killed more than black people. But to your point, TT, we want to adjust for population size, and what I'm saying is that's actually irrelevant when having the conversation about why the outcomes are the way they are. It has nothing to do with population size. You cannot properly analyze police shootings by population size at all.
No, but here's the thing. Population. But what I'm saying is, hold on. Population size. You do have to factor that bit of nuance in.
Why?
You do. You do. Oh, okay.
Explain to me why.
Here's the thing. That's why you get the number. That's how you find out if it's disproportionate to
No.
another
Okay, but I'm
to
saying
another
why
community.
Okay, but I'm saying
That's why I'm telling you. That's why if you want to find out if it's disproportionate or not, you do have to factor in population size.
Let me ask you this, because that is correct. Disproportionate, yes. But what I'm saying is, can you determine that it's racist because black people are shot disproportionately than white people?
That's not the only evidence you can use. There has to be more evidence than that.
There's different variables.
Correct.
That is a factor that you put into the equation. That is a variable that you put into the equation. But that's not the overall evidence.
But the problem is people use that as their overall argument to say that this is racist because black people are shot disproportionately.
Oh, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, but
I got what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, but Nathan, and the thing is on that one, I'm on your side on this. And you probably heard me tell people you're gonna have to come up with more than that now. That ain't the only thing you can use because you need more. Do some cops shoot because they're racist and they have a bad perspective on people of other nationalities? Yes, that does happen. But you can't say overall nationwide every police precinct is racist against black people or whatever.
I got it.
You know what I'm saying?
But that's my point. My point is that the way they phrase it, that's what's being told and sold. That's where the confusion is.
Well, so that's where the money is.
Mandro, if you ask the average black person, they believe that because black people are shot disproportionately means that they're shot more, and that the reason why they're shot more disproportionately is because of racism. That is how that is being manipulated and used to cause confusion.
Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why we speak on racism like we do, right?
Racism is a high variable.
Wait.
Go ahead. Some of these officers that come into our communities have no clue what our communities are.
True.
You understand what I'm saying?
True.
So when you spoke about earlier about how people interact and how people have a conversation, right? Most of these white officers not knowing how to deal with black kids and black men and black women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their tone and their aggression, everything else is escalated even more. Okay, so when you show when you're showing videos, well, yeah, I mean, I got my son.
No, you fine.
When you showing videos, when you showing videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one second.
You good? Go ahead.
So real quick,
this is what I wanted to say real quick. Oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, I just want to flip it real quick for the officers, right? Because it sounds like Nathan is saying the proportion doesn't matter. We gotta omit that, right? So let's flip it on the officers, right?
Yeah, you can't omit it though.
Okay, let me just break this down real quick. You got a new officer come onto the force, right? He's a part-timer. He barely goes out and engage with people, barely goes to calls. But Nathan, you out on calls every day, working overtime every day. At the end of the month, you got a lot of complaints. He don't have any. He gets this award for having the least complaints out of all the officers. The first thing y'all gonna say is he barely engaged with anybody. You know what I'm saying? So it matters because y'all gonna say it's a disproportionate amount of his engagement is the reason why he doesn't have as many complaints as us, because we are out there more. So I just flipped the head around to show you, like, you actually
made the point.
Right.
You actually made the point that I was going to make, and I was going to say, so essentially, what it sounds like everybody is saying that it's not really the population that's relevant in this argument. To me, it sounds like it's the amount of police encounters by each group, which is more relevant, right?
Correct.
So
I can agree.
You can have 50 million people and 40 million never ever see the police. But for some reason, you got this group of 10 million people that are constantly being encountered with the police, which is going to raise the probability of some sort of, violence or an arrest or citation to incident to happen.
Some kind of incident.
So I think it's much more important to look at how many police encounters each is having versus the population size. Because in both groups, right, there's some black people that never see the police. There's a lot of white people who never see the police. So obviously an incident can't happen if there's not an encounter. So maybe that's a better way for us to look at it, the number of encounters by each group versus just blanket population size.
Right.
I agree.
Bottom
I
line,
said that earlier when we were talking one-on-one. I think I said that earlier.
but here's the overarching issue here.
Hold on, Mandro. Wait 1 second. Let me get. I want to get Brittany in. And
let's get Brittany C in. Hello, Brittany C. It's my first time.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm Andrell. How are you?
Nice to meet you, Andrell.
Nice to meet you too.
She can tell she don't like light skinned brothers. Okay,
she doesn't. She doesn't. It's all right. It's all right.
You know what? I am not.
See, look at the cops with the colorism. We knew y'all was racist.
Right. You see, you can't trust cops, man. You can't trust cops, man.
Let's stick to the conversation, gentlemen. Let's stick to that. No, I just want to applaud you, Nathan, for bringing so many people together and having these conversations, because I think that these conversations are really, really important. One of the things that I think we're missing here is that, we can talk about the facts, like we can talk about data, we can talk about the layers, to how data is created. But ultimately, when we talk about a collective, when we talk about a community, it's about perception, right?
Yes.
And, there are so many people out there that don't critically think, they're not having these really tough conversations to really understand like how they're drawing conclusions about, the things that they see in the media, and, all over the internet, right? When the conversation was being had about reparations earlier, I wanted to make a comment because I don't think that reparations are the solution to helping our community. Reparations is just giving people money. You're giving people money, but you're not teaching them how to use it. And, one thing that I've learned in my professional career is that there is a difference between technical and hold on. There's a difference between technical and adaptive change, right? Technical change is something that you can put an SOP to, a standard operating procedure. Adaptive change is behavioral. That's changing someone's idea, maybe, their belief system, the things that they think are very core to their values.
Their identity.
Their identity, exactly. And you're asking them to betray themselves,
right.
Which is very, very difficult for people to do, period, let alone our community, because we're not acknowledging, a lot of the challenges or the things that we're missing, to be able to create solution, in a broader perspective. I think the conversation should be had around leadership, and understanding how businesses can invest more in nonprofit organizations, capitalizing on having strategic approaches to getting all this money that they're throwing at, specific certifications and government contracts around, supporting women in business, Black people. There's so much money that's being left on the table. So instead of reparations, we as businesses or we as entrepreneurs.
How about along with reparations instead of? How about along with reparations?
But the thing is like if you don't change the behavior first,
right,
then the money is just going to go back to where.
Just keep giving us our interest on our money while we get ourselves together. But here's
I want that back. Brittany, the point I was going to make is it's not about that. Our behavior, that's irrelevant, really. If they give us the money and we blow it, fair enough. We had our opportunity and we can no longer complain. But this is why they need. Hold on, let me finish. But my point is, the reason why they should give it to us anyway. You gave it to the Japanese in the 80s. You gave it to slave owners for freeing slaves. Every nationality in this country, Mexicans get it today. And for no reason, and for no good reason. But with the Mexicans that was in them cages, they get money. Those Mexicans, when they separated the kids from the families, and the kids can no longer find the parents because they deported them, but kept the kids here for some reason instead of sending everybody back there together. They paid those families money, and they still paying them. Everybody else gets reparations except us. So give us the money.
I understand that.
And if we blow it, we blow it.
Well, I understand what you're saying.
You can't tell a lottery winner that you can't get this 80 million because you financially illiterate. That lottery winner getting that money.
Whoa. Okay, hold on. Wait. Go ahead, Brittany. Finish.
My bad. Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, but I guess, my thought process is on producing positive outcomes, right?
I get it, and some of us will.
I am looking at our community, from a broader scope, just because I've had a nonprofit organization that's focused on digital equity. I work in technology. I know, there's some positions out there right now that are starting at $200,000, to develop video games. And we're left out of those conversations. Why? Because our community isn't teaching, the essential, the bare ethics around code, in getting into the tech industry, right? We need to focus on social equity. We need to focus on digital equity. We need to close those gaps, and that in itself is going to change behaviors and put people in different tax brackets, increase human capital, and then they're going to be inspired and impacted, to make change, and that can.
But Brittany, I got a question for you. For you, Brittany. Don't you think that if a person has the financial means to learn more, so they could do more? That's what that reparations.
Nate, I gotta head out, man. Y'all have
social
a good night.
economic.
When you have so many people that are know nothing but poverty, okay, and you equate and you mix in the money into it, whatever the case is, that money sometimes is hope, right? So
yes,
the person,
but I'm talking about
person,
money. I'm talking about money that is given by way of, educating yourself, to be able to increase your human capital, like your value,
absolutely.
Not necessarily.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. That's
still uneven and it's still unfair.
Because they gave out trillions for the COVID stimulus and didn't ask about education or financial literacy.
Yeah, and every other national. Wait,
they gave out trillions.
I'm not saying that these things don't exist. I'm talking about the positive outcome. I'm only focused. I'm not arguing that these things don't exist. These things haven't happened. These things can't happen. But I'm saying that when we're talking about solution, when we're talking about, big solution and big impact, what are we saying? We're not in conversations around venture capital. We're not creating tables and board of directors.
You don't want to be.
Well, that's
everybody. Wait, here's the thing. Everything Brittany's saying, I say to people on my show, I teach people about this. I teach people about financial literacy. They get the lowest views you can imagine. Now, here's the thing. But my thing is with reparations, I agree with her that reparations is not a solution. However, that is irrelevant. America has given every other nationality reparations. It's only fair that you give it to us too. Now we fuck it off.
I'm
longer complain.
I'm only talking about the behavioral change.
See, I agree with you that now when it comes to that, when it comes to that, I agree with that too.
Impact, right?
I agree with that too.
I'll give you an example. I'm from Los Angeles, South Central. Hey, right? So
that explains it. Jesus.
You know what? I'm gonna have to connect with you after this because I got some things to say. But I used to work for a company called Tribune Publishing. And Tribune Publishing houses brands like the Los Angeles Times, Chicago Tribune, the Sentinels, all of that, right? I thought I was big shit because I worked for a large company and my family had never, worked for a large, corporation like that.
Fortune 500.
I never saw that type of success before. And I was only making $21 an hour, but I thought I was big shit because I worked for this company. I was the only Black person on my entire floor, right? One thing, I worked in e-commerce, but one thing that experience did for me was it exposed me to UX design. It exposed me to engineering. It exposed me to project management. It exposed me to all of these different elements or facets of a professional career that helped me to accelerate and eventually become the CEO of my own startup. So what I'm saying, I'm a personal example of how that behavioral how that behavior changed and impacted my situation. It took me from making, maybe $60,000 to well over six figures, right? And I think that when you take a person through those processes, you're not just giving them money. You're not just giving them money, but you're teaching them.
Yep.
And you're building their human capital.
Gotcha.
And that's the thing that is important. I think that that's the conversation that we should be having.
Now, that is important, and I agree with that. In fact, I'm working on starting my own nonprofit to teach kids, teens, and young adults in their early 20s just such a thing, financial literacy, and train them to get jobs and whatnot too. So here's the problem, though. What people don't understand or just unwilling to accept is that if we taught 100% of us these things, everybody ran through the same program, only about 8 to 12% of us are going to come out on top.
That's
the rest
true.
Rest of us are going to choose a completely different direction.
There's a lot of poor people that went to school for business and got degrees, and they still
and they still poor.
Good jobs.
Well,
here's
here's where I'll challenge that, right? So, Mandrell, you are starting a nonprofit organization. With your nonprofit organization, you can be strategic, and you can go after funding millions of dollars.
Oh yeah, I know.
Millions of dollars that's out there, right?
I know.
Go after millions of dollars, through and create different initiatives to be able to speak to different audience the way they need to. We're talking about, how we as a community know how we need to be spoke to, right? And so there's different programs and initiatives that we can create, that will appeal to increasing human capital where a person is. It doesn't necessarily have to be, one direction. And I think that's where, leaders need to step in, or people who have the capacity to build business, they need to step in to be able to create these strategies, because there's venture capital, there is grants, there's government contracts that are being left on the table. And what we can do is we can create strategic plans to employ our people, to build initiatives and programs.
No, but what Brittany is saying is right. But what Brittany is saying is right. We need the Britneys of the world on the team. But the thing that it's just another side of the fight that say when we get the money, we need the Britneys to make sure we do the right thing with the money.
Right, but Brittany, how long you been doing this?
Together, we can't be battling.
How long you been doing this, Brittany? If you don't mind me asking.
10 years, Brittany.
I'll say, come on, Brittany. How long you been doing this? Because I've been doing the same thing, Brittany. But
oh my God,
what I'm saying is. And I was bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and as hopeful and optimistic as she was once upon a time.
You're trying to say that I haven't been burned?
Here's the thing, Brittany. I've gotten to the point where I've accepted that we don't want to do. The vast majority of us don't want to do better. So I save as many as I can.
No, listen.
That's what I do.
What Brittany's saying, and we're all in agreement. We can't.
I agree with it.
We can't go with the mindset that it's fruitless to do it, right?
It's not fruitless.
This is a building process.
Well, everybody else shouldn't have got it.
It's gonna take at least 3 or 4 generations to get this thing moving consistently.
That's 300 years.
No,
it's gonna take the same. So there's a philosophy. There's
I'm looking at the life
philosophy that states that the same amount of time you use to get into a problem is the same amount of time you need to get out of it. And so the reality is, it's gonna take generations of people sacrificing their own they have to be selfless, right? Because you're not going to be able to eat off of your hard work in the moment. You're doing that in order to make the soil fertile for the seeds you're planting, and so forth and so on. What Brittany is saying is we can do it 2 ways. We could do it the quick way, or we could do it the long-term way. And it's like Drake
Let's do it the medium way.
Put them both together, concatenate the 2 ideas together and say, get this money, this large sum of money, and then have the Britneys of the world manage it for us. Don't just give everybody all this money.
Okay.
We need a fund.
No. Nate, hold on. You're telling me.
Let me get a super chat. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you so much for the $20.
Brittany C.
Shout out to Carrie.
That's go to Brittany C.
Shout out to Brittany C. Shout out to Brittany C.
Yeah, now Nathan, in your experience, now you've been a cop, and you've been in certain areas, just as I have, but I was never a cop. I was too smart for that. Anyway,
Right, you went
you're
to the
telling
military.
me,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Too smart.
Now, here's the thing. So you're telling me
He
that
started off as a chef, so go ahead.
I know I was never a chef, bro. I wasn't finna work in no white man's kitchen.
Let me go back to what you
what
were,
I'm saying.
let me go back to what you were saying, Mandrell, really quick though, before I lose my train of thought. Because I know what that experience is like of like feeling kind of defeated by the process of, like trying to get some things done, trying to make change, and just not really being able to do that. And I'll share a little bit of my experience with you so you can understand my background and what causes me to say what I'm saying. Back in 2015, I just went rogue on my company and decided to go into the startup space. I knew absolutely nothing about it. I knew nothing about the startup space, but I just thrusted myself in. Before I knew it, I was doing pitch competitions and I was going off to raise $1.5 million. Now, me as a Black woman, once I started to learn about the statistics that I was I had a 0.52 chance of raising that amount of capital, that I was one of maybe 1,200 out of 500,000 business owners. Like once I started to learn what those statistics were, like it was very defeating, right? I went into a
look at God.
That ain't God. That's the devil.
Look at God.
Ain't nothing but the devil trying to shut the internet down.
Somebody got.
And then
We
froze at
need
the wrong
Britney
spot
too.
too.
She started talking to millions.
We do need Brittany. We do need people like Brittany. But my thing is, what I was saying is, Brittany's spitting facts. She is. But my thing is, I came to the conclusion that a lot of us don't want to, and for various reasons. I'm not saying because we're lazy or just want to be ignorant. Well, some of that's out there. Yeah, some of that out there. But I think the vast majority of people, like you take a person who's known nothing but poverty, they know nothing but abuse and things like that, which is a lot more people than we care to address or recognize. Okay, in our community. You take that person from that community, there are going to be so few of them who actually sit there and be like, this is my ticket, and realize that this is my ticket out. I'm going to sit here and focus on this, and I'm going to do this shit. And they do it. You know what I'm saying? And they go on to be exceptional. But the vast majority of people are going to be like, man, I ain't making no money right now. Man, I'm out of here. And they don't want to hear it. They'll come for the free lunch.
But see, that's
you know what I'm saying.
But
I mean, they come for the
Mandrell,
food services. But
the problem is that's not what we're talking about. The reality is what she is saying. She's speaking to the higher purpose of this mission is to change the mindset away from what you're talking about and start strategizing on how we can turn the soil over and really get people shifting their mindset into the right direction. We already know.
There's validation with this, right?
My question
we've
is,
had Martin Luther King.
You ain't got no question, Mandrell.
I do. What percentage are you looking at getting to?
Or
that you're hopeful?
When I talk about validation, right? We have validation of this with, our leaders, Martin Luther King, the Black Panther movement. These things
people hated Martin Luther King.
I'm saying that these things validated that leaders, right, can go into communities and change the behavior of thinking, right? And that's what I'm focused on. A lot of my career has been focused on positive outcomes, right? So when we talk about positive outcomes, how do we do that? We get into venture capital, we get government contracts, we build initiatives, and we practice, creating our own policy. I'm in the process of developing my own e-commerce policies that other people can follow, right? But we get a seat at the table, or not a seat at the table, but we create our own, really, so that we can build our communities and change the behavior.
That part. We create our own.
That's all that that's all I'm trying to say.
But let's not discount, because I agree with everything.
Wait, her policies. How close?
Give me 1 second, man. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I agree with everything you're saying, Brittany, but I think we
mute
can't forget that this is still a war, right?
Yeah.
If we start moving up in this country, these poor white people, they gonna fight back, right? They're not gonna just lay down and let us get reparations and let us build all of this and come into their neighborhoods and take over their communities. They're not gonna. So we gotta be prepared to fight back as well. So it's kind of like, I think if we get the money, then we already got the money. But if we trying to build to get the money, Black Wall Street already happened. Like, we see what they do, and they're doing it today. So they're still doing it today when it comes to the credit system and stuff like that. Like, they're going to fight against us. It's like, that's what my thing. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is, the credit system ain't hard. It's just people don't know how to get good credit. And Black Wall Street, there's several of them all over the nation. There's one in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I mean, that you can consider a black. You can consider that a Black Wall Street. They got black. And here's the key. Is it what I be saying, Nathan? You've been in a conversation with me when I told people this. They have control. They're in the politics. Black city council, black state senator, black doctors, black teachers, black businesses, everything black. Okay, they have control. They're in the politics. Black police chiefs, black fire chief, everything that's in a leadership position, a black person's in that position, and that is how you affect change. You have to get. You cannot change anything if you have to ask a person of another nationality for permission. If we are in control, and if we are in the, so I agree with you. Like, when I found out about those government contracts, I was like, and I saw how much money was in it. I got right into that.
Yes,
I mean, when I found out, I was like, what do I need to do to get this?
But there's so many people that
paperwork.
aren't aware of that. Like, there's so many people that aren't aware of that, and we leave so much on the table. And to your point, Andra, I think that we do need to, start engaging more civically. Civic engagement. Being more a part of, our chamber of commerce. There's a Black chamber of commerce in almost every city or every state. How can we become more involved with the chamber of commerce? How can we start to understand? Because through those very small communities, there is change happening. There is impact that's happening. There are education programs, there's different initiatives. We just don't know about them. And instead of talking about, these things, we focus like on the problem, right? And I think that that's where we need to pull more attention to, is like, what's the solution? Employing more of our people, getting in more of these conversations around venture capital, angel investment, government contracts, grants. Like, there's just so much that's being left on the table for us, and it could be one organization. It could be, one leader that makes a decision, to, be more involved in these things and create strategic processes that can make change.
Who funds the programs? Who funds the programs?
Grants, dude. Grants. She's right. Here's the thing. She's right about those grants, because, bro, if you listen, I don't pay taxes. Like, that's how much money is in these grants.
Yeah.
My income, I don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea of what but my thing is with this, because I did a show tonight. My show tonight. I was okay. One second, because I did a show tonight on what power is, right? Because this whole thing with Kanye West and Candace Owens. So I was telling people, because people follow this buffoon, and I'm like, okay, let me show you. Last week I was like, you guys are about to see what real power is and how it moves, and they see it now, okay? And so, no one person, you cannot give one person the final decision. Like, you have to have several people. Power cannot be in one. Yeah, power can never. That would be a mistake. You cannot let one person have too much power. Now, you can have one person as the final tiebreaker or the final decision maker, yes, but you have to have a council. You know what I'm saying? It's just food for thought for you, Brittany, because if you give too much power to one person, it will fail. They always do. Power has to be spread. Power has to be spread out as far as leadership goes.
When I talk about leadership, I'm not talking about not having a board of directors or, not having,
yeah, like a board of directors behind you that, you know, inspire, you know, the change or, you know, help you to lead these programs and initiatives. I'm more so saying that we need to get more involved in business. The Black Lives Matter organization was never a 501c3. It was never a 501c3.
It was a
private
sponsor,
for-profit business.
Sponsor, and that fiscal sponsor got them millions of dollars. They never filed an inch of paperwork to become a 501c3, right?
But why are we even talking about them?
Let her finish. Why are you keep interrupting her? I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to learn, Mandrell.
I'm giving that example because it's validation that there is money out there that we can take advantage of that can impact different initiatives and programs within our communities. And it's not difficult, you know, like it's not difficult. We just need to be more involved in those conversations. And I have a friend who owns like 7 franchises in Florida. It's a very popular franchise. And he tells me, you know, he manages all of his different franchises, but every day he'll go to his franchises and take out the trash. And I ask him, he's a black man, dark-skinned black man. I'll ask him, like, why, you know, do you go and just take out the trash? I mean, he'll, you know, he'll engage with his employees and all that, but I asked him, why do you just go and take out the trash? And he said, because I never want this community. He lives in Jacksonville, which is predominantly white, I believe. And he's like, I never want them to know that I have so much ownership. You know, I'm just the guy taking out the trash, you know? And so, you know, for me, that's him sacrificing, you know, like, I mean, he drives a nice car and all of this, you know, he's not hurting, you know, he's not, you know, he's not living his life basically. But, you know, one thing that I think, you know, his approach to this is like, I want to secretly build wealth. I want to, you know, go secretly and create a strategy to bring more of my people in to the mix, you know, to bring them into, you know, my infrastructure and impact change that way. Our change doesn't have to be so overt, like where we have to say like, hey, look at me, like I'm doing this thing because we're going to build Black people up, or we're going to build, you know, underserved communities up, and we're just going to be better in this. It doesn't have to be overt, but it can be radical, and radical could be quiet. So
Brittany, do you agree with a basic income? And leave like of the reparations conversation, do you agree with a basic income?
You mean a UBI?
Not like a big lump sum for, you know, descendants of slaves, but like a basic income, because alleviating those pressures of life can help with a lot of those mental stresses, you know, mental illnesses. So do you agree with some kind of financial stimulus?
Absolutely. You know, I think that our people need it. You know, but I just don't think that is the prime solution. And I think that's, you know, what I, you know, wanted to communicate it here today is like, I don't believe that is the prime solution. Putting money into someone's hands isn't going to solve the problem. Right. It could be an area that helps them, right? You know, it may help them think about, you know, how they need to change their position in terms of building their own human capital, but it's not the solution. I think the solution is higher than that. It's larger than that. And it starts with us as leaders, all of you, you know, beautiful men, Black men on this panel. Like, it starts with you, you know, creating more processes or more initiatives and programs, you know, to strategically impact behavioral change.
Yes.
I mean, I agree with that, because that's what other communities do. They have initiatives and programs, and the Jewish community has a synagogue, and things are going on around that. So it is community.
And people are listening. People are listening, and I think that's wait before you go, Mandrell. 1 second, Mandrell, before you go.
I'm gonna head out too.
You leaving us?
No, don't leave yet. Why would we leave? Never mind.
She dropped some amazing wisdom, and she's absolutely correct.
Amazing wisdom. You knew this already, Nathan.
Her presentation was
her
spot
articulation was well. All of that. It was.
And let me say something before you go, Brittany. What I think some people may have missed this. I don't know. This is one of the things I put down, and my idea is, if I had the power to fix the issues, what would I do? I would create a cabinet of leaders, just like how the president has a cabinet of, and each cabinet represents an area of interest of infrastructure that absolutely has to be addressed in this country.
Yeah.
So the Black community needs to do the exact same thing. They have a cabinet for agriculture. They have a cabinet for transportation, education, right? And so when you look, I think there's 13 presidential cabinets. And these are the heads of these organizations, and their job is to make sure it's running smoothly. To Brittany's point, what's lacking in this discussion of reparations is that there is no, I won't say that there is none. What needs to happen, there has to be a structured leadership, and the focal points on these top 13 areas that impact the Black community. And if you're not doing that along with reparations, you're going to fail. It's just really that simple. And it's not that you can't give money. The issue is not even so much giving the money. The issue is the mentality. It's the changing of the culture. It's making adjustments. For example, Jamaica recently, the government decided to ban violent music and violent
We need to too.
and entertainment from the country. Like, you cannot do this anymore. And why is that? Why is it that certain countries won't allow certain Netflix shows to play in their country, or allow certain movies from the theaters to play?
The
in certain
TikTok
countries?
algorithm, it works different in China than it do in
The
America.
TikTok algorithm works different. And so the question is, people understand this. And so, there's so much that needs to take place when you talk about how people are so easily influenced, so easily conditioned. Reparations cannot be limited to just giving money. It needs to be a complete
Right.
overhaul of
Yes.
a culture, and then really start seeing this. When you'll really start seeing the change. I have a video that I want to play, and it's like a minute, and I want to get you guys' final thoughts on it. And Mandrell will go first, so we can get him out of here.
Really, you'd treat me like that, Nate?
You see, you got Darth Vader. What kind of person has Darth Vader in the background? That's just like,
You want to know why? You want to know why I do this? He's my avatar too. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing.
That's who you aspire to be.
Well, the thing is, I go on these
Hold on,
panels.
tell me why you care so much about him.
Who, Darth Vader?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll go on these panels and stuff like that, right? And then everyone makes this face when I show up, and so I'm like,
all right. So, like I was saying, you guys. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna play this video, and then I want to get your thoughts on it. All right, Brittany, you want to watch the video? It's only like a minute and a half. I really want to get your thoughts, your closing thoughts on it. You got time? All right.
Brittany
Mandrell,
got to take
time?
them
You asked me to explain it to you, and then you dropped me for explaining it.
And dropped.
Right, he dropped me for explaining it. Everybody else been long-winded as all get out.
I'm with you when you right, Mandrell. He has let everybody else talk but you.
Because you don't understand. I deal with Mandrell all the time. He don't know when to stop talking.
Yeah. You
don't know how to share. You don't know how to share.
Oh, that's why y'all friends.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Right.
All right. Fair use. Fair use. They might not let me keep it, but I think it's great for the conversation. Screw you too. All right. I want you guys to hear this conversation with Denzel Washington. He's talking about this movie.
I saw this. Amazing.
That he was in. All right. Where'd Brittany go? She did. Brittany said she was gonna watch it. She's probably gonna watch behind the scene. Brittany, your internet acting up. All right. She got that struggle internet.
I thought she made over 6 figures.
You said she got that magic jack.
She got that magic.
All that money, and she got that shit in there.
And, incarceration.
He lives in the county. That's what happens in the county.
Leave Brittany alone. She came up here.
What she do with that 1.5 million?
Right.
Building somebody else's business up.
Right. And she ain't spending on no internet. We know that much. We know where the money ain't going. Give us some grace, man.
We're gonna wait for King T. Okay, here come Brittany with the struggle stream. Brittany, we were not talking about you.
Not at all. Well, I wasn't, at least. I can't speak for herself.
I tried to. Sorry.
All right, hold on. Where King T at? I want you guys to watch this, and then I want to get your final thoughts. Get your final thoughts on this. All right, King T here. All right. This is a perfect way, I think, to close this out. All right, I'm gonna give everybody 3 minutes after this because I know how y'all.
Race in America has been a. It was something I read where
Can y'all hear it good?
talked about your people from Mount Vernon and saying that, you know, like they've done like 40 years in the penitentiary together. So, and you know, incarceration rates in America has been a problem, especially as opposed to minorities. And Roman delves into the issues around the legal system. Do you think we've made any headway in the
I
legal?
think it's more important to make headway in our own house. By the time the system comes into play, the damage is done. They're not locking up 7-year-olds. You know, I was in Chicago a couple of 3-4 weeks ago, and we saw these little kids on bikes with masks on the side of their head, like 5 or 6 of them. And the driver said, "Yeah, they're little yummies." I said, "Who?" He said, "Little yummies. Look up, Google Little Yummy." Little Yummy was an 11-year-old murderer.
Wow.
And you look at his picture, you'll see the headshot of him, and he's like this. And he got murdered at 11 by a 14-year-old.
Wow.
Who's doing life now, and a 16-year-old.
That makes no sense.
You blame the system? Where was his father? It starts in the house. It starts in the home. And yeah, well, my father got locked up. Well, where was his father?
Yeah.
You know, like I did talk about my 3 closest friends, and they did, you know, 15 to 25. One did 28, this and that. I was the only one of the 3 that had a father in my life, even though my parents were together. But I still had a father who was a gentle man and a good example, and they didn't. We can blame the system if we want, but they didn't lock any of us up at 7.
Yeah.
We were all doing enough to get locked up at 13. My parents sent me in another direction. They didn't have anybody to help them, and they kept doing what they was doing, and the system got them. So I don't, the system is rigged, but why? All the more reason not to help it.
Denzel spoke some words. G, I'm gonna let you go first. You've been patiently waiting, brother. I know you about to. I want to give everybody. How much time? I'm giving you 3 minutes. 3 minutes each.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. It's based on the individual itself and the parenting skills. My mother did it by herself as a female. She raised 2 successful males and 2 successful females, and she did it by herself. So it was her raising that taught her how to raise us because she implemented the same system her mother used. But when you deviate from what you have been taught, as far as the righteous way of raising your children, this where we are. That's why we are where we are now, because we have allowed our children to be too entitled above anything. I want to give them this because I didn't get that. It didn't kill us. It didn't kill them. So it's not going to kill them. You have to learn to do without in order to survive and thrive.
Well said. Well said. Brittany, I'm gonna let you go because I know you was trying to skate on us earlier. Let me get your thoughts on what did you get from what Denzel said in reference to that?
It's really hard for me to comment on it because my internet was tripping and I only got bits and pieces. But I will say this, you know, I'm the only person in my immediate family, you know, to be able to kind of move into like a career as, you know, businesswoman, to make over 6 figures. I had no one to glean to. I had no one to, you know, like ask, you know, for perspective, but I did gain mentors. I think, you know, what's really interesting about my story is like people were strategically placed into my life to help me grow and to change my mind from, you know, like a lack mindset. You know, when I first started raising capital, I was like, there's no resources out here for me. You know, I was walking in these doors and these VCs were telling me like, oh, just go raise a family and friends round of $250K. And I was looking at him like,
right,
you know, like, how, you know, but he didn't understand that because he came from a Jewish family who would come together and they would give him that amount of capital to start a business, right? And so I had a completely different experience. And because there was so much lack in my family, I couldn't even see when the resources were put in front of me. You know, but I had people that were strategically placed in my life, you know, that impacted the change in my mind, that helped me to succeed and create and increase my own human capital. And I think that is, again, it leads back to, you know, what I've been saying. I believe that people can change their minds. It may not look the same for everyone. You know, it may, you know, there are critical thinkers out there. There are some that are not, you know, there are some that are okay with, you know, having the bare minimum level of thinking. But, you know, the behaviors of how we start to, you know, attack these things, I believe that those things can change at different levels. So yeah, that's what I'll say.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Well, Brittany, thank you. I know I don't want to hold you too much longer. We all appreciate your wisdom and insight. Extremely invaluable. And I, you know, you're always welcome up here.
Elated to have you, Brittany.
Yeah. Absolutely. So
words of wisdom. Words of wisdom.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great night.
All right, you too.
Brittany, it was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, Mandrell.
Mandrell is a hater.
No,
he is such, I mean, that brother, I ain't never seen a boy throw so much salt in my life.
I got to. Nathan, if you don't have haters, you're doing it wrong.
Facts.
Somebody got to hate. Everybody up
That's
here,
true.
oh, Nate, it's such a great conversation. Nate, you're doing a good job. I'm like, nobody gonna hate? Nobody?
Hey,
all right, let me go up here and make something up then.
No, hold on. I had to, everybody on my channel has been a hard-earned subscribe, first of all. I had to work hard for all these guys.
Not really.
I had to work 3 times as hard for King T. Me and King T started. King T came and gave me the business when he first came up. And
that's
now
what he should have.
And now, you know, now we cool. He'll still give me some pushback, but it's all out of love, and it's just all out of, you know, we all want the same thing, and we all are fighting differently to get the same thing. But I think Beezy will agree on this. There's multiple battlefields, and we need each person to fight their perspective battle. And you know, I'm not good at everything, but I would ask, you know, if you know, we're doing this reparations thing, we're doing all this stuff and repairing the Black community. You know, you have someone in law enforcement who has a law enforcement background who will speak truth, bring truth to power, be genuine, and give an honest assessment of the situation, how to fix the situation. And I think that's what's important, right? We need people from all respective points of leadership who have a good heart, right? And I think that's what's missing, integrity. They got to have integrity, and we need to know who these people are in order to put them in the right place. And so, so Beezy, let me give you your final thoughts, and then King T, and then Mandrell, we're gonna let you get the last. But Beezy, what are your thoughts, brother? What are your thoughts?
I'm gonna take my 3 minutes if you don't mind. All
Yes,
right, I'm
sir.
gonna take my 3 minutes.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
give you 3.5, Beezy.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So yeah, Denzel said, you know, it starts at home, right? And I take it a step further and says it starts in your mind, right?
Yes.
At a young age, right? So let's take it back to, you know, the early 1900s, the Great Depression, right? White folks was in a bad condition, right? Stock market crash, people bet money, lost. They was out there in the streets begging, hand and fist, begging. Facts, ain't no lie. Here in America, right? They didn't just throw money at them. It's some prolific writers came out of that and started teaching these people how to build their minds. You got the Earl Nightingales, the Napoleon Hills, and one guy named James Allen. He wrote a book called As a Man Thinketh. I'm going to read a small passage from it.
All right.
It says, a man's mind may be likened to a garden, which may be intelligently cultivated or allowed to run wild. But whether cultivated or neglected, it must and will bring forth. If no useful seeds are put into it, then an abundance of useless, weedless seeds will fall therein and will continue to produce their kind. So your mind is a great asset. 3 things going to happen. Either you're going to till it and build it, you're going to do nothing, it's just going to grow wild, or somebody else going to tell you what to think.
Facts.
So get in control of your minds, your kids' minds, the youth around you minds. Start working on what's up here. I think together we can come out much better.
Man, I
Well
couldn't have said it any better than that. The battle has always been, I won't say it hasn't always been, it is now moving forward about the mind, right? It's psychological warfare. It was physical at first, but they implemented the psychology in it. And then now after the physically free, it's all mentally.
You ain't physically free either.
Well, right. Well, I know, but we don't want to go down that far. King T.
Mandrill, boy, I tell you.
Boy, he be stressing me out.
We was having a moment just now.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mandrill knows
He knows how to throw the little screw in there real quick.
Hey, y'all ain't see one day I came in the back. I came in the back. Nate left me back there. I pulled up to come on the panel. Nate just left me back there. I was sitting there where I was like, he ain't come back. Nate was like, nah, not tonight, man.
He got this screenshot he always put up say, fuck the police. Every time I see it, I have to drop him off the channel.
Yeah, it's a big background on my green screen. It says, fuck the police back there. And I'll talk to him. Look, I'll do it to distract him, right? And I'll see have a full, serious conversation with him.
Yep.
With that banner back in the background.
Everybody got that little brother you can't put your hands on because your mama gets.
I'm older than you. I'm the big brother picking on you. Somebody got to bully you
better
around.
to catch the fly with honey instead of vinegar, bro.
Facts.
Yeah, but he's no fly. He's worse.
Yeah,
he's
but
the shit that the fly eats.
Oh my God.
Hey, you don't put on that uniform. You put on that uniform. You're gonna get these jokes.
I did it to serve. King T, drop some knowledge on us. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, this is a great conversation. You know what I mean? How Brittany came around Missouri. You know what I mean? Beezy, even Mandrill. You know what I mean? Like it's when you have a wealth of knowledge, right? And if there's somebody that's, especially nowadays with the social media thing, we got kids that watch this.
The devil.
Okay, right? So sometimes we got so much things that distract us with all the different topics that come around that are meaningless. Right. That they catch the masses with all the little drama that happens with this reality TV type of situations because everybody get a camera and everybody lose their mind. You know what I mean? The essence of the reason why we are who we are is to teach one, reach one, right? You know what I mean? So that way you leave this world better than what you came into this world.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So that's the thing that I take upon that I learned in life is just that aspect of it. Like just do better. So that way you could sit there and show others to do better. You know what I mean? And it's nothing about the talk. It's just all about action. You know what I mean? All about action. You know what I mean? And all about, like how you said, Nathan, you know, it's about your heart. It's about your compassion. It's about your love for your people and everything else, and a love for your family, and to see this world a better place. You know what I mean? And sometimes to get that, right, you have to fight for it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it's never an easy battle, right? But we as Black people have had it hard. You know what I mean? And this is nothing new.
No, sir.
So that aspect of continue to learn who we are, because there's so many people that's behind you and you know what I mean, that's looking up to you. If it's friends and family, like I said earlier, that they have no clue some of the information you have, the wisdom you have in your mind. So it's not about trying to reach 1 million people. Just like Mandrill said, if you could just reach one, you know what I mean? It's sometimes people are so afraid to succeed because nobody pushed them to that limit and say, hey, look, you come for greatness, to be anything you want to become. You know what I mean? We're so looked upon as people identified us with the N-word and everything else of who we are as a people, right? That we fail to understand that we come literally from kings and queens in this world. That we built this right.
Pyramids, built pyramids, dynasty, Mesopotamia.
I'm Eritrean. And Nathan will tell you this. You know, I'm Eritrean.
Yep.
You know, my mom came here with 7 kids. Okay, didn't know the language, the culture, no education. You know what I mean? And what do you think they're gonna take that woman with 7 kids? We grew up in the ghetto. But see, the thing is, it's not where you start from, it's where you end up at in life. That's one thing I learned from my mom, is her working hard to sit there and make sure that out of the 7, 5 of us have college education, college degrees. Okay? But it's not even about the education you have, it's what you do with it. Right? Sometimes people get wealth and wisdom and everything else, and they leave people behind.
Yep.
Sometimes the real essence of this is because it takes a tribe to raise a family, to raise these kids, right? Instead of talking down to these kids, we got to uplift these kids. You know, we could tell you about all the music things we want to talk about, everything else, but this type of situations happened when I was younger with NWA. You know what I mean? So we got drill music, everything else, but if we sit back and look at these kids and talk to them like our parents did and say, hey, you guys are hopeless, then where are they going to be at?
Right.
You know what I mean? So instead of telling
We
that kid
knew
he's
not to do
hopeless,
certain things as kids, though.
yeah, but I'm saying, but sometimes it takes that one person that kid looks up and says, he was a mentor, just like how Denzel said. You know what I mean? Some people, a lot of us don't have fathers in the household.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I didn't have a father in the household, but what I had was a strong woman, like Desiree said, that raised us. You know what I'm saying? You so with the heart and sacrifice everything else, you learn that you see my son and everything else. You know what I mean? So what type of world do I want to leave him with is the world I create.
That's right.
And it's going to take all of us to create this world, everything else, for us to be better as a people. You know what I mean? And just like Beezy said, you know what I mean? Nobody's going to give this up to us easily, okay? The reason why those Black Wall Streets and all them other towns, the 25, 26 cities that was being burnt in the early 1900s was people from the other side of the river, the other side of the street, everything else couldn't fathom the fact that these people were slaves. Now all of a sudden they created their own wealth. So instead of just saying, okay, let them do them, they were so mad at the situation at hand and said, like that one in Mississippi Burning where that white man said, that nigga got a piano. I ain't got no piano.
That was Rosewood.
The other motherfucker looked at him and said,
that was Rosewood.
You don't even know how to play a piano.
That was Rosewood.
But Black Wall Street was the second wave. The first wave, they gave boats and money to Liberia. So they've been getting rid of the smart ones and getting them out the way so they wouldn't teach nobody else. So if you learn from history, you got to teach the next generation.
Right.
But here's the thing, though. See, we went from building our people up, right, and having people like Malcolm, that was a revolutionary, a militant, to a Martin, that was a Gandhi, a passive, but then he understood that this situation is a fight brewing, right?
Right.
And we have to sit there and make sure that with education, with us as together and everything else, we can do anything we want in life. You know what I mean? And that's a proven thing. But the sad thing is, now we got, like I said earlier, we got these black, white supremacists, like these Officer Tatums and these Candace Owens, and I don't know where Kanye's at.
And Kanye West, he's a coon. He's a soft shoe tap dancing jigaboo.
Well, here's the thing.
He's a race traitor.
Directing that situation.
No, Kanye is strategic.
No, he's not. Fuck, bro. No, he's not.
No, he's not. He's not, bro.
I don't know how you get to $1 billion with no strategy. I'm just
hello.
No. I can explain to you exactly how he did that.
Wait,
I don't want to derail. Let's not derail.
I can explain to you exactly how he did it.
I digress.
All right. Yeah. We don't want. Yeah, we want King T finish his closing thoughts. Yeah.
No, I just falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
No, here's the thing. It's just reality. You know what I'm saying? You see, Kanye got a platform. Kanye got a voice. Kanye got that.
Not anymore. He don't.
That he, well, I mean, that's what he thinks in his head, right?
He thought he did.
He says he does. What people don't understand is he just one man will want that his own opinion.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? But the sad thing is, we as a people, we gravitate to it so much that we say, "Oh my goodness, Kanye said this, Kanye said that, Kanye got Yeezys." This nobody.
We won't Kanye to fall as a people. We're a really sad group of people.
Kanye made Jesus walks. Don't forget that.
I mean, let me tell you something.
But Jesus actually did walk. Why ain't you praising him?
You didn't see him walk. You heard he walked.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
We were sold it.
You see this, Nathan? Listen to the man, Nathan. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah. Nobody saw him walk. You think he walked because you were told.
I had to get my Mandrell bag real quick. I was in my Mandrell bag real quick, man. Go ahead.
But that's
listen to this one here. I'm telling you, I like these guys.
Make sure we pushing correct information, okay? Because that's why when we talk about statistics, everything else, like I was trying to say earlier, right? There's impressionable kids that watch these type of shows that come on, and then they adopt these Officer Tatums and Candace Owens, and how Kanye said about how George Floyd didn't die from the knee on his neck. It was the fentanyl would have killed him instantly. It wasn't because of the 9 minutes and 29 seconds that was that knee on his neck. Like I mean, this is where we at right now. See, we don't have to have white folks and the KKK doing things to us no more, right? We got our own people killing us out here.
They got our mind.
We do it to ourselves.
Yeah, they got our mind.
I think.
See, y'all, these brothers don't watch my content, Nathan. Shame on you for not pointing in my direction.
I'm a point.
I will be logging on soon. Don't worry.
Shame on you for not pointing in my direction.
Let me say this, King T. First of all, I want to appreciate you. I appreciate you because I pride this channel on not being an echo chamber, and I welcome all thought, all conversation.
Not all.
And I always respect your views, and you hold my words. You hold them to me, and I appreciate that, because those things make me sharper as well. Same way Beezy was in the chat. He was like, "Nah, I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling that." And then but I think it's so healthy for people to see us have a difference of opinion, have different perspectives, agree, disagree on certain things, and then also find the nuance that also makes us align.
Exactly.
And at the end of the day, no one can say we all want the same outcome.
Absolutely.
How we get into it, how it gets done might be different, but at the end of the day, we all agree that we want this thing to change and we want this thing to get better. And I think that's what we always have to make sure we come back on, that unified message. And I think that's what makes it beautiful, and that's what I love most about this channel, is that I'm not here to censor anybody. And
Really?
sometimes once we get out, I censor you, Mandro, because you be talking too much.
You muted me too.
Did I mute you?
When you let Crystal out, when you
I
let
did. That's because
when
you
you
be
let
ad
Crystal out
libbing.
and talking.
You be ad libbing when people trying to talk. So sometimes
not that often.
I'll be sitting here quiet as a church mouse, and all of a sudden I look, you've been muted by the host. I'm like,
he muted me because Chris is going along with his fight.
If you were letting people talk, you wouldn't even know you got muted. You see what I'm saying?
I was just because I saw it.
Right. The software tells us when you mute us. Nathan.
I need to make that adjustment. I need to make
it tells us when you mute us, man.
Because I wasn't saying what you wanted me to say. That's why you muted me.
It was censoring.
Yeah.
Oh, you censoring,
Chris
Nathan?
was swanging, so you let him.
See, Nate's still on the job. Nate's still
He
on the
gave this
job.
big monologue about not censoring people.
Right.
All opinions.
That's right.
He
police
does it better than most, so we got to agree on that.
That's
what I mean? Like he knows that me and him had a couple battles, right?
Yep.
It's respect, because it's different opinions.
Right. It's
right?
needed.
But
and I like to see people that listen and take in certain things, because I learn from him as well as he learns from me, as well as I learn from Mandrell, Zuri, Beezy, Brittany, you know what I mean? We all have a voice, we all have thoughts, we all have feelings, because we're human in this.
And
right?
what you taught me, King T, I'll say this as we close out. What you taught me that I took away from our conversation is not to neglect people's experiences.
Absolutely.
And though I have because at the same time I want to share my experience with everybody, because that's where my insight is coming from. I'm here to say, hold on, yeah, we got bad cops, but it's not what you think, right? And I'm trying to share to get to get you guys to understand what my experience was like, so that we don't prejudge this side of the fence,
right?
And then but at the same time, I wasn't understanding that. And what you taught me, King T, was that every police department is not the same as my police department.
No, it's not.
And even though I know that here, but I don't express that when I'm talking, because I wasn't thinking about it. And
because you some kin to Candace Owen.
See, that's why your ass got muted with the Mad Libs right there. You see it in real time. You see it in real time.
No, but see, Nathan, I can't have you mimicking Sambos and tar babies and pickaninnies, jigaboos.
Certain things she says,
and the like.
She may not deliver it the way that's palatable, but there's some truth to what she says. Well, there's things that she says I don't agree with.
Well, here's the thing, Nathan. We can't Candace Owens. See, what she does is she mixes lies with truth, and that's the attack of the devil. That's how the devil gets you, dude. When a person mixes lies with truth, it's gaslighting language. But when someone mixes lies with truth, it's hard to at first recognize what's going on, unless you're really paying attention. If you're paying attention to what you're saying, you're like
knowledgeable.
Yeah, or knowledgeable. Exactly. That's why I don't listen to her. It's like, oh, I see what this chick doing. She doing this for the paycheck.
Well. You know what's so funny is I think that's why I have these conversations, and they're very sensitive conversations, because people in positions of power, they use data or they use certain information to have to get a visceral emotional response out of people in order to control their mind. And so I try to come in and say, hold on, slow down. Let's break it down properly. Take your time when you're looking at this. Let's get surgical with it, because it's not what it appears to be on the surface. There's something more going on. And that's why I always say race we can't allow race to be the only thing we look at when we're talking about the police problem, because there's other issues that are equally just as important. And King T and BZ, you guys brought this up tonight. And G, you brought it up as well. It's we got to be able to have the conversation at the same time. You know, you got to always include race. King T brought it up when we're talking about the interaction. And G brought up, you guys, when we talked about just the interaction and how it's different when you have the cultural difference between white and black, and they come together. You have a white officer interacting within the black community. They used to, when I was working for the predominantly white department, they would send me to the Hispanic community, right? Because I was the only black person there. And if we had like 3 Hispanic officers, if they weren't working, they sent me to deal with certain issues. Why?
So that had to do with color.
Well, because they look at, because of course the community is going to look at minority with a minority. It does have to do with color. It matters.
It's another C word too. It's comfort.
It's comfort.
Right?
I'm a lot more accepted than a white person going into the Hispanic community.
Not by Hispanics.
Not by Hispanics.
Well, they don't like black people.
Versus white people, he's more accepted versus white people.
And it's not that they don't like black people. That's not the right way to word that, right?
Yeah, they're with black cops, right?
There's more. When I worked in DeKalb County, so King T, this is from your people here. We have a very large Ethiopian population there. And we would have large population. They would send.
I'm in Atlanta all the time.
They would send the black officers in the Ethiopian community to deal with the concern. We rarely got calls. Let me just keep it real. You know, y'all don't be called the police like that.
They just don't call the cops.
Things would happen. We'd go there, whatever, address certain things. You know, but the thing is, it's comfort, right?
Yeah.
People feel more comfortable. So
color and comfort.
That is a culture comfort. So that's a real thing, you know. And even though I'm a little bit more close to the Ethiopian community because my family's Jamaican, right? So I understand the culture a lot better than the average person would understand it. But what's interesting is when people do feel more comfortable when they see someone they can relate to show up, and that's a fact, right? And so we have to just be policing. The profession has to be honest about that and really accept that. And by being honest and accepting that, you actually make moves to be more inclusive with the police department and how you address the community, because you're aware that this actually matters. And so,
well said.
Those are my thoughts, you guys. Listen, I got to give Mandrill. Listen, BZ, I appreciate you. G, I appreciate you. King T, you already know what it is. I am completely honored to have you guys just, being watchers, being subscribers of the channel, because it lets me know that what I'm doing is having a positive impact because you guys are still here. And,
absolutely.
It's truly a blessing for me. It means a lot to me, and I don't want you guys to think I take it for granted.
I want to say something. As your platform grows, it is imperative to remain humble.
Absolutely.
I've watched some YouTubers as their platform grew, they became arrogant.
King T
I won't name one.
I remember.
Yeah, that's the conversation me and him had when I first met him.
That's the first thing.
Yeah,
I see the potential.
I admire humble people.
You know what I mean?
I really do. I can click with you better, with humble people. But that was a YouTuber who I watched a lot. And he has a very massive platform, and I've been following him for 2 years, and he would always respond to me. But I inboxed him about a very serious issue and wanted him to, seek what he could do about it. And he looked at the message and didn't reply. But he's never done that before. And so I inboxed him again and said, "That's cool. I understand that you didn't, reply to it or whatever." I said, "But I'm going to still watch you and support you." because the
You're a
onus
bigger
is
man.
not on me. I asked you for the help, and you chose to negate it and go just look at my message. And he looked at it and then replied, which that's fine by me. I understand about people. I tell people all the time, if Mike Tyson was worth almost $200 million and went bankrupt, what you think about your few millions if you got some?
If Kanye West was worth 1.8 billion and now he's only worth 400 million,
according to the who? According to the media?
No, not the media.
That's trying to make him. Are you in his bank account?
See, we're not even going down there. I don't even know why he brought him up. Hold on, Mandrell. Let me, because I want to make sure I respond.
This
to
is
that.
what I do. This is what I do, G.
Know,
Can I say something about you real quick, Nathan?
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, G, this is what I do.
I'm gonna watch you. I'm gonna follow you microscopically.
I was gonna say this, Nathan. I caught wind of you on another network. It was a large panel that was there and had a moderator. He didn't say much. You know what you're talking about. But I found you there, but I watched the consistency across platforms. I seen you in different places. And I'm gonna be honest, like, you have a voice for people like myself. I'm a veteran. I understand the world a little bit different. I've been called, cooning sometimes. And
what branch you from?
It's in the Army.
What outfit?
But let me finish out. 260th out of Fort Dix, 3rd ID.
Infantry. Okay.
260th quartermaster. Well decorated, by the way. But anyway, the point I'm making is that I've seen the consistency across platforms. I feel like I got a voice out here hearing you speak, because sometimes when I'm talking to family and friends about my ideas, it's just so left field for them. So it's good to see a reflection of some of my thoughts and ideas in a brother like yourself, on YouTube. And I appreciate you for doing the work, brother.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Tell the gentleman where they can find me, Nate. Don't be rude.
Go ahead, drop the because Mandrell's a part of my homeboy's channel. So go ahead, let them know.
I'm a part of your homeboy. I'm not your homeboy, but I'm a part of your homeboy channel.
You are.
I see how it is.
Black Men Unfiltered. Black Men Unfiltered is that's where I get a chance to go over there and have some great conversation. I haven't been over there in a while, man. I've been
your own people because you choose to air your content on the same night I air mine.
All right,
see, man, that's messed up, man. You were throwing your weight around.
He's such a damn clown. Black Men Unfiltered, the Mandrell season. What do you call it?
No, my show is on Wednesday nights at 8:30. It's on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. That's the YouTube channel, Black Man Unfiltered Network. You can catch it like Mondays. We do unfiltered reactions. Tuesday is Talk Tuesday. It's a whole TV station over there. Wednesday is Unapologetic with Mandrell. That's me. And Shushu. That's my sister. My actual little sister. Okay. Thursdays, there's 2 shows. Fridays is Barbershop Conversations. Now, y'all can come up there on Barbershop Conversations, but understand this. It's full contact over there.
Yeah, they be throwing down.
It's full contact over there on Friday nights, okay?
King Talk, y'all would have a good time over there.
I'm watching. Yeah, Beezy and King T. I'm watching these guys. I'm like,
Nah, Beezy don't need to be over there. Beezy.
Why not? Look, he'll be over there with other
I'm looking at it now, though. I'm looking at it right now, though.
Yeah, he'll be over there with other veterans like myself. You know what I'm saying?
That's the problem. Listen,
I think me and Beezy get along fine. We vets. I understand Beezy. He understands me.
Beezy don't understand you, though. That's
yeah, he does. Well, he was a quartermaster, so he might not. I don't know. But it's better than Supply. I'll give you points for that. Yeah. I'm all right with the quartermasters. I'm all right with quartermasters. Yeah, I'm all right with quartermasters. I mean, I got no issue with quartermasters at all. But Supply,
Black Men Unfiltered,
they just had a shit job. I feel sorry for them.
There we go. Black Men Unfiltered. Yeah, shout out to him. Good brother over there. Always have a great time over there, you guys. Yeah, definitely go and check him out. And before the billions in it. What up, B2B? He's big.
2 o'clock in the morning.
I really enjoy the conversations, man. I've gotten a lot busier because of the work, but anytime, and I'll say this because I don't have a problem, and anytime you guys see me slipping, I give you complete permission to pull me aside, man, and let me know. And so, my thing is you always got to have accountability partners. Yeah. I'm not too concerned about my ego. My ego is my ego has made it through policing, and my heart's in the right place. And what I'm doing and I'm not doing it for money. And so, but at the same time, it's always good to have people close by to say, hey man, your forehead look like it's hanging out a little bit, tuck it in,
Tighten up.
Tighten up a little bit, tighten up around the edge, tighten up around the edge. So, but I want people whose opinions I respect to be able to call it out, because I know it's coming out from a good place, and
Absolutely.
and so if I hear it from you, it makes me like a Mandrell called me, behind the scenes and be like, yo, and he's had to give me some words of wisdom like a big brother a couple times, and and I take it, I take it because I know it's coming from a good place. So yeah, man, I'm not above correction. King T will tell you that.
Yeah.
I'm not above it, and as passionate as I can be, I'm not here to paint the picture that police are saints. I'm here to tell you that they are sinners. And here's what we can go about. Here's how we can go about fixing that. And that's at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're a rare breed, bro. You know what I
I
mean?
appreciate that.
You know what I mean? And
you and Dre
that's what I
Blanco
respect about you.
You and Dre Blanco both.
You got a good heart. You know what I mean? And these are the type of platforms that's needed instead of the nonsense that sometimes we see out there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
You don't have to sell your soul out.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
We've been doing that for the last 500 years.
But we gotta support guys like Nathan. If his channel's not getting monetized, when you come in the chat, drop that super chat, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Like, do the work to keep supporting him, so he'll want to keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Listen, you guys.
He be walking around here doing numbers like mine. He'll make you be like, damn, why bother?
Well,
Let me sit there like, why
keep
bother?
going.
Damn.
Mandrell, you got to learn a key word he said earlier.
You got to keep going, Mandrell.
You got to be humble, man.
Yeah.
I am humble. I mess with the crowd too. I mess up like,
he a troll. He a part-time.
I will troll the chat. Like sitting here on the panel, I will troll the chat.
Mandrell's a part-time troll, boy.
Right over there. That's why I'm especially for the vet, my brother at arms. Like seriously, it's a good time over there. And what I meant by full contact, like we're not taking jabs at each other, nothing like that, but we do joke. You know what I'm saying?
They clown. We
clown. We joke.
Y'all got military tough skin. Y'all be all right over there.
It's all love. It's all a good time. Not all of us are vets, but myself and JT and a couple others are. And you'll tell because we joke at each other pretty tough, and we laugh it off. It's all fun.
Yeah, we got to come do a panel like this over your channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Nathan comes and does my show sometimes. Like we have to do it because I want to do a show on some police stuff. And I was wondering if we could do a simulcast. So that way, I mean, your audience gets to watch you on your platform. My audience gets to watch me on mine. Same time.
We could do it every time we go over there. I go over there and we have a police conversation.
It
always
you get into a fight with somebody every. Nate gets into a fight with somebody every time. Without fail, Nate gets into a fight.
But let me show you how the universe works, though. How crazy it is, because how you end up learning about my channel was because of what happened over on Black Men Unfiltered's channel.
Yeah,
talking about the Othel situation.
Yeah,
and that's how that all spilled over. And then I did the stream over here, and then you end up coming up when I had the smoke session. I had this session. I was like, man, whoever got a problem, come up here and talk that shit over here. Let's go ahead. And folks was coming up. And we talked it out. We talked it out.
I don't know what it is, Nathan. I don't know why. I don't know how, but you're gonna get into a fight with somebody. Every time.
Because you know what it is? I feel like I'm misunderstood. I think
I think so too.
Even Beezy said it. Beezy said the same thing King T said. And remember, I said Beezy. I said I get that all the time. I said, and even G said it. It's like matter of fact, G said the same thing. He said, you come off like you're ignoring the past, or you're not trying to.
Michi said it in the comments tonight.
Michi always said Michi be dragged. Michi be Michi's tough. She tough.
It gets to the point. Like if you remember this last time,
she be smacking me around when we talking. I talk to her offline, and she be schooling me, and a lot of times I'm so passionate about the solution that because when people hear me and they haven't heard me, they hear me for the first time, it makes it sound like I'm not acknowledging or not putting any type of credit to how this thing got all screwed up in the first place. And I'd be like, nah, man, I said that 30 videos ago. You know, we talking about this right here.
But they didn't hear that 30 videos ago.
You said what?
So I'll tell Nate, they didn't hear you 30 videos ago. But so you have to refresh them and bring them back up to speed because
real quick, the first thing that a Jewish person will say if you defame them or anti-Semitic comments or whatever, they going back to the past. That's the first thing that they're going to remind everybody that's listening what they've been through and why you need to watch how you treat them. So,
but if you tell them the same thing people tell us, get over it. It was a long time ago. Just get over it.
They not gonna stand for that.
They won't stand for it at all.
You know, the thing,
but that's what they tell us.
But the thing with the Jewish community, they have a very unique history though, because if you really look at it, what has caused them to have been mistreated and killed and tormented over I don't even know the spans. I don't know the numbers, but thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
You ain't like that for thousands of years.
We talking about what caused the World War. We talking about that.
Well, the thing is, it's always been about
6 million Jews.
It's no. We're talking about it's more than just the Holocaust, right?
Yeah, you talking about ancient Egypt.
Different Jew. That was a different Jew.
But you talking about if you look at ancient Egypt, back in ancient Egypt, they were the ones building those pyramids for Pharaoh.
The thing is, the whole point is, the issue is their persecution has always come from propaganda or misinformation in reference to who they are as a people, which has caused them to have been attacked and persecuted over
because they stole their right.
Well, I'm just explaining to you why they don't like people talking bad about them, right?
And they looked at us like we wasn't human at all.
History has repeated itself on their community. And so anytime someone has started speaking ill about them or say, hey, they're responsible for this, it has been a collective attack against them, which caused them to be persecuted. And so they have a history of that. So now they're hyper sensitive. Anytime someone mischaracterizes, they jump on it right away and they snuff it out because they have a history, repeated history, generations of generations where these things have happened. So I understand, but their collective, their code,
unity,
their unity code that they got is so airtight.
Yeah.
If Black people, if we were able to accomplish, basically mimic what they do,
exactly,
to where we don't allow people to damage our image.
There you go.
You know, and it's like. Perfect example. You don't like Kanye West, that's fine. But here's a perfect example.
Kanye West.
Adidas dropped Kanye West for what he said.
Kanye West.
Whether you like what he said or not, that's not the point. The point is Adidas dropped him.
I don't care what he said.
What would it look like if Black people were like, oh, you dropping our Kanye? Okay, well, we're dropping you, Adidas. And everybody, you got a massive amount of Black people returning Adidas they just bought this day. Outfit, clothes, everything goes back. I remember when they found out Mayweather was wearing, what was he wearing? Was it Gucci or something? People started burning. He started burning. Something happened where
you talking about Gucci made this outfit with blackface on it. It made people look like a minstrel when they wear it. So it was Gucci, and so they asked Floyd Mayweather. Said Floyd Mayweather, you know, Black people, we're collectively boycotting Gucci. To stand together in solidarity. What do you say? Man, I ain't with that shit. I'm finna go to the Gucci store and get me some right now. Right. And he did.
No code.
And here's the thing. This is how power works. Everybody's on code. Kanye lost everybody. His lawyer, his talent agency, talent agency, everybody who was doing business with him, his bank. A bank doesn't want to, when a bank says fuck the money, that's when you know you're fucked up. A bank doesn't want to bank with a billionaire.
Well,
I told people like tonight for weeks for the past 2 weeks, Nathan, I've been telling people, do you not see what's going on here? I say his net worth is going to drop significantly in the next 2 weeks. They say, oh, it ain't gonna be that fast, and it was faster than I said. He's now worth an estimate 400 million, and because no one actually has $1 billion.
Well, we know that.
You know what I'm saying? No one actually has $1 billion. It's the net worth.
Right. The whole point is just that when something happens, you know, is everybody going to collectively galvanize around that person as support? If we don't use Adidas anymore, do we have a black alternative? You know, someone told me, and I'm gonna say this.
You can buy mine starting next year when I launch it.
Someone told me this important
And I
thing
promise I will.
about reparations.
Very high quality.
They said you can't tell black people not to support a business if you don't give them an alternative business to funnel into. And when he told me that, I was blown away because I didn't even think that far into it. That you can't tell people to boycott something and we don't have a black substitute. So you know, when you think of things like that, the problem is there's a strategy to this thing. You say, okay, boycott these hospitals, boycott these schools. Okay, well, what schools do we already have in place that we can funnel our people into? You know,
we got one in Savannah. King, what's his name? The young black guy who was really doing the thing.
King Randall. Yeah, and but see, that's how it starts, right? But that's how it starts, and eventually, as he builds, we have to support that. Just like you guys were saying earlier, we gotta start supporting those things to give us. We have to have options outside of white institutions.
Because what are people?
And that to me is, you know, is there a black Uber app, right? What if Uber?
No, there isn't. In Atlanta, there is a driving service. I'm gonna find out the name of it because a guy I just met. He has a YouTube channel called The Big Mic Drop. Right, really good brother, fantastic. He has a transportation service, right? So if you don't want to use Uber or Lyft, I mean, and I'll get the name of it and I'll send it to you, Nathan. I'll text it to you, Nathan, just so you can put the word out. You know what I'm saying, and get business to this brother. I mean, he might be the next Uber. And that's what we need. We need a black one. You know what I'm saying? Like my goal, like people ask me, what's your goal with your clothing line? I said, I want to take down Nike. I want to make Under Armour look like 3-month-old tore up drawers.
And you need the help.
I want to put them out of business.
There we go. And we need the help from.
Do you do cut and sew
in order to do it? So
do you do cut and sew?
I made all that from nothing.
I got you. Do you do cut and sew?
Yeah.
Drop your
information in the back chat.
Drop your information in the
email address. Drop your email address.
This is how it works right here.
Email address.
This is how it works right here. What's going on right now should be happening at people barbecues, at the baseball games, instead of the basketball games trying to holler at chicks, people should be networking and talking.
There you go.
Drop your information in the back chat, man.
And and let me know when you get it. I'm gonna drop you down. Put your information in the back chat form. I appreciate you guys. Mandra, I'm gonna drop you down.
Okay. Have a blessed night, man.
King T, man, have a blessed night, brother.
Absolutely.
All right, give my respects to the little Prince T down there.
That's baby Nip right there.
All right, that's what's up.
Right there. You know
that's what's up.
Yeah. So,
right,
man, I'm gonna tune in, man.
Yes, sir.
Much respect.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, BZ.
All right. Nathan, thank you for having me up here. It is an honor for you to be up here with me. Thank you. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for tolerating me tonight. Okay. Sometimes Nathan looks depressed up here on this panel, and I got to bring a smile on his face. I still watch you, Nate. I'm just like,
I know, man. I appreciate.
Sometimes I'm like, Jesus.
It's tough. It's tough conversations, man. And sometimes I'm planning the conversations. I don't know, never know how they're gonna go. But I always feel empowered to speak on it, just in hopes that I create a spark of a change of thought.
And you do. You do. Look at the people who come to your channel who thought one way about police officers, but then they meet you, they meet Dre Blanco, and it just starts a chain reaction. They meeting these cops who are like, oh, they ain't so bad. Let me talk to this guy. Let me talk to this guy, Nathan Daly. They sit and have a conversation with you, and then they figure out, oh, okay, that's how it works. And then you actually changing people's perspective.
Right.
That's what it's all about. And about black people and buying products, yeah, they do need a black alternative, but at the same time, for some reason, when it comes to black products, our products have to be proven first.
Yeah.
Then we support. Whereas other people can just launch something new and we go try it out.
That's because that PTSD. right? You know, a lot of people. What's the running joke when you go to a black owned business, right? What do people assume? You
Bad
know,
service, bad quality.
bad service, bad quality. So it's on us to change that stereotype around within our own community. You know, and we should be able to create a product without having to label it black this, black that.
And I'm not labeling mine black this, black
Yeah,
that.
no one should know that there's a black owner. They should just know your product by being a good product and good service. It don't need to be, hey, this is black toilet paper made by a black. It's like,
right. And
no,
see, here's the
black,
thing:
white.
people have asked me, well, when are you going to launch it? I said, I'm planning to launch it next year. Right. Well, what's taking you so long? I said, quality control.
It's a quality. And the designs are nice too. Those
Thank you.
designs
Yeah,
are nice.
and the quality. Finding a manufacturer who can deliver the quality I'm looking for.
Right.
That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? These Chinese people, they don't want us in that market, and they make it known because I'll spend money on the samples, and it's something totally different than what I'm like. I gave you pictures of it though.
Right.
This looks nothing like what I gave you. How do you mess that up? You know, and it's just to get you to waste money and price you out of the market.
Yep.
You know, because
Yep.
They're against us.
Well,
my quality is much higher than Nike and Under Armour. You know what I'm saying? So a lot goes into it.
They're playing business, man, and that's how business works. Ladies telling me this about the beauty industry and how
like women's hair products and beauty stuff,
products and all that. They price them out. They price black owners out of the market. So
like 3 times more. They charge them retail prices. Like I was looking at Dubai because they could offer me the quality I'm looking for, right? Spot on, pristine. I look at how much you're gonna charge me like per unit. Like I was like, these are retail prices.
Right.
So that means I have to pass the duty, taxes, the cost I'm paying off on my customers. I can't charge somebody $100 for a pair of shorts.
See, the price wouldn't
You know
matter.
what I'm saying?
The price wouldn't matter if everyone let go of where they were putting their money already. That's the reason why they don't want this unification, because what it'll mean is we'll be taking money out of someone else's hands. I tell people, the reality is there's only 100% power in this country. Power can't be created or destroyed. It has to be taken from its previous source. So, Mandro, if you walk around on 5% power, that can't be duplicated. It has to be taken from you. So if I start my own business and you have a business, but my business starts doing better, I'm taking away from your clientele and you're losing. And so on a grand scheme of things with economics, if black people start doing and creating their own and having their own, establishing their own system, that's money that's going to be taken away from other institutions or white systems or white established systems here in this country. And that's somebody's island they got to give up. If black people wise up and start doing things different, whatever his name is, he got to give up that island he just bought, because he's not going to make, like you're talking about, I think Chris said it earlier, the whole economy would almost collapse if black people got on,
If we get reparations, oh yeah.
Well, if not just reparations, if reparations is used to rebuild us, then yeah.
Oh so yeah, that would turn everything on its head.
So why? And they don't want to do that.
Yeah, because you talking about a power shift. Like if we actually got reparations and did the right thing with the money, complete shift in power.
Yep.
And there'll be no stopping us.
Nope.
Because you have to phase out the Arabs and the Koreans from opening up things like Dunkin' Donuts and American delis. I'm sick of seeing American delis. They're everywhere.
Collapse. If we just cap real quick on what's in the black community, nail salons, beauty supply stores, the gas stations, the liquor stores, the laundromats, what's another one?
Auto mechanic shops, the
auto shops.
Yeah.
You even just knock out just those. Those are just kind of like the routine ones you see consistently. You're talking Chinese food shops, restaurants.
Can you imagine us? You can imagine us sitting there making Chinese food though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these are businesses that are in the community that aren't,
and they're thriving.
And they're thriving off of black dollars. If you you were to just if Dunkin' Donuts, if you were to Subway, if you were to take that out, right? If you take that out, oh, I mean that's
And we open up mom and pop sandwich shops and mom and pop donut shops. Because there's one here called G&S Donuts. I go there into Krispy Kreme. Those are the only two donuts places I get donuts here. Because there, she actually goes there and makes the donuts every morning and fries them, makes fresh donuts from the dough.
That sounds good.
And they are delicious. They're big donuts too, man.
Yeah.
I mean, so but if we open up like mom and pop shops like that, no one has to franchise. Just open up your own spot, and no one can get it anywhere else in the city except you have to come to our community and get it. You know what I'm saying?
Could you imagine if the beauty supply industry, you had women, because obviously they support that over women. If Black women were like, yeah, we're not going to support any of these beauty supply industries, maybe for a year, we're going to boycott. You got to go around with the hair you got or the one you don't have, and you just do it for
1 year.
a year just to see what the impact. I would love to see that. Dude, Roy, could you imagine?
Yeah, can you imagine sisters walking around in their natural hair and they actually have to take care of it? Bad.
Don't say that.
Boy, bad to the no sisters with natural hair that they actually take care of.
They look better.
Oh my God, yeah. They don't understand that because it takes time. But I get it, sisters.
He said it takes time.
Yeah, I get it, sisters. You're just lazy.
Miss S gave me $2 for one donut for an awesome life. What am I doing with one donut? I ain't trying to watch my weight. She's probably trying to say I'm getting fat.
Yeah, I'm on a cut too, man. The size, because I was in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament. I won, but the size, it didn't help me. The stamina issues, brother. I said, no, let me go ahead and shrink back down. I'll keep the muscle and the strength, but the size, I just because I'm a lot bigger than I look on camera. I am. Like if you saw me in person, Nathan, you're like, damn, man, Drill. Seriously, there are people who think I'm on roids, and I'm like, I'm so not.
On roids.
They do, man. I'm like, what are you taking? Winstrol, Deca, Test? No. I'm not on none of that stuff.
Food and working out.
Exactly.
That is. Thank you, Miss Ez. I appreciate you. I'm definitely gonna. I do need to treat myself to a donut. I want to see
good genetics.
These custom donuts from that spot. When you go there,
man.
You gotta send me a picture of that. I need to check that out.
I will. I mean, you can just get the regular glaze. You ain't gotta get the super fly stuff. They're just really good, man, because they're made fresh right there. And that lady closes at 1 p.m. every day. She opens at 5 to 1. I'm like, why don't you stay open all day? Because I made enough money throughout the day.
And
I don't have to stay open.
She be getting good business too.
Yeah.
What is this? A ninja would be in the doghouse with Reparations, refusing to get his girl's hair and nails done. Nah, man. I think that's where the battles are. I think if we're not willing to make sacrifice, I think the first step is sacrifice. And the sacrifice is going to come through economics, right? So you got to like boycott stuff. You got to like stop using things, and you just got to suffer through it, man. I would love to see what the financial impact would be if people stop buying Jordan tennis shoes, right? Or the men stop buying Jordan tennis shoes. We stop buying like Gucci name brand stuff. How big of an impact would that have? We stop supporting the nail shops, right? Like you just kind of you learn how to do it yourself. Look for some ladies out there who are doing it. Like just something different. That's the battle. That's the battle. And the war will be won with the dollars and how you leverage them. Okay, so that's my thought, man. I'm gonna run up out of here, man. Drill.
Me too. I'm gonna get some sleep. I gotta wake up in 2 hours and go for a 5-mile run.
You better than me. I'm gonna run in my sleep. So.
I feel you, man. I want to
running a marathon. Listen, man, I appreciate you coming up, man. I always enjoy when you come by.
Thank you for having me, man. I enjoy being on your platform too. I really do.
I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Well, get some rest, man. I'm gonna go ahead and end this thing longer than that's the last. I haven't did a 6-hour stream in like forever, but it's a good conversation, well needed. So
no problem.
All right, brother.
Keep up the good work, man.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, take it easy.
All right, man. Shout out to you, Marcus. I see you. I see you. Oh man, you guys, I haven't done a 6-hour stream since back in the day when I first started live streaming. I just couldn't get off of this thing. We'd be talking all day, all night. Now I try my best not to make them so long, but every now and then, it is what it is. You just gotta do it. Listen, you guys, we're gonna go ahead and shut this thing down. It's 3 a.m. Thank you guys so much. Thank you everybody who came up. We had some amazing guest speakers, some first timers. Shout out to all the first timers coming up. Shout out to our new member. Right, we got a new member tonight. Dwayne, thank you so much. Thank you so much to all those who contributed tonight, donated. I really, really appreciate it. You guys, this was an interesting conversation. Went in a couple directions I didn't think it was going to go, but I'm glad it went. And what I learned about this, the reality, man, at the end of the day, I think our guest, who said it? Someone said it. I can't remember who said it, but perception. I think perception. I think Brittany said it. Brittany said perception. I think she's absolutely correct. And Chris made a statement about how we're looking at population and we really should be focusing on to get a better understanding. I think Chris made it perfectly clear. I think what he said was absolutely correct. And I never even thought about it like this, that we're confusing outcomes with interactions. And we need to be examining the interactions and not necessarily the population size. This is why it's so good to have these deep dives with different critical thinkers, because you really, it's like a think tank tonight. Everyone really just sharing these ideas, just kind of really challenging everyone to think deeper. And what Chris said was just really, really spot on, is that population size is not the best way to examine what we are having issues with or things that we want to express in regards to encounters with law enforcement. It needs to be the encounters. Yeah, it needs to be examining the encounters and not looking at the population size. The encounters are what people have an issue with. The amount of police contact is how he said it. Yeah, amount of police contact. I'm gonna add that. I think he's absolutely correct. Brittany talked about the perception, and because what she argued was that it's not so much about what you know, what I know, it's what is perceived. And with that being said, I think it's important. The profession has to understand there's a problem with the image, and they are responsible for fixing that. And within the community, we have to understand the problem is with the choices, and we have to own that and address that. So I learned a lot tonight, you guys. I learned a lot of sharp people. You guys really, really challenged me, and you really get me to think on a deeper level. And I want you to know that I do take notes, and I do really process this, because it's important for me to have a stronger, more accurate understanding, so that when I go in different spaces, I know how to articulate the things that you guys are expressing and wanting to change. So, great night. We're at 5 hours, 49 minutes, and we are going to we're gonna end it. We're gonna end it here, man. Shout out to everybody who came up. Shout out to G again. G came up, and he always holding it down. I really appreciate that. King T came up with Prince T. So that was definitely pretty dope. Chris, Dre, thank you guys so much. And that who's that pretty lady with the smile earlier? She came down and broke down all those bomb statistics. All my moderators, thank you guys so much. Miss Eds, thanks you so much. I know it's late, you guys. I really appreciate you hanging out until the bitter end. So I'm not going to keep y'all too much. Thank you so much to all my members. I really appreciate you guys. You know, the support goes such a long, long way. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Moose. Yeah, we about to end it. I haven't done this long in a minute. It's about to be 6 hours. Folks gonna be like, but it was good. It was such a good conversation. All right, you guys. So I can't wait to get the comments under this video. It's gonna be interesting. All right, y'all. Listen, anything, I will keep you posted. I'm gonna post this interview I did recently. It's gonna be really interesting. So stay tuned for that. And with that, you guys, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night. God bless.